Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening everywhere. trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light, something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis, enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis, take a view. No one has the answer, maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide, no one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part, every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air, something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis, step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis, take a seat, say what's on your mind, let the unknown speak.
Hello everybody, we'll go live soon, don't worry, someone will turn up eventually. Click on the link if you want to start the show.
But the feeling still remains, something missing.
It's in the live chat, I believe.
Not a path that's been laid down, not a truth that's widely found, just a space to question through, see what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift, or are we here to find? Is there something more, or just what we see? Are we asking wrong, or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end, no one here to just
Hello, Jay.
defend, just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis.
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Finding Gnosis. We are trying to find out what the hell is going on, as we apparently share this strange existence, and what exactly we should be doing whilst we are apparently sharing it. Of course, I cannot prove for sure that any of you exist. Maybe I am just a brain in a vat, and I'm being prodded with wires or whatever by some demonic scientist, and in reality it is just me. But I'm going to take a leap of faith and believe that perhaps some of you exist, or the vast majority of you exist, that you're not all figments of my imagination, that you're not all AI bots, as could be the case. And I'm going to ask you to come on the show and talk about today's topic. J.E. is here. Would you like to announce the topic of the show today, J.E.?
Yeah, so on today's stream, we're going to discuss what we would all say to God if we were to meet them in the afterlife. And for me, I would probably ask them. The first thing I would ask them is why, like why all the pain. What is the purpose of all of it? And what was the point in creating such a mess of a creation where like life has to consume other life in order to survive? Um, and there's just so much chaos and violence and misery involved.
There you go, folks. JE has laid down the gauntlet for all of you. Can you do better than that? Come on and tell us. Don't just sit in the live chat. Do come on and join the show. It might be interesting. JE, are you out and about or something? There's a little bit of interference.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Wait, let me see if I can fix it.
Okay. Untrackable, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. What have you got to say about the topic?
Is that better?
Yeah, that is a little bit better, JE.
Good.
Untrackable. If you
Yes.
meet God after you die, what are you saying?
Thank you. Thank you.
So you're telling God thank you for creating you, I guess?
That's
Hey,
nice. Anything
but-
else? And why would you say that? Go ahead.
a lot of people will make excuses, say I'm sorry. Why me? Blah blah blah. You know, I would just say, thank you, thank you. Why is to me is the dumbest question. We don't need all that. But you gave me a chance. I did what I did with it, and and here I am in front of you. So thank you. The same as you run your channel. Thank you for having me up. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Win, lose, or draw. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you,
not enough.
Untrackable.
If that's not enough, well, then I don't know what to tell you.
Untrackable.
So,
No, I understand your perspective and what you're saying. But Untrackable, you said you would not ask why. You're not even intrigued to ask why. Would you like to explain that one?
yeah, why? Why? Why did you take the cookie from the cookie jar? Um, uh, Try to explain it. Cookies are delicious. But you were told not to take the cookie from the cookie jar. So why did you take the cookie jar? So you broke the rules, but deliciousness overstepped the rules. You feel me? Why? Why did I get pulled over for driving too fast? Why did you give me a driver's license and put me on the road? Why? Why did I drive too fast? Because he was going too slow. Why? What? Why did I, uh, procreate? Knowing that it was going to be a lot of work to create another me, and them turn around and look at me and be like, "Hey, you're a piece of shit." Why? Why? These are all things that you can lie about. You can lie about why, but what you can't lie about is where, when, and how. You can lie about certain things, but you can't lie about why. Because why is within you. Your existence is within you. So why would I ask why would I ask God why I was created? Because God could lie to me and be like, "Oh, I thought you were special. I was special." Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Wait, so Untrackable, are you a Christian?
1 second, one at a time, guys. I'm just doing the introductions. I will get round to you all. Don't worry. Keep going on track. Don't butt in, guys.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Um, why? Why? I would just say thank you for the experience. I don't know why you took. I don't know why you took me to the go-kart track and said, "Hey, you're about to go fast and you're about to get bumped into." I don't know why I was taken to the baseball game so that way I could watch what grown men play games. I don't know why. I spent certain time doing other things, thinking that we were going to solve problems in this world, and we didn't. I
Okay.
don't know why, but why?
But why does it
Why?
matter to you? Why does it matter? I get it now. I get it.
Yeah. So
Okay, buddy. Well, thank you for that. I do have to push along and introduce the others, but we will definitely come back to you. Very deep take from you on Trackable, as usual. He never fails to disappoint. We have James. James, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. If your time comes, you die and you find yourself before the Almighty. What are you saying to him, her, them, it? What are you saying, sir?
Well, I think my first thing would be that I'm quite surprised that it's a person of unfathomable power. I would expect that the source of all things would be less personal than that. So impersonal that probably it wouldn't make sense to ask a question. But if we suppose that there is a personal, self-aware, sentient entity that did these things, I'm divided on the issue because on one hand, I think it would be dangerous to have any conversation with them at all, because anyone that would create such a world and sit by while so many things happen already, and also the whole time making themselves unavailable for comment and conversation. It seems to me to be a manifestation of really, really dangerous psychology. Like, it's such a dangerous person that I think any conversation at all would be dangerous to have with this person because you never know what's going to trigger them and upset them. They've spent thousands of years choosing to be unaccountable, which means a disinterest in being accountable is already intrinsically part of their personality. And with that being the case, when you think about how they've designed this world, besides, super dangerous, right? But setting that aside, my first question, if I were to ask any, would be just as a heads up, what do they plan? What are they going to do to me? What's going to happen to the people that I hold most dear? Just for a heads up, with no judgment, no antagonism. Don't antagonize the giant kid with the magnifying glass. Just ask what he plans on doing with you. That's it. That would be my most important question. And when Untrackable mentioned the concern that God might not be honest, I think that that's a very credible concern, right? Because deception is inherent in the design of nature itself, right? Camouflage and predators. There's so much that happens in nature that can only function because of deception. And there's so much about the way that our brains are designed where we're auto-deceptive, even to ourselves. So deception is so baked into the design that I would expect this also to be part of the personality of the designer, in which case I wouldn't trust anything he tells me anyways. And so I do appreciate that Untrackable sort of set the stage for me to address that issue as well. And this is my answer.
James, what a wonderful, first. I believe this is your first time here. You spoke very well. I'm not going to say whether I agree with you, but you definitely gave some strong words there. backed up with, what I would say are, good insights into reality. So thank you very much for coming to say that, and stick around. We definitely need you here to explore this idea.
Thank you.
Who's next? I believe Vegan Equilibrium, you are next. Vegan Equilibrium, you finally snuffed it. You somehow wake up elsewhere, blurry-eyed. Suddenly, into focus comes this shining, bright light. It is God Almighty standing before you in all his, her, it immensity. What are you saying to God after you
Uh,
have snuffed it?
um, well, I want to say that I completely agree with everything James just put forth. And then, other than that, I would say that, well, you're obvious. I would say I wouldn't say anything because God would already know what I'm gonna say and what I think, and that I wish I could have been better in many ways, and I wish I hadn't done this or done that, and I have no good excuses. So do with me what you see fit.
That's a very good point as well. Is there any need to say anything? Because if it's God, they know already what you're going to say. Untrackable, I thought you went deep, but I think Vegan Equilibrium went a little bit deeper there even. But hey, we'll come back to you, Untrackable, in a moment because I know you got something to say. I think Cougar Duma was next. Cougar Duma, you finally fell off this mortal coil, and you find yourself in the presence of the greatest, the one and only God Almighty. What are you saying to that force of supernatural power?
Yeah, so it's an interesting proposition since I wouldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. But let's just say that I had some sort of an experience that sounded like that. Uh, I would immediately express my savage disappointment that this is all there is, a bright light at the end of the world, and I would let God know that for being an all powerful, all knowing, and all loving being, he sure is a massive fuck up. And he should just fuck off and get the fuck out of our lives and let us do our thing. We'd probably do a better job by ourselves without him and his all knowing, all loving, all whatever the fuck it is, fucking Dunning Kruger loser. That's what I would say.
Thank you, thank you, Kukaduma.
I love that.
I nearly pissed myself laughing there. Thank you, Kukaduma. That was very well said. Now we are going to Fatima. You were next, I believe. Fatima, you I don't know, you choked on a pretzel or something, and next thing you know, you're dead.
Ew, I hate pretzels, but sure.
Okay, well that makes it even worse then. You choked on
Yeah.
a pretzel, and that was how you died, and you hate pretzels. But anyway, you're now dead. You find yourself in the presence of an all-powerful being who says he's God. What are you going to say to that?
I wish I had something to say. But I think almost everyone here, like James and Kukudumar, already said what I was gonna say. Yeah, so I don't have much to say except for one thing. It's gonna be about the question. Actually, I like it that you put God inside asterisk because, like, what do you mean by God, D&W? Which God are you talking about? And
you pedantic arsehole! Come on, you just play the game. I'm only
Okay.
joking. Go ahead, Fatima. Go ahead. I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
I
Don't take
know,
that
I know,
seriously.
I know. You know who I am with my linguistics and
Yes,
semantics.
yes.
But it's alright. It's alright. Well, I pretty much would just say what everyone else had said. Like, why the fuck did you create such a flawed world that like we animals have to eat each other and we have to exploit others in order to be richer ourselves? Like, why would you create such a worthless and dumb and chaotic species as humans? It makes no sense to me why this all-knowing thing, God, person, source would create such a retarded species as humans. Like, honestly, like, I don't get it. I really don't get it, you know? And I think all of you, or at least the majority of you, would agree with that, right? Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think everyone has already said what I already had in mind, so it was kind of too late. I just wanted to attack, like, the question, you know, like the semantics. And yeah, I'm done, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Danny Shine, aka Social Experimentalist. Brother, the question is there for you. I'm sure you've contemplated this before, so the mic is yours. If you die and you meet the Almighty, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I don't really have much to add to the erudite responses. I would, I would say you are the most evil, sadistic bastard, and if this is the best you can come up with, you deserve to be tortured for eternity.
That's my job, dear Danny.
All right, let Danny speak, Chickpea. Yeah. Wait your turn, darling. Sorry,
Yeah.
Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really believe that there was any conscious creation. So, you know, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it did, as I said, I can't even get my head round a word. There's no words to describe how sadistic something could be to create a system of life like this, with the exploitation and suffering that's so baked into everything. The animals in the wild, the animals in factory farms, the humans, the bugs, the birds. I mean, it's just endless waste of suffering. It's just it's so horrific. It's beyond any words. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Danny. Kenny, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. Kenny, you've been at a Donald Trump rally. Another bullet got shot. It missed his other ear, and it hit you straight in the forehead. You wake up, you know, rather shocked, but you know, you somehow figure out you've died. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Danny, Kenny, do come back when you get a chance, mate.
Maybe he died.
Maybe he met his maker.
You should be so lucky.
Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yes.
What would you like to say about this topic?
Well, I've told you before, my plan is I'm going to get my big silver sword and I'm going to stab him in his eyes and stab him in his face and stab him till there's nothing left. I loathe him at an asshole. I loathe him with a passion that I can't even begin to describe. And you don't have to worry about
what if the feeling's mutual? Is it not time to try and do some? Maybe it's time to patch it up a little bit. Try and
Yeah, he can dream. No, yes.
Be a bigger person.
Oi, you. He did put me here against my will. Yes.
How do you know that?
No, I hate him. You know I hate him.
Hello to Objective Ethics. He says, "Good afternoon, everyone. Robin James, so good to see you here, and it's good to see." Objective Ethics here. I hope he'll come on and say something.
Oh yeah, good to see you.
Kenny's back.
Anyway, Danny, could I just say to Danny, you don't have to worry about torturing him because I will do it quite happily. In fact, my My hands are itching. Oh, itching.
What
I
will
was
you do
laughing.
first, Chickpea?
What would I do first? Well, I'd blind him first, obviously. Give him a
my
good
God.
stabbing, then I'd cut his willy off and torture him.
Yeah, hell yeah.
How does he know he has a? How do you know they have a willy?
Yeah, that's so
You know, how do you
that
know?
is.
Well,
People
you
Do
won't
you
know
know what,
then.
Chippy?
Well,
That
I
is
know
so.
he's got
That
a
is
willy.
so misandrist. That is so misandrist. How dare you? How
I know
dare
he's
you?
got. You are made in his image, so I know he's got a willy. You naughty little man.
It was look.
That means
don't
that
forget,
you. That
don't
means that
forget,
women are.
Chickpea. Don't forget, Chip. It's your fault. You're the ones that ate the apple. Don't be blaming the men now.
Absolutely.
I'm
Stab her in
joking,
the
but listen,
vagina. Stab her in the vagina.
guys.
Oh,
Kenny's
shit.
Kenny. As I said, we're doing a bit of a hypothetical. I'm not wishing this upon you, but just play along.
I am.
You're at a Donald Trump rally. Some other weirdy teenager or whatever oddball shoots from a rooftop. It grazes his other ear, but in the process, it also hits you directly in the forehead as you stand in the crowd with your MAGA hat.
Yeah.
You find yourself then in another realm, standing before the Almighty. What are you going to say in that moment?
Well, I actually have a speech prepared for God, if that ever happens.
Go ahead, Kenny. If you want to practice it here, you can. Although I don't know if we're worthy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Dear God, I come to you with a heart full of gratitude for the resilience and strength you have granted Donald Trump. Thank you for saving him and allowing him to continue his leadership during these challenging times. His unwavering commitment to America and its values has provided a clear vision for our future, fostering economic growth and job opportunities that have benefited so many families. I am especially grateful for his courage in standing against woke culture. In a world that often stifles free speech, he has fearlessly spoken out, championing the traditional values we hold so dear. Thank you for his steadfast support of law enforcement and the military, which reassures us that our safety is a priority. Thank you too for his strong stance on foreign policy, especially regarding Iran. His decision to withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal and designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization and wipe out the Ayatollahs were bold steps that have helped protect our nation from external threats. By promoting energy independence, he has not only strengthened our economy, but also reduced our resilience on foreign oil, particularly from adversarial nations. His unwavering support for Israel further reinforces our commitment to standing against Iranian aggression. In these trying times, I thank you for a leader like Trump, whose resilience and dedication inspire hope and purpose in our lives. Amen.
And then he and then
Where's the applause?
Kenny's
Wow,
gone.
and he's gone.
No. God sent him straight back to hell.
Good,
I
yeah.
wish.
He should kill himself.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna have to kick you off for at least 10 minutes for that. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
fine.
No. You got to bye. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
I agree.
B&W.
No, I mean he just says stupid shit all the time. Sorry.
No, he does not.
She said stupid shit. Sorry.
Yeah, you can't be
gotta
saying
go.
that.
No, you can't be saying that.
It's all right to call me C-U-N-T, but Fabulous
Yes.
mustn't say whatever.
Yes.
All right.
Hello. No, it's not. Look, Chickpea. It is what it is.
Hello.
Okay,
I've
we've
been
gone
called
over this.
C-U-N-T.
We started fresh. Okay. We used the squidgy to push all the blood away, and we started on a clean slate.
So
All has been forgiven, Chickpea.
C-U-N-T, but you mustn't say anything to a
Chickpea, you wish
man.
death upon Kenny. Don't forget that. And you
Yeah, and
called
he
him
called me
a multitude of
CUNT
you called him a multitude of
Yeah, and he called
you
me
know,
CUNT.
horrible names before
No, I
he
didn't.
you did.
Oh my
No, I
God!
did
You're like
not.
little babies in a school playground.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm not the baby here. D&W is.
Well,
I'm the
anyway, the point
older
is,
one.
Chickpea, Fatima was an absolute cunt, and he said,
D&W?
well, he
You
said
can't
something
just
that
like say that.
you
You
can't
can't
just
tell
say
people to
that.
do that.
You can't say that on the live stream,
Perhaps you're
Chickpea.
being a very
By the way, I want to
naughty
say I don't condone what Fatima just said. Fatima, you need to grow up. Seriously,
No, he does
come
not.
on.
No, you don't,
I
Fatima.
like
love
Fatima,
you.
but they can't be doing shit like that.
This is like when I was in the special ed program. Like there was like kids that would just say things like that, and they'd immediately get sent out of the class. Like
Yeah,
in high
and Chickpea,
school,
if you
in
don't
middle
shut up,
school, and
I'm
high
going to give you
school.
some lines to do. Okay, I'm going to give you some lines. Okay, if you don't
Yeah.
shut up, all right.
Mm.
I've had enough of your guff.
Mm.
Now,
I don't know. I'm supposed to be one of the panelists. Be very ill-mannered towards me.
you are one of the panelists.
Yes, I said that's why you shouldn't be so ill-mannered towards me.
Cougar Duma left. I don't know why. We would appreciate him to come back. Robin, are you coming on to tell us what you'd say? Midnight Rose, Objective Ethics, LA. I'd love to hear what LA has to say.
Yes.
Oh man!
Anakin
Oh,
Television.
come on, dude.
Robin Webster. All of you.
Yeah, I've got some brilliant people over there in the chat for sure.
Derpoops. Okay. We are waiting. It's a little bit awkward, so I suppose I'll just ask another question. Will you walk down the tunnel of light? Now, it's often put forth that there is some kind of tunnel of light. Are you moving towards that tunnel of light? Is that something you've ever, thought about? Is it something worth thinking about? I'll start with Chickpea because I think she's put a little bit of thought into this at least. Chickpea, you find yourself dead once again after they resuscitated you the last time. When you met God, somehow they resuscitated you, brought you back to life.
Something happened.
But then you walked out of the hospital, got hit by a bus, and you find yourself dead again. This time there is a tunnel of light before you, and you kind of feel driven to walk down that tunnel of light towards the light that emanates from the end of it. Are you moving towards that light, Chickpea? Is that something
No,
you're
I
going
won't
to do?
be. I won't be. But I'll tell you something. I'm talking seriously now about all this because I am practicing. I still go to bed at night sometimes and practice going into the dark. I know that sounds insane, but I do practice because I've only got a few years left. But I'm terrified. You know what terrifies me is that one of the cats are there. I know it sounds mad, but I'm so scared in case I see some of my cats there because that will get me. I know that sounds insane, completely mental.
Can you explain what your worry is to people who haven't a clue what you're talking about?
Well, I'm a little old cat lady. I adore my cats. I love my cats more than I love anything in the world. Because they put people there from your past who you've loved to pull you in. Well, there's no point putting any human being there because I've never loved anyone that much. But I've loved my cats that much.
So Chickpea is worried that the white light is basically drawing you in, pulling you towards it because it's trying to make you be reincarnated again on planet Earth. And she's also heard stories that sometimes you'll see deceased loved ones there, or pets.
Yes.
Sounds like Pet Cemetery.
Beckoning you towards the white light. She's thought a great deal about this, and she is practicing avoiding the light and avoiding being seduced by her favorite cat that passed away, Chickpea, who she is terribly frightened of seeing in that tunnel of light, along with, I believe, David Bowie. You're frightening.
If David Bowie was in the light, I'd go whooshing towards. No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Singing Heroes. Oh, wow.
Chickpea, have you seen Pet Cemetery?
Sorry if my mic is loud.
I don't know. Sorry. I'll have to have a little look around. But no, D&W, I'm very serious about this because I feel I don't have that many years left. I don't think I have. It's not because I'm dying now, but you know what the world's like. And it's really scaring me because I do believe it. I believe it 100%. Totally believe it. And I don't want to come back. I
Okay.
just do not want to come back. Yes.
Robin's just arrived. Robin, good to have you here.
Hello.
So you finally, you know,
Well, I
you
heard
finally.
James speak up. I did not realize James was here.
Oh, hey there, Robin. Good to see you.
Yeah, that's a friendly voice.
Yeah.
Well, you're about to hear another voice, and that's God's voice. You've died, and God is before you, and He's given you permission to ask one question. What are you going to ask Him, or her, or it?
What am I asking?
Them?
Why did you send the Antichrist Trump to America?
Oh, don't let that little funny man hear you say that. Sorry.
I probably would have a mouthful of expletives before I asked him that question, but yeah, he hates America, obviously.
Really? You could ask anything you want about existence, but you're obsessed with the Orange Man? Really?
Well, yeah, like right now, like I pretty much understand a lot about existence, like evolution and abiogenesis and stuff like that. I understand a whole lot of that, but I'm just not sure why.
You understand abiogenesis, how it happened?
No, I mean, like I don't study it, but I kind of see how it's possible. I think it's probably wrong to explain it. I don't think we'll ever exactly figure out exactly the method, the process that it happened, how it exactly happened, because I think that nothing's saved from that. But I think they've shown that it's possible. So.
Okay, thank you for that. We have Speedy Nate. Speedy Nate, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
I'm testing my mic.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I don't know. Are you outside or something? Can you hear us? Speedy Nate. I don't know.
I'm on my PC right now.
You're on your PC, yeah? Speedy Nate, what age are you?
16.
All right, goodbye. Sorry, this is for adults only. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. I don't know where Robin went. Robin, do come back if you want.
Robin. Can I just say something to Noodles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen Pet Cemetery, but I've pushed it up to watch. And on the subject of real cemeteries, I've got one outside my bedroom window. I've got about 8 cats buried outside my flat.
Well, when you mentioned seeing the dead cats in the afterlife or whatever, it made me think of, beckoning you in. It made me think of the movie Pet Cemetery.
Yeah, I've put it down to watch. I'm going to watch it. But no, really, Noodles, I know it sounds insane, but I have read in books that people old loved ones stand there beckoning you in. I don't have any old loved ones, but I've got lots of cats that I've loved. And if they're standing there, if Chickpea's there in particular, they will get me.
And I just visited the cemetery of Dorothy Dix, Dix, and it was about the value of the mentally ill and how during the turn of the century that the value of the mentally ill was so diminished that their families wouldn't even receive them back into the family after they were dead. And to say that the value of who we are is so ridiculously unacceptable that I find that ridiculous, to where you were a family member and we sent you off to, be diagnosed and studied and whatnot, but we will not put you where we were buried. And so there is a cemetery, the Dorothy Dix Cemetery in North Carolina.
Thanks for that, Untrackable. Jay, do you know much about soul trap theory? Because Chickpea brought that up, and I spoke
Mm-hmm.
about it before. I mean, when I heard about that first, I thought, oh no, just another thing to worry about. Would you like to explain what it is, perhaps, to anybody who isn't familiar with it, and just give them
Yeah,
something more? Yeah,
yeah, sure. So it's the theory that um the the world as we know it, the material realm that we all inhabit, that it's governed by a group of evil entities called the Archons, who work for another higher evil entity called the Demiurge, who is basically the creator of this broken material realm with all its pain and suffering and chaos. And essentially, it basically states that whenever we die, it basically shows up. The archons show up as someone or something that we love, and that we had like I guess a close relationship with here on Earth, to try to trick us to go into the light and to reincarnate back on Earth over and over again, so they can harvest our energy through mostly negative emotions like I guess pain and suffering, and um, I guess depression, sadness, anger, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicely said.
Danny, I know you don't necessarily believe in this, but you did think about it for a while, didn't you? What do you think of this idea?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's possible. Possible.
Well, Danny, you don't think for 1 minute that an entity with any empathy would create a shithouse like this?
No,
It's been
absolutely
created by
not.
someone with a really screwed up brain, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because it's just a bloodbath. It horrifies me. And I'm not
Yes.
a very
Oh,
nice person. I don't profess to be, but even I'm horrified by it. Horrified.
yeah. It's terrible.
It's dreadful. Horrible. Very depressing and very hard to live in, I find. Yeah.
Kugadima, have you heard of that theory before? He's probably fixing his ribs. James, have you heard that theory before?
Oh yeah, I sure have. My friend Neil Sedlak from Gnostic Informant talks a lot about it at his channel.
In terms of all the religious ideas out there, or spiritual ideas, where does it sit on like its plausibility compared to others?
I think, in comparison, it's highly plausible. But if I had to choose one, I would say that it's probably closer to, what do you call that? Pandeism. I think pandeism has a little bit more merit to it. But these are all just hypotheticals. Right? We've got no access to whatever it is.
Oh, James, no, people have come back from the corridor of light. People have come back and said all these weird things happen. No one's ever come back from the dark. Nobody.
Fair enough.
No, they have,
Chickpea.
No, you're wrong there, Chickpea. I had a friend who told me that his dad, I believe it was, had a kind of weird near-death experience where he went to hell. And he went to this like basically really dark place where there was just like naked bodies walking around, bumping into each other, moaning. Like and it wasn't that type of moaning, if you know what I mean. It wasn't very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard, but I've never heard of somebody coming back from the dark. I've never read that ever.
Yeah. Guys, we have I'm gonna come back to Kenny because he's been on there already. Kenny, I'll be with you very shortly. Yuzu has just arrived. Yuzu, the topic of the show is if you die and you meet your maker, what are you saying?
Fuck you.
Really?
Pretty much, yeah. Fuck him
I mean,
or her, whoever the
you
don't
know,
God have
you
a
haven't
gender.
read that book, How to Make Friends and Gain Influence. I mean,
Influence people.
this is an extremely important, point of your experience. I mean, you're literally meeting the most powerful being, and that's what you're going to say.
I guess.
That may be something that you would say to your father, but somebody created your father to create you, and met your mother, and now you're here. So are you going to be so anti to
Yeah,
your
I bet you is.
creation?
Juzu, I'm
Yeah.
with you 100%, boy.
Exactly.
That seems to be the thing. Is like, hey, I wish I had never had the opportunity.
Yeah, well, that's why it's called finding Gnosis. We're looking to escape.
No, not
So, I mean,
necessarily.
Looking for knowledge.
Everybody's
Yes,
looking for different things, Chickpea. We're just
Yeah,
looking to
but
find
yes,
out.
exactly.
Yeah.
He's obviously a believer in God, which is fine. Fine if you
Well,
want to believe that. We
it
are
is
not.
not. It isn't God. It is I am here, and I can't go backwards. I can't go backwards. I cannot create my existence backwards.
What?
I can have a problem about how it all went, but I am here now, just as you are.
Yeah.
You can question it. You can have a problem with it, but
Yeah, but I don't thank. But I'm not going to thank anyone for it. Why should I be thankful?
well,
You were thanking this stupid arsehole God.
oh well,
I mean,
yes.
it's
No,
only good. It's only good manners. He tried his best, Chickpea.
Who?
Hey, hey, have you?
I'm talking about God. I'm talking about God Untrackable, not
Oh God.
not.
Oh yeah, God.
No,
Okay, God. Try
that is perfectly fine, because I have been in a restaurant where I ordered something, and no, was it right? Maybe not. Thank you for your service. Hey, I am a military veteran, and
Yeah,
I
I'm a
am
military veteran. What difference does that make?
and I have no war under my belt. I was a cook with non-war under my belt.
Yeah, I was in the Navy. No war under my belt.
But
I went on the warships in the North Sea.
but you talk to people, and oh, you're a veteran. Thank you for your service. And it's like, bro,
I got paid.
don't start on that shit, because you have no idea where I was, what I did, and the effort that I put in.
Yeah, but you were part of a bigger unit that was serving to protect and make sure that the country is safe. So it can't run with like the people in the military. There needs to be cooks there to give them their food. Like it's all part. You're part of that machine.
But what's the
So
military
do
got
you?
to do with all this?
So is that just a common thing that you say thank you for my service, or are
Actually-
you literally trying to lick my asshole right now?
No, I'm saying that people can recognize that there is a level of sacrifice that goes into being in the military, and part of being in the military is that you may be called upon to sacrifice your life for for the country. So I used to be a staunch like anarchist, anti-military person, and I would refuse to stand for the national anthem, and I refused to say things like "Thank you for your service." And recently, I have what I think has seen the light and understand that no, it is the military is an important thing. It's a necessary thing.
But why should anyone thank a member of the military for being in the military?
You don't have to thank
I've been in the
anyone.
military. Now I've been in the Navy.
It's saying thanks for being willing to fucking sacrifice yourself. If the war broke out, if the world was under attack, you would be called you'd be called upon to possibly take up arms.
Again,
that's the deal when you join up. The military. Can I just say something to Noodles? I want to talk to Noodles. Okay, I was first.
I'm
Right.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Noodles, right.
This
People
is
in the military
exactly
get
why
paid.
I said. This is exactly why I said if I met God, I would say thank you, because I was thankful for the opportunity for the whatever life that I lived, whether it be Hanoi Jane or Special Forces G.I. Joe. Thank you for the opportunity to become who I am, because I am not special, but I have lived a life, I have created life, and I am doing my
I don't
best.
see what one thing has to do with the other, honestly.
Well, I am thankful, and being thankful. No, you can be in denial of your own life all you want, but I am thankful for mine, and in meeting you in this moment, I am thankful for yours, because without you, there is no me. Thank you.
Thank you, Untrackable guys. I want to bring in. I want to go back to Yuzu. Yuzu, you said something quite unsavory there, and I want to know why you said that. Can you elaborate on why you said those two words? What were they again? What would you say again? What was it?
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, that was it. Why on earth did you say that? Or good heavens, why did you say that?
I mean, similar to what Chickpea said. Why would I be grateful to a God that put me in a world where there's tons of suffering? I've suffered. I've seen people suffered. Like, what is there? Why would I praise such a flawed, unethical God? You know.
Yeah. Because there's no need for it.
I mean, what's so bad about it all, Yuzu? I mean,
know.
you sound young. I mean, you've suffered, but is there not scope for benefiting from being here as well?
Not really. Not in the long run, at least.
No,
not like we live forever. So even though life is good,
If it's that bad, maybe you could thank him for making it finite, a finite experience. It didn't go on forever.
Yeah, but
Dude, aren't you lucky? It's
Yes,
only for
I know.
70 years. You lucky little devil.
Well, would you rather have not existed at all?
Yeah. Yes, I'd rather never existed. I would add also, whoever that was speaking, I've been in this shithole before. This is my second time round. And I know that to be so because I know it.
It's your second time
Yes.
in existence that you can prove.
Yes.
That you can prove.
Yes.
Prove it.
I can't prove it. Well, the person who helped me find that out is probably dead by now. But I can assure you, I existed before I came into this world this time round. And I know from the fact that I've got certain skills that have to be taught for us to know them. I knew them as a little girl when I was 4 years old.
Well, it's not cooking. You haven't learned how to cook a meal.
No, well, I don't want to
you haven't cooked in how long? 50 years or something.
Yeah, well,
You definitely learned how to be a clown.
Pardon?
Sorry?
What did you say?
I said you definitely learned how to be a clown.
Speak for yourself.
Oh no, because you're very funny right now.
He says you're being funny.
But I've been here before.
Thank you, guys. We better bring Kenny in and then go to Patsy. Kenny, you're back. You obviously have something to say. What is it you'd like to say, and how does it relate to the topic?
Yeah, I'd like to share a YouTube video of me almost being converted to Christianity at Speaker's Corner last weekend.
Say that
again.
again.
When this happened, Danny Shine was actually 15 yards in front of me, standing on a seat. talking about his
Kenny,
antinatalism.
I don't know what's happening, but your audio is terrible. Am I the only one having a problem kind of hearing
It's
him?
bad audio, but he said he was almost converted to Christianity, but then Danny Shine was there and maybe stepped in. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Kenny. I've just changed this. Try again.
Better now.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a bit better. I'm just going to turn your volume up a little bit. Go ahead, Danny. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, can I share the video?
Yes.
Having a debate with a Christian at Speaker's Corner. It's from my own YouTube channel, so you're not going to get
Kenny,
a copyright.
why is your audio so bad, mate? I mean, you're at home. Are you not on Wi-Fi?
Let me plug in the external microphone and see if it helps.
Yeah. Maybe try and do that first, mate, because obviously we need you to describe what's happening. I'm going to go to Patsy while you're doing that, okay, mate? I'm going to go to Patsy.
Can you hear me? Is
Sorry?
that better?
Yes, I'm here.
Is this better?
That's much better, yeah. Sorry, Patsy. We'll have to abort that for now, but you like abortion, so we won't worry about it. Yes, Kenny, that's better.
Yeah. So can I share my screen for this YouTube video?
Yeah, as long as it's not
not long.
illegal.
It's literally just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, you're gonna have to share it. Go ahead then, Kenny.
It's sharing now. Can you see it?
There you go.
Okay.
Questions.
When was this?
Debate. All right, come on then.
Go.
Thank you. And just to the old fart that interrupted me and got in my face last time, this is how you do it. Go on.
Okay, so as much as the teachings of Jesus Christ would be very inspirational and beneficial for people to follow, that in itself was not enough evidence for me to believe that there's a conscious deity, because I have a very empirical mindset. I'm like a fucking detective in a courtroom. Yeah? If I need to believe that there is a God in the sky and that the resurrection did happen, I want to see hard empirical evidence of it. Not just because it was written in the Bible.
Can I reply? So firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the terms by which he demands evidence are themselves irrational terms. Let me explain why. Because he wants an empirical natural evidence to a supernatural being. The very word supernatural means above nature, which means you would not expect to find physical evidence of such a supernatural being. But, ladies and gentlemen, there are pointers to the existence of God. Let me give him just one. Language, no, madam. Language is dependent upon mind. Mathematics is a language. Mathematics is not something that we're discovering, not something that we invent. It is something that we are learning from nature, and we are discovering that it is encoded in nature, and that means we are learning the language of another mind, a mind greater than our own, who wrote into the very laws of nature his own language, mathematics, ladies and gentlemen, and that mind we call God.
God. So the term supernatural is basically a code word for I can't prove it, there is no evidence. But the nature of religious belief is a faith. And the word faith is another term for hope. I hope that God exists. I would like God to exist. It's not real knowledge. None of us can know for sure whether God exists or not. I'm not saying that it doesn't, because I don't know. I'm just saying it's impossible to know. It's beyond our comprehension. So religious belief is merely a faith. It's not knowledge. There's a difference between knowledge and faith.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear. We act by faith all the time. When you marry a partner, you don't know how the next 40 years are going to pan out, but you do it by faith. When you step outside your door, you don't know how your day's going to pan out, but you do it by faith. Faith is a natural virtue of the human temperament, and incidentally, it is the virtue that God values the most, ladies and gentlemen, after love. And so, God wants us to come to Him in faith. Faith, ladies and gentlemen, is not hope. Hope is hope. That's why faith is not called hope. Faith is the certainty of things unseen. It is the acting now on the reality yet to be realized, ladies and gentlemen. Hope is the idea that when you act, it will be to the good, ladies and gentlemen, for the good. These are two separate things. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is metaphysics. Metaphysics is not natural. Where can you point to hope? Where can you point to faith? Where's the lab experiment that I can do to identify love? And so, yet we still operate by these metaphysical, supernatural realities because they are real. They are part of the real world. And so the real world is not limited to the material world, and we can know about it without material evidence, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd like to thank you, Bob, for a great debate. I was really enjoying it. Have a
Yep,
great
it
Sunday,
was.
everyone. He's still not changed my mind, though, but I will never change his mind either, but it's still great to debate.
Right, it was. Here, let me give you a gift. Lovely to talk with you. There you go. Oh, no, not that one. Let me find you a different one. Bear with us. I have many. There you go.
And I might add also, I've read many of these before and it didn't change my mind, but you know what? I'll accept the gift because it comes from a place of love.
It does.
Thank you, Bob.
You look after yourself.
You too, mate.
Right, ladies and gentlemen.
Where was Danny?
Where was Danny, Kenny? You did all right though, Kenny. Where was he though? He didn't come into it. No?
Danny was about 15 yards in front of me, standing on a stool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did well there, Kenny. You did well. By the way, you did look like Keanu Reeves a bit there. You did in the Matrix. Yeah.
Yeah. Except I haven't escaped the Matrix. I'm still in it.
Sorry.
He hasn't escaped.
Except I haven't escaped the Matrix. I'm still in it.
You're still in it. Yeah, we all
I'm
are.
being converted by the Matrix.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Dear. But you did well there, Kenny. In fairness, you gave what I would say is a good account of yourself in that debate. At least. Let me see.
Actually, I have a video call with Bob of Speaker's Corner, the guy I was chatting with on Thursday. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Let us know. Robin, are you coming on? Devil Mike. Devil Mike says he feels without the devil, God would eventually have to become the bad guy. Okay. Yuzu says he lost interest in your video 1 minute in. There you go. I don't know what that is based on. Like maybe the topic. He's just not interested in it. We had Fatty was here, but Fatty left. Yeah. Patsy, sorry, Patsy. You've been waiting. Patsy, if you I don't know, you fall asleep and don't wake up in this world, but you wake up in the next and you find yourself in the presence of God Almighty, what are you going to say to that all-powerful being in that moment?
I would say, and give me about 2 minutes, okay, without any interruptions, because I'm kind of writing it down in fragments, okay.
Okay, make sure you speak closely to your microphone, please.
Okay, I'm just asking for like 2 minutes or so without any interruptions.
Okay, nobody's going to interrupt you, please. Everybody,
Okay.
everybody, let Patsy speak. Go ahead.
So I can keep my mind correct, okay, and I've got it written down in fragments. I would first of all say, if you are as powerful and loving and omnipresent, which means you know the past, future, and present, everything. You know it all, everything, as far as time's concerned. And the Bible says that you have us reading as your word. Why didn't you create existence in a perfected state instead of throwing Lucifer down to earth, who you created, and you knew that Lucifer was going to do what he did, rebel against you? Instead of destroying Lucifer, you threw him down to earth. So to roam the earth to cause evil and everything else that goes along with it. All our suffering supposedly comes from that, because when you cursed Adam and Eve for eating an apple that they didn't know they were supposed to, they didn't know they were supposed to eat it or not, because they didn't have the truth and knowledge yet. They didn't even have that. So they ate it by mistake, but because they did, they were cursed, and that's where the suffering came from. So Satan and Lucifer, Satan and Lucifer are the same, and so was more or less the serpent the same. So that's what I would ask God, and I really would want a direct answer on that, because if he had made this world in a perfected state, we would be in heaven and not needing to go to heaven, not needing to after we die to go to heaven. This would be heaven. End of story.
Okay.
I think that's look what I've got.
Thank you for that, Patsy. And what do you think? Would you leave God in a state of? Would he be speechless or? 1 second. Chickpea's sharing something here. What the hell are you sharing there, Chickpea? Go on.
I'm showing a big bag of dates.
Oh, lovely. Oh,
yes,
gosh,
I'm
yeah.
gorging on dates.
Oh, gosh, they are too nice, aren't they? They are.
Yes, I thought I'd show you them some.
Yeah. You know who do lovely dates? Aldi. Aldi do lovely pitted dates. You can buy them in a bag, and they're those resealable ones. They're too nice
you
though.
Can't eat any of them.
Yeah, they're just like they're like nature's toffees, aren't they? Just so nice.
Gorgeous. Yes, I love dates.
But anyway.
Oh, Noodles is showing us his. Let's see what he's got there.
That's nice. Ooh.
Bit of food porn for you lot. What is in that? Is there apple in that?
No, it's romaine lettuce, radishes, pears, cashews, pumpkin seed, and a squeeze of lime.
That looks very nice.
It does look nice. I've always said, you know, Noodles, I don't know why you don't open up a little food business for yourself.
If you like doing all that sort of thing.
He does like
it.
Yeah, he knows a lot about nutrition as well. Sorry, Patsy, what did you say?
I said we changed the subject very quickly there.
No. It was just we do meander here and there.
Yeah, that was a quick meander.
Yeah. It's okay. But Patsy, thank you for that. We'll come back to you in a little moment because we've got Fatty.
I think you were going to ask me something, and
I was going to say, what do you think God's response would be to you?
I don't know, but it better be a good one, because that's the whole reason the world's in the shape it's in. Humankind in general, and I don't know if he did that on purpose. It was a purposeful thing, and if he did do it on purpose,
Well, you're also.
I might want to get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Does God's Son want to come on? God's Son, good to have you in the comments. He says, John 14:20, at that day ye shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you.
Actually, in your answer to God, or your question to God, you are assuming that it is the same God of the Bible.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And how do you? Yeah. Why would you assume that?
That's a good question, because I've proposed in my own mind in the past 2 or 3 years it might not be that it's another creator that just created it and just left. You know, just like, okay, done. You know, that's it. That's what I'm thinking. And matter of fact, the way things are, I'm hoping it's that way. I'm hoping that's the case. I really am.
Devil Mike says they wonder if God is too powerful to ever intervene, because if he makes even just one change, and that will cause another change and another change until nothing has its own path anymore. There you go. That's why God cannot intervene, because if God intervenes, there will be a butterfly effect that will just change everything, and there won't be basically there won't be any let's just say continuity of anybody's experience and agency, because if he intervenes somewhere, it will have some kind of butterfly effect that just changes everything. Yeah, I mean that's an interesting idea, Devil Mike.
But he
I
does.
haven't really heard that one. I haven't heard that one expressed before. But yeah, it is.
But he does. He does change things, or he does change things out and put things. He does alter the sequence of events, and he does. So you've heard the stories on here.
What you mean, miracles and stuff? Yeah.
The miracles, people jumping off beachy head and surviving.
Well, I mean, I had a prayer answered once, didn't I? And I still can't prove it either way, but it happened instantaneously.
Something.
But that's just like I said. If it made
it was a very strange experience. I don't know what's going on. I'm agnostic, by the way. For anybody
if he had made it in a perfected state, we wouldn't need the idea of thinking going to heaven or anything like that, or that anxiety of whether you're going to go to heaven or hell. Okay, it would just be perfect. But that would be that's my main question. There's others, but I'll leave it. That's the main one.
Okay. Jay says, well, why create the world so complicated in the first place, Mike? Guys, I want to welcome Fatty. Fatty, am I saying that right, Fatty? You have been here before. Great to have you back. What would you say if you realize you've died and you've gone to the next realm and God is there, sitting in his armchair looking at you, and you have an opportunity to speak to God? What would you say to God under such circumstances? And Fatty, you'll have to mute yourself if you want to let us know.
Unmute.
Well, I tell you what, someone else can talk for now. Fatty, when you're ready, come back and say something. Brother Marcus has changed his avatar there, which threw me a little bit. But he says, salutations, everyone. Good to have you here, mate. I hope you can pop on and give us your thoughts. Hello to Brojo, who says hi all. Okay. Jay, did you want to say something?
No, yeah. So you asked before, like, if we would go into the light, and
if you would walk down the tunnel of light, because there is this view that it's often said that when you die, you will experience perhaps a tunnel of light, and you'll be drawn towards it. Will you go down that tunnel of light? Will you move towards the light?
I guess I'd have to say no, because according to the Gnostics, right, the tunnel of light is it's a trap that the archons are using to pull you back into the cycle of reincarnation. So I guess I would have to go into the darkness instead and avoid the tunnel of light. I don't think I'd be able to trust it. So yeah, I wouldn't go into the tunnel. No.
I mean, personally, I think I would walk towards the light. And the reason I say that is I made an article before about this on my Medium, and the reason I say that is, look, if the God is that evil, right? If God is that bad that it's tricking you after you die, yeah. Well then, what hope is there? I mean, I would choose to believe in a loving, like, force, a force of good, and I would go with that, with hope in my heart, hoping that there is a good God. Because if God is ultimately bad, well then you're fucked anyway, so it doesn't really matter what you do, right? So in my view, if God is good, yeah, it makes sense to walk towards the light. But then, that's maybe too simplistic, because maybe it is a test. Maybe it is a test. Maybe it's all about rejecting this world. Maybe the good God wants you to reject this world. This
Yes, I
world is
suspect so, yes.
maybe it's a test. Maybe there is a good world, sorry, a good God that will greet you if you reject this world. You know, that's another perspective. But Jay, did anything I said there resonate with you? That perhaps, you know, it's about whether you believe in good or evil being ultimately more powerful, and if you believe in good, you may as well walk towards the light, because ultimately, if bad is in charge of everything, well, it doesn't really matter what you do, does it? Because bad will always fuck you over somehow.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I can see that point of view, but I guess I would also say that at least if you go into the darkness, right, you might at least give yourself a chance to escape the the bad god altogether, right? Because in the darkness, if you had towards it, like it would give you more possibilities of being able to escape than just running back towards the light. At least.
I suppose the only thing is, if you do go towards the dark, you and Chickpea will be able to hang out. It won't be all that bad.
No, yeah, I tell you, David W., I really believe it. I believe it
I know
1
you do.
million trillion percent.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. The soul trap theory is kind of terrifying. It kind of is, because it really it just turns everything on its. It just turns everything you ever learned, you know, growing up. If you were subjected to Abrahamic religion as a child, it turns it all on its head, and it kind of makes sense in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Robin is here. Robin, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Yeah, Robin, if you die and you find yourself at the feet of your maker, what are you going to say to that all-powerful entity?
Wait, just a second, DNW, check the side chat. Thaddy said something.
Okay, yeah, I will. But go ahead, Robin.
Hi, lads. What I would say to God if I ever met it, I'd say, "Hi, how's things? What you doing?" Most of all, why I came in is because I saw the picture, you know, the identity picture of a face of mine called What's a Face, and What's a Face has now disappeared, and I was just wanted to know if it was him or somebody using the exact same picture, which looks to me to be very unlikely.
I have no idea what you're on about, Robin.
The bear picture that was just in, who was calling himself Fari or whatever, but he's gone now.
Okay, Robin. Well, Robin, back to the topic. Are you really just going to ask God how they are?
I'd probably have a hell of a lot more to think
Well,
or
think
say.
about it. Think about it. Don't come on this show and not try to address the topic of the show, for crying out loud. We're depending on you to keep. We're depending on you to keep it going.
I'm so sorry. Well,
Similar's,
if you leave this body, you won't have a physical form. The only way that you could communicate with the universal architect would be kind of like through some kind of telepathy or something anyway, because you wouldn't actually have a physical form or vocal cords to communicate. So you'd have to communicate in some other way. But I'm open to the possibility that it could happen.
Yeah. Okay. What might you say then, given that you're open to the possibility? I mean, you can think in real time here, have a little think about it, deliberate on the matter, and give us some feedback related to the topic.
I shall.
Okay, you're going to take the time. I mean, Kenny is trying to mog us again on camera. I mean, no, there's no need for that. I will kick you off for that, Kenny, because I am vegan. Kenny, I will kick you off, Kenny. You got to respect me, mate. Yeah, you got just eat that off camera if you're gonna do that. Sorry, Kenny. You got 10 seconds to remove it off the camera.
So this is a vegan channel.
I am vegan, Kenny. We don't do that here.
And I am.
10,
I don't want to see
9,
it.
8, 7, 6, 5. You're gonna get kicked out of the studio.
Well, kick him off, the
I am
NW.
going to kick. I have to. 1 second. How
do
do I
it.
do this?
Why is he so obnoxious?
There we go. He's gone. Oh,
He's obnoxious. Obnoxious.
Very offensive.
No, he's a narcissist.
He's turned off his camera, but I mean, it's Kenny doing his old tricks again. But Kenny, don't do that again, please. There's a few things don't do. That's one of them. The other thing is don't, show,
Don't you see dead
adult
animals?
material.
Okay, I won't show any more meat eating.
Okay.
I respect that you're a vegan, and I won't show that. Okay, respect.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Brother Marcus says, "Hey Yahweh, how you doing, bruv?" Yeah, I mean that potentially is the best course of action to try and make friends with this entity, right? I mean, maybe even form some kind of collaboration. I'd be thinking of trying to form a collaboration myself.
No, you won't be able to.
You do some things greatly, but there's a little.
DW,
Maybe I could give you some advice on some of the things I feel you're doing wrong.
No.
Maybe.
DW, I'm going to pop off before you. I'm going to stab him. I've told you already.
I mean, God, if you want, I know you created me, but I'm sure you'd like to hear some feedback. I can give you some performance indicators to show you how things are going with your creation, and maybe try and help you plan a new way forward, perhaps, if you'll listen to me. That's what I'd probably try and do, Chippy. What do you think of that?
Not much. Anyway,
Not
I
much.
killed him off. Don't worry, I would
You just go straight in there.
You
You can't beat God. You can't beat God, Chickpea. You surely have to try and charm them, try and collaborate with them somehow. You can't. How could you beat God, Chickpea? Come on.
How can I do what?
How could you beat God? How could you defeat the Almighty?
I want to kill him.
I know, but you couldn't. You wouldn't be able to.
That is my life's mission. I've had no life.
Well, then you'll be coming back here, Chickpea.
No, I won't.
You will be.
I've had no life mission at all. Just nothing to do here. That's my life mission.
Fatih, you should go on another device, love, because she said she couldn't get on here. Try a different device. If you've got another device, a computer, laptop, phone, tablet, whatever, then you might be able to come on. But Fatih says she'd ask what its purpose and objectives are and tell it needs to provide justification. And then she'd ask if it understands what it has done. So she'd ask it, do you understand the consequences of your actions?
It's a nasty piece of work.
Did Fatih just say, "Forgive it, for it knows not what it does"?
It's a God. Surely God doesn't.
Have you thought about what you'd say, Robin?
Yeah. First of all, I believe that God is an it. I think it's okay if we anthropomorphize God and call it him or her. That's okay. Or give it names like Yahweh or stuff. That's okay. But I would ask it if it had considered making a monoverse. Because I think the universe, the dualism of the universe is very complicated to get your head around. And maybe if it could create a monoverse, things would be simplified a little bit.
Robin, what do you say to people like Chickpea, Danny? I don't know who else here. There's a few Yuzu, Fatima. There's a fair few who went down this road of, basically complaining about what is, and even becoming deicidal maniacs. They wanted to kill God. In some cases.
Well, I know you're paraphrasing, and they probably didn't just say, "I just want to kill God." I understand.
No, Chickpea literally said she's planning on killing God.
Oh, Chickpea, yeah. Before you can kill something, I think you need to fully understand it. And
no, I've read the Bible. I've read all about the arsehole. He's a nasty piece of work. And there's something I I don't. I've read all of the Bible. He's an asshole. This God of ours, a complete asshole.
But that's only what
Don't see
Chickpea. That's only one version of God. There are more holy books than there are gods themselves.
Yeah, well, I call this God. Yeah, but I'm talking about this is Gnosticism, right? I believe in Gnosticism. So this God on this earth is the demiurge, an asshole.
I mean, I'm quite happy to support you in that, but that God is not the Abrahamic God. Yeah, the Abrahamic God's an arsehole, but you do realize that God, or the thing that we call God, it doesn't write books. It's never written a book in its entire existence. Humans
yes, I
write
know.
books.
Yeah, but it's humans writing it. But there isn't there, well, things to me, I think at the end of the day, to create a world that is deliberately based on killing, and survival of the fittest, and it's a whole thing of hierarchy, is not a very nice thing to do for those that are encased in it. It's a horrible thing to do, in my opinion.
I never thought I'd say this, Chickpea, but can I say something in the Universal Architect's defense?
Yes.
Because I've spent a year now trying to write an economics book, and to do that, you have to do this thing that they call systems thinking. So you have to think about the system in its entirety.
Folks, if you want to come on, link will be in the live chat. I'm going to take a break for a couple of minutes, but I will wait for people if they want to come on and just join a kind of free-for-all back and forth. Go ahead, Robin. Sorry for butting in.
And systems thinking, if you're thinking about the complete system, now there's one thing, being the universal architect, the first problem is, okay, so there is this much energy, and how can I keep this energy constantly circulating in a loop? How can I do that, but at the same time also have as much possible diversity as possible at the same time? And I think that the poor universal architect could only come up with, well, the beings that are there are going to have to recycle the energy amongst each other. So whether it be the herbivores eating the poor plants, plants, what did they do? That the plants,
So it should never have been invented. I would say it should never, ever have been.
Yeah, but also, once again, in the universal architect's defense, if you don't try, you don't know.
I'm sorry, but to do, I look at the animal kingdom, what humans do and everything, I just find it a horror
Everybody
story.
feel free to join in, interject at a suitable time, wait for a gap in the
think,
conversation.
Robin, my thoughts are always with the 92 billion. The 92 billion that we murder annually. And I find it so horrific that I can't understand that a God of any sort of, with any sort of empathy, would allow us to even do it. It amazes me that we're allowed.
The thing is, you're forgetting God is supposed to be the God anybody's talking about. I'm not saying the Bible or whatever. I'm saying the God. It's supposed to be a God that knows everything.
Yeah.
Knows the future. Knows how it's going to turn out. Knows how everything's going to turn out. Okay. There's no questioning. He knows. So if you made animals that you're either going to eat up, he knew it. He knew they were going to be fighting for their lives. He knew that. That's what Chickpea is trying to say.
Patsy,
Yeah, exactly. Like if
the person that wrote the
God
book,
can see the future, right?
what if the person that wrote the book misunderstood the universal architect? Maybe the universal architect didn't telepathically communicate that message at all, but the person that wrote the book just misunderstood it.
What?
Because all of you are talking about the Abrahamic books, because you might not have read the Bhagavad Gita or the Shintoism.
We don't think any religion is truer than the other, Robin. We don't think any religion is more truer than the other. At least empirically, they're not. They could have good psychological tools or like metaphorical tools, but like none of them are like empirically true to us, right? Or at least for me.
It doesn't matter which. It doesn't matter which God. It doesn't matter which God. It doesn't matter.
God doesn't
He
write
still would
books,
have
so
known this was going to turn out this
you
way.
can't blame God for the books that have been written.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Almost everyone says that the holy books are inspired by God. So it does come from Him one way or another, whether you
In
like
a
it or
very roundabout way. But you might as well say that the girl working at the local Walmart on the counter, that she's inspired by God. She's just as much inspired by God that anybody that wrote a holy
That's
book.
not a good analogy. No, the Bible, both Christian and Jewish, they're both inspired by God. So by a default, they are written by God because they were in their words divinely inspired by God. He is the source of the information and of the words that are in the Bible, right? They are. There's no other way around it.
Do you not think that those people might have been fibbing?
Yeah, they are fibbing because God to me is not even like a coherent thing. So they were lying. Yeah,
There are a lot of inconsistencies in the Bible that prove that they were lying. Okay, I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of things that don't match up. There's a lot of things that don't match up in the Bible. Even the four Gospels are different. The four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, all deviate from each other in some ways. You understand that? So, yeah, the people that wrote that Bible could have been making things up, definitely.
Of course, yeah.
I'd like to address Brother Marcus for a moment. Nobody else went up the mountain with Moses, and nobody else saw God give Moses, and it was 11 commandments anyway, but nobody saw God like laser imprint that little tablet. I personally think that Moses hid the tablet in his rucksack, and then he walked up the mountain. He spent a little bit of time up there, and then he came back down and he said, "Oh, look, God made this tablet." If God really wanted to make the tablet, Moses would have held the tablet up in the middle of the village square, and God would have sent down pinpoint laser lightning, and it would have etched itself right there in front of everybody. This is how we know that the 10 Commandments were not written by God.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have gone up onto the top of a mountain either to do it, okay?
We weren't there. We weren't there. Nobody was there to see it. So, like, why would we trust the word of like him, of like Moses?
I don't trust the word of Moses.
Okay. So why are you using him as an example then? As like, I don't know.
I was just answering Brother Marcus.
Oh, I saw
in
that.
the comments. So yeah.
Okay.
So like I said, none of us can judge. The only way that any one of us can judge the value of what I like to call the universal architect is through our own hearts. We need to reach out to the energy of the universe and try to find our own answers.
What is the energy of the universe? You're talking about like stars, suns, matter. Like, what do you mean? Like, because we know that already. We are that. We don't need any more exploration for that. We already know what that is. So I don't know what you mean. You have to reach out for the energy of the universe. That literally means zero things to me. Like, I don't know what you're talking about because I am made out of energy, and so are you. So we are.
You're literally made out of stardust. You are part of the space that we inhabit.
Yeah. So now what? Okay, but I'm also more than just stardust. I have organs, bones, atoms, skin. You know.
Yes.
And Fatima, you know what's really weird?
And I mean, we were all given the option to go down the pure evolutionary route. But I tell you something, no matter which route that you actually go down, none of them is going to help you find happiness or fulfillment or meaning. So
Well, I don't think that those things are like special, like happiness or meanings. Those things are just tools. Like, I think that to try to find happiness or like meaning in life is already kind of like a fallacy, because like that means a lot of things to a lot of people. So you can't just generalize those things as stuff that humans want, because I mean they do want them, but like the way that each individual gets them is uniquely different from one another, that it just cancels out like everything about those things.
Happiness is a temporary state.
And that too, yeah, it is temporary as well.
It's
Yeah, it is
temporary, and it's you're gonna have
And
pain.
even then, what makes one person could make another person sad.
Yeah, there you go. So it's
Yeah.
not really, so there's no criteria. There's no like consensus of like firm criteria to go by. What does it mean to have a happy life? Because happiness is also fleeting too anyway.
Very much.
Yeah.
Or also why we're
ain't on a dime.
Oh, go ahead, Chickpea.
I said, Patsy and Fatima, thank you both for saying that, because I find it so hard to find this happiness. I have.
Yeah, it is hard.
It's so hard to find.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to find. What's up, Jay?
I mean,
No, go ahead, finish.
You can be happy 1 minute. You can be happy 1 minute and be in sheer pain the next.
And not only that, but like the stuff that makes me happy also changes. Like the freaking stuff that made me happy like even a year ago, it means absolutely nothing to me now.
Right.
So there's that, yeah. And possibly the stuff that makes me happy now probably will be relevant to me within like, I don't know, probably like 6 months. That's very real possibility because it happens to me. Everything changes. So happiness is not everlasting because everything changes, and that is a rule of just anything here.
I have a motto in life. You know, they have my motto in life has changed from, you know, the things that are always sure in life, guarantees. You say death and taxes, right? Well,
Yeah.
I say death, taxes, and change.
Yes, change is very certain in life. Everything changes.
Guaranteed.
And like you're coming from a guy who doesn't even think that there's like a self anyway. So yeah, things do change. We are made out of constant changes, you know. So yeah.
No, our self, Fatima, our self does exist. I had an out-of-body experience when I was 7 years old, and I was outside my body for quite a while. And I can assure you, our soul and our consciousness and our sight exist outside our bodies. We don't need this meat bag to have a soul and a consciousness or a sight.
Well, I have yet to experience something like that, and like I have had like very strong like experiences, but they have not like moved me to think that I have like a self or I have a soul, because like
you have a soul.
I don't know about that.
You just don't feel yours, that's all. I've always felt mine. I can really
That's
feel
good.
it.
Well, I'm very happy that you do, but like I have a lot of.
I'm very happy too that I have a soul. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Yeah.
you can feel it.
I'm not so sure about the questions about the soul. You know, I don't even know what that is. Like, what does it even look like? A ball of light, Jules?
It it's
just let your soul glow. Let it feel so shiny through. Just let it shine through.
You. As I was saying, Fatima, it doesn't. No, it's just made up of a couple of atoms. It's just
so your soul is just atoms? Is that it? Is your soul is just atoms?
When
Okay.
you're out of yourself, you can't see yourself because you've just left your meat bag laying on the operating table. You just come out and float around about the place that you want to do. You don't need a meat bag.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't need one because I don't even. Yeah.
Fatima needs a meat bag because without it, he doesn't have. Even with it, he doesn't have a self. So Fatima is in desperate need of his meat bag because without it, he's less than nothing.
I don't think anyone has a self. Like I follow a general principle of like I just don't think that there's like a permanent self. You know, that's all I think.
No, Fatima, there is. One thing I learned from my out-body experience. One of the reasons why I come here and everything. Now I learned that I was out of my body for quite a while. That's one thing I learned.
Okay.
I think it's not just a weirdo.
All right.
No, there's something.
There's something.
There is something with it. Something weird that. I meat bags.
I've had some experiences being outside my physical self.
Yeah.
So
Really? I think I have two. I think I've had two, but
No,
I
no, you're not allowed to
could just be
because
dreaming.
you don't have a
I-
self. You don't have a self, so you can't be outside it. So you're
Well,
not
no,
allowed.
no,
Well,
I
I
know.
do.
But that's why
I
I'm
do.
saying that, like, what if those out of body experiences are just lucid dreaming or like very
No,
advanced forms of
Fatima,
dreaming?
no, Fatima, I'm afraid I normally agree with everything you say.
Of course, yeah.
I know for a fact I came out of my body. I have a soul, and I know I've got a soul. No one can. If the rest of humanity hasn't, fine. I have, and I know.
Okay. Well, then you should feel like very important that you do have a
No, I
soul
don't feel
and everyone
important
else
at all.
doesn't.
I don't feel important because I believe
Fatima,
cats
you're
have
not
souls.
allowed to talk for everybody else either. You're allowed to talk for yourself.
Well, I am
Leave
talking for
Tiffany's
myself.
soul alone.
What? What, Robin?
Said Fatima just said he was just talking for everybody else, and he was suggesting that you were the only person that had a soul. And I said he's only allowed to talk for himself. He can't talk for everybody else, and that he should leave your soul alone. Your soul is yours.
I
My
was being
soul is
hyperbolic.
mine, and everybody else that doesn't have one, I respect that. But my soul can exist without a body, and I know that. And that makes me happy. So
Yeah, it does,
therefore,
yes.
I'm keeping my soul, and nobody can take it.
Thank you, Robin, because that's how I feel about my soul. That's the only positive that I have within myself.
Wait, so how? Wait, I just want to ask. So how does if a soul is a non-physical, I guess thing, right? Then how does it interact with a physical body if it's non-physical?
Exactly.
Fatima, everything, we're just a couple of atoms. We're just atoms. We don't actually exist. We're just a load of atoms moving at a certain
Wait, you just said we don't actually exist. We're just a bunch of atoms. Doesn't that
Yes,
kind of
that's
prove
right.
me right that there
You
is?
are not the solid being you think you are. We are just a load of atoms moving at a certain pace. Do you know, and scientists say this, if you could crush the world, this whole planet down, crush all the whole atoms into one thing, this Earth would be the size of a cube of sugar.
Of course, yes. It's crazy how that works. Yeah.
Yes, no, you see that. There you have it
Yes,
already.
there is actually
decided
more
energy
empty
field.
space in the universe than there is filled space. So, yeah.
Hmm.
Where there's
really
more
weird.
empty space in a human body than there is actual physical matter. That's interesting. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, can I ask a question? These people that say that they have a soul.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how you know that?
Because I've had an out-of-body experience and I felt it. I was a little girl. I was 7 years old, and I felt it. I felt my soul. I felt my consciousness, and I felt my sight. We don't need eyes to see with.
Yeah, but the thing is, your brain can take care of all that. Your brain.
But the brain is the brain is the meat bag that is part of the meat bag. It's all one big con.
The brain can process all that and make it seem like.
No, your brain can program your thoughts without having that lump of meat there. I know so because it happened to me.
Patsy, did you know that your heart actually sends more information to your brain than the other way around?
Yep. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's back and forth. Yeah.
Oh, people attribute the brain to the soul. No, your muscles have memory.
That's because of your brain. That's why you're the memory. Because nerves and the nerves are connected to your brain.
Electrocute the frog, it starts to swim, even though its brain is dead.
That's because of its nerves.
Our muscles have memory.
Reflex nerves, yeah, because of its brain.
Because of muscle memory.
That's
Yeah, because of nerves, because of the nerves inside the skin, inside the muscles, and of course the bones. Our body is just a collection of things that work. If one goes out, the other will go haywire. That's real phenomenal.
Fatima, it's just
memory comes from the brain. Muscle memory, brain, memory, brain.
But I can exist outside my meat bag, and I know because I did it.
So I'm saying when you die, as far as I'm concerned, and your brain lives for a little while after you're dead, not long, but only about minutes.
No, I
Maybe.
believe, no, I
And
believe
once it's gone, once the wiring stops, forget it. That's it.
No, because I had surgery. I had quite heavy duty surgery, and I would have been out of my body for a couple of hours, and I stayed out just rummaging around the room. So I was only 7 years old. Promise you, Patsy.
Witchmaster, come on and tell us about your
I'm
perspective.
not
It sounds
going.
interesting.
I don't agree with that.
Chickpea, that is interesting as well.
I've literally been told.
Yuzu Lemon had a strange experience. Would you like to tell us in detail, please, in as much detail as you can muster, your strange experience that you just mentioned in chat?
Well, this was like a year ago, and I woke up too early because I struggle with insomnia. And I mean, obviously, I did sleep, but after 6 hours, 5, 6 hours, I woke up, and then suddenly I tried to go back to sleep, but it was really I wasn't going back to sleep, and then suddenly I just like crashed. It was weird. It's like someone just like injected me with something, and then I sort of came out of my body. I looked down and I saw my body, and then I was like floating around my room. And then I slowly went back into myself, and then saw this weird alien-looking thing, like saying horrible things to me. And then suddenly within like I woke up, and then I don't know if I was awake. I don't know if it was real, but then suddenly out of nowhere, it's like I had an electric shock, and then suddenly I was getting heart palpitations. I was breathing heavily. It was weird, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if it was real or if it was just a dream, to be honest.
Interesting.
What did the entity look like? What was it doing? What was your vibe?
It looked like an alien, but like with horns. It was
Freaky.
A grey man alien? What type of an alien? Like a little green
like
man?
one of the. It didn't look like a man. No, it didn't. It looked like one of those archons.
It probably was.
Maybe. Who
Patsy,
knows?
And what was your general feeling? One of terror?
A little bit, yeah.
And you said that it was feeding off of your fear, you said?
It felt like it was getting off from me, yeah, because in that moment, I was like shocked.
And what was your general feeling after that happened? How did that change your thoughts on what is?
I mean, it's hard. The thing is hard to say because I don't know if it was real or not. Because I obviously I've dreamt before, and I know I've had nightmares. I've had trauma nightmares. So, but it wasn't like that. It was weird. It's like I never really went to sleep. It's like I suddenly just kind of I don't know. It's complicated, honestly. It doesn't.
Actually, sorry. I know. Actually, one LA life abolitionist. Do you know that guy that comes on here?
Yeah.
Me and him have had the same dream. I dreamt, right, this. I was a little girl, 5, 6 years old. I dreamt that I'd got out of my bed, floated to the loo, and did my wee-wees and floated back. He had the exact same dream, okay? He told me, we discussed it.
Say this again?
We don't know wee-wees in our beds. You must have heard LA saying that, DNW?
No, tell us again. Tell us this. Cougar Doomer, do come on and tell us about your dreams, mate. Go ahead. Start that story again. Sorry.
This was me in LA. And he
Get
told
Kenny
me
off. Get Kenny off.
Wow.
Kenny does what Kenny does. Go ahead, Chickpea.
Right, yeah. LA was telling me he had this dream. He dreamt that he basically woke up, floated in the air to the loo, sat down and did his wee-wees or his poo-poos or whatever. I've had the exact same dream when I was a little girl, about 5 years old. It would have been 4 or 5. And in my dream, I woke up, I floated to the loo, and I did my wee-wees and I floated back. And then I woke up to a wet bed. and he had the exact same experience, and it was so
So it's just your
real.
brain basically telling you, and basically your brain half realizing that you need to pee, and then you
Yeah.
piss yourself. I wouldn't say that's a supernatural experience.
No, because
It's
my
your brain
brain
probably. It's your brain probably trying to work out what's going on. You're young. It kind of
we had the
realizes
same thing.
It realizes you have to pee, but it hasn't formed the ability to wake you up yet.
Well, something like that, yeah, but still we had
Yeah,
exactly
that's
the same
kind of what
thing.
I wouldn't say that's supernatural.
No, well, no, I didn't say it was supernatural.
Okay.
I just said it's a weird experience. Now something inside our consciousness can leave our bodies, because my consciousness left my body for a few seconds to go to the loo, and it didn't. He said the same thing. Just saying.
I'm waiting for Cougar to come on. Cougar says he dreams of demons. I mean, I want to hear about that. What he means by that. Yeah.
Interesting. So do you think that Yuzu? So you said you think it was the Archons?
I mean, it looked like it, yeah, but I can't really say if it was or not.
Interesting. I mean, it also could be that the brain is, because our brains are known to hallucinate. You know, so it also could have been a hallucination.
It could be. It could be. It well could have been. Who knows? Honestly, I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, it could be a dream that you had, like a very, very lucid sleep paralysis that you could have been having. Yeah.
Yeah, because our brains are even. Wait, let me just say this quick. I was gonna say that our brains are actually known to even like create like events and implant memories within us that never happen, but they'll feel like they happen, like real things that happen, but they're actually stories that our brains invented and created out of nowhere. You know, so you never know.
Yeah.
My conscience left my body the other night. I had a fantastic wet dream.
Oh, wow.
I was out, man. My body.
Patsy, don't joke about it, Patsy. Just because you haven't actually experienced it doesn't mean to say other people don't.
I just still say it's your brain.
No, but my biggest issue with the whole notion.
Your brain is just a lump of meat. Okay, you are trapped. Thing is, right? We obviously believe different things. Okay, the reason why I believe in Gnosticism is because I know our bodies are a meat, just a lump of meat. It's a meat trap, and we're stuck in it. And I know I'm stuck in it.
Yeah, of course.
But
What's up?
No,
it's a meat prison.
No, I was just gonna say that my issue with the whole notion of a soul again is that if the soul is something non-physical, then how can something non-physical like interact with something physical like a body?
Yeah, right, Jay. Like exactly. Like
programmed
this was
to
the
do
same
that.
problem that Rene Descartes faced. Like how, because he was a dualist, right? Rene Descartes.
He was
Like,
an asshole.
how can a soul interact with the physical body? Like that's something he
Right.
couldn't answer.
That
Ever.
asshole in France.
Sorry, what?
You talk about that asshole that scientist who lived in France.
Rene
Rene-
Descartes. Yeah, he was a scientist and philosopher.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
why?
bloody asshole. The asshole that said animals don't feel pain. And
Oh, he did say that. Yeah, no. That, well, here's the thing. I don't like him either. Like, I think he was wrong in almost everything. Like, I think Descartes was wrong in almost everything. Yeah, he thought that. Yeah, he thought that animals are just machines. Yeah, like what the fuck? Animals are just machines? What the hell?
I think I've got his book, The Meditations. I think I've got his book, The Meditations, but I haven't read it yet.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, I stand by my claim. My soul and my consciousness and my sight exist outside my body, and I know they do.
Guys, I want to hand the mic to Cougar Jim. He's come back on. Cougar Jim, the mic's yours. Say what you want to say, brother.
Yeah, the question was, curiosity about why I dream of demons. Most of my dreams are pretty benign and immaterial. By the way, I'm working with my hands today. I've got a lot of chores to do, so I'll be on here to answer the question. Then I'll jump off again. Nothing personal to any of you. But sometimes I have a dream where I'm sleeping. I'm in my bed, and there's someone in the room, and it's a malevolent presence, and I'm really terrified. Like sweating, terrified, so terrified. Like I am not easy to frighten at all, just so you know. But there I am. I'm terrified, and then I'll wake up from it, and I'll think, "Wow, that was a bad dream." But while I'm thinking that, it's still in the room. It's still in the room, and I have to look around. I have to get out of the bed. I have to walk around. It's still in the room, and it takes a long time for it to go away. So while most of my dreams are of absolutely no importance, and maybe are even funny and humorous, and I share them with my wife, the dreams about the demons are about as real as I think I ever want to get in the dreamscape.
Yeah. Is that kind of like is it? Do you get sleep paralysis, Kugaduma? No.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, because I've heard of in sleep paralysis, sometimes people kind of wake up but they can't move, but they feel the presence of what some say is an old hag at the end of the bed or something, near them.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I've heard that
yeah.
one quite a lot, and that's quite
That's
a
where
common.
it's where the word nightmare comes from. They were called Mara, Mara, and so it was a night Mara that you were being visited by. That's not it in my case. It is a malevolent presence, and it knows I'm sleeping, and it knows I'm there, and it's there to give me a hard time. And finally, I don't know where it goes, but it disappears. Now, of course, being a materialist, I would say now that's just my active imagination. But I don't have a world where demons rule or even exist. So I don't know where it comes from. It's an archetype. Maybe it's Jungian. I don't know. Maybe I'm sharing the zeitgeist, and this isn't my dream. It's all of your dreams. But it's really kind of happened since I've gotten older. Uh, Maybe in the last 10 years or so, maybe even 15 years. And I don't have them often, like maybe once every 2 years or so. But I am absolutely affected by it, and it sometimes takes me a day just to rebound from the
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, it sounds terrifying, brother. Do you know? Would you be able to describe them? I know you said you just sense a presence, but is there any description of them as an entity and what they perhaps look like? Although I don't know if you actually see anything, you could let us know on that one, Kuguduma. He is muted there. He's probably talking to his missus. But guys, what do you think of that? What Kuguduma said there?
Wait, what does Danny think? Danny hasn't spoken in a while. What does Danny think? Danny, you there?
Danny might be resting.
Sleeping. Yeah.
Why is
Yes.
that such a common thing?
Why is what?
My sister's daughter, when she was between 6 and 8, I do believe. One day she went to her mum and she said, "Mum, I want to tell you something, but you might think I'm weird." So
Talk closer to your microphone, Robin.
she's like, "Mum, I want to tell you something, but you might think it's weird." And my sister's like, because it's her kid, she's like, "You can tell me anything, literally anything." And she said, "Well, sometimes when I wake up, there's an old lady sitting at the end of my bed, and she really, really freaks me out." And my sister's like, "Well, what does she do?" And her daughter's like, "Well, she just kind of stares at me and hangs around, and it makes me really nervous, and I don't like it." So my sister said, "Well, have you tried telling her to go away and telling her that she's freaking you out and can you not hover over my bed?" And her daughter was like, "I don't know if I've got the courage to do that." My sister said, "Well, how about you come and get me and we'll tell her together." Anyway, she didn't talk about it for a very long time after that. But one day she told myself, "Oh, mom, I saw the lady and I told her to go away." And she did. She didn't see her again.
Yeah, strange. Um, I don't know what to say about that, guys. I'll leave that open to others to interpret and provide perspectives on. But Kugaduma's back as well, guys. I know he might pop off shortly, so we do need to extract as much information as we can from him, considering he may leave the stream to do other things. Kukuduma, do you have any information that you can report on what this entity looked like? Is it you just sensed the presence? You didn't necessarily see it. Is that right?
Seeing is maybe more like out of the corner of the eye, so it was more of an impression and a sight or a visualization. What it looks like, I think the only thing I could tell you is it has a smile, and that's all. I don't think I could tell you anything else. Vaguely humanoid, kind of grinning, kind of sadistic, and I'm afraid. And it likes that? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
Interesting, Kukuduma. You're a man of science. Have you perhaps thought about researching this a little bit more? See how many people have had this experience?
No. Well, okay, it's easy to research it because there are lots of reports of out of body experiences and NDEs and all this kind of stuff. And so yeah, okay, people have experiences. The problem with this for me is that I don't have psychological profile. I am a rationalist. I enjoy things being real. I try to find the reality in everything. And so for these kind of intrusive thoughts to sort of invade me takes me by surprise. I don't have these thoughts in my waking life. I don't have these thoughts often enough to be able to attribute them to anything. It's just that this is a thing that happens to me, and then I have to deal with it. So I have a story to tell. It happens regularly enough that it's a pattern. So I have to deal with it.
It's happened once or twice a year for the last 10 years. Is that right?
No, it's happened every other year. So maybe 4 or 5 times in my late adult life, I have these.
You don't have anything like sleep apnea or anything that might be causing
Good.
you to...
No.
No.
That's why I call it intrusive. It just really comes out of nowhere. And I'm retired. I have control over my own life. I like my life. I'm not doing anything I don't want to do. I'm not harassed by anybody. I keep to myself, frankly, and so it's hard for me to be harassed by anybody. But and my children are happy. We have good relationships. Good marriage. We do what we want to do in retirement, and then out of nowhere. So if I was to surmise anything about reality, is that I cannot discount anyone's expression of existential dread that there are demons in the world and they have seen them and they are subject to them, because I've had that experience myself. I don't think experiences.
Kukuduma, we lost you there. You finished on a kind of cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger, yeah. Kukuduma, you there?
But yeah, guys, that was quite an intense description there, guys.
He's
quite scary. Kukuduma, you're back. You're back.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm moving around, so I may have gotten out of range. So yeah. Anyway, so when people self-report that they have these experiences, I can't laugh and point a finger and say they're stupid because, well, here I am. I'm also having experiences. Now, I think there's a rational reason for it. I think that there's material reasons for it. Whatever. You're getting old, having anxieties about death as you get older, whatever. But I am not an anxious person. I don't have anxieties about death. I don't have any thoughts about it at all.
But
subconsciously, who knows?
Kukuduma, you've had a few strange experiences. I mean, that's one. I also remember you told me when you were younger, you got this strange kind of, just like it came out of nowhere, force that kind of just told you were a cat, and basically you had feline characteristics, or do you remember you told us that story that you were looking in the mirror one day and you got this overwhelming sense of I don't know, like some kind of outside force telling you were a cat,
Yeah, it was advice, really, of some kind.
Yeah. I mean,
So I mean, I think we all have these experiences.
Yeah, no, we do. I'm not making out that you're a freak of nature. I think we all have these strange experiences, and it is interesting to hear a man of science talk about it. That's what I like about this is, people can't accuse you of not being a man of reason, and when you talk about these things, you don't get carried away. So you are a good person to talk to for that reason. Kugaduma, have you ever had strange synchronicities, really what people call meaningful coincidences that are just like highly unlikely? It just seem to be kind of signs of some kind of supernatural phenomena, like things
Yes,
just link up that are just so unlikely that it kind of blows your mind.
I've had a few, but the one I want to point to
Go ahead.
that is really the strangest is that I was finishing up my master's degree. I had an office in an old hotel downtown that I had set up to do my creative work. I'm a calligrapher and a graphic designer in my spare time, and I was doing things for galleries and whatnot.
Cool.
And right down the hall was another creator, a woman who did things, and I think I want to say textiles, but anyway, she had a boyfriend who liked to sit around with her and play the guitar and keep her company. And one day, and I was kind of wondering what I'm going to do with my life now that I'm done with my master's degree. I wasn't looking for work. Like I said, I was being creative. I was having art shows and everything. So selling art, and guy comes in. He says, "Oh wow, I'm glad I caught you because I found this newspaper clipping." And he fumbles around in his pockets. He's a nice guy, but really disorganized. I'm like, okay, what is this about? And so he pulls out this wadded up piece of a newspaper and hands it to me. He says, "I was reading the newspaper. I was reading the want ads. And I saw this and I thought about you." So he hands it to me. And it's an ad from the University of California at Davis, a research university. And they wanted a biologist with a master's degree who had done extensive computer work. And they needed that person to go to a facility 100 miles north of where I actually was and collect data, enter it into a computer so that the university could apply it to a big project. And in fact, I might get hired onto the big project. And so I called the number, interviewed. The guy liked me. I think he felt like he was really lucky in that decade to find someone with my qualifications. So I did the work, and eventually I got hired on to work on a Superfund site. But the coincidence, the serendipity, whatever you want to call it, of this guy who played guitar down the hall from me, who I just barely knew, almost couldn't recognize on the street. He thought of me for some reason, and he had that clipping in his pocket. He said he had it for a week, and he just handed it to me. I unraveled it. I called the number, and because of all that, I worked for the EPA Superfund. I was in the stupid community up in Clear Lake. No one wanted to live there, but there I was. I met the woman who would later become my wife. I got a lot of computer skills while I was working for UC Davis. I applied those to technology in the Silicon Valley. I became a big wig in Silicon Valley, for the work I was doing, not as a CEO or anything, but for the type of work I was doing, I was a wizard. So it all just kind of fell together. And it fell together because of that guy who played guitar, had that wadded up wanted ad in his pocket for a week and handed it to me. So what do you make of that?
Interesting. I mean, the first thing I would say, Kugaduma, is you must have known him pretty well. He must have known what your skills were, and there was a reason why he did it. He just, so from that sense, I think he was maybe just a kind-hearted guy who thought, yeah, Kugaduma's good at this kind of thing. This would suit him.
Yeah, probably. But anyway, like I said, I barely knew him. Maybe he knew me better than I knew him. That's a possibility.
Yeah, it seems like it. Did you get to say thanks to him later in life, or anything? Or did you know who
No. He disappeared.
Wow.
He vanished.
Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting how someone can really help someone, and we don't know what happened to that guy. Maybe his life didn't turn out great, but he helped you immensely. You just don't know.
Actually, I have a related story to that. When I was 3 and my brother was just a newborn, my parents had bought a new house, and it was just a little house. I think they paid $2,500 for it. Handmade by a handyman who just liked to build things.
I'm listening. I'll be right back. But guys, please feel free to reply to Kugadima. Sorry, Kugadima. I forgot it on.
Yeah, sure. And so my dad was a policeman. He would be gone late at night on his rounds, his patrol. The neighbor came home, a neighbor next door who didn't amount to much, but he came home late at night from his work and found our house on fire. And no one inside knew it was on fire. Actually, I knew it was on fire because my mother tells me that I went to find her and tell her that the house was on fire. I was 3 years old. So she was trying to get her newborn infant in her arms and me held by the hand out of the house, which was rapidly collapsing in flames. It was made entirely out of wood. All the inside was cedar. Looks gorgeous. Smells great. Flammable like gasoline. So she was trying to get out, and she had to let go of my hand. And then I ran away into the house, and she got out with her infant. And just as she did, the neighbor pulled up next door. He comes running out of his car. Did everyone get out? She said, no, my son is in there. So he went in, and in the smoke, in the fire, the house was falling down. The entire interior was involved. And he found me in my bed, cowering under the sheets, as you do when you're 3 years old. And he dragged us out of there. And he burned, I burned. His clothes were all singed. My hair was all burned off. I survived it, none the worse for wear. And 6 months later, he was dead. He died in a car accident. And my mother and I went forward with that experience.
That's a tough one, man. That's tough.
Yeah. I don't remember any of it. I claim that I do, but when I tell my mom, hey, Mom, I remember this, she says, no, it wasn't like that. But I do think I remember some part of it because I woke up and I went to her. She was sleeping. And I think the fire wasn't quite as involved. And I remember part of the building being on fire and not even being afraid of it, just like, I don't know what this is. And going to my mother and saying, Mom, there's something going on. Or Mommy, you know, the way a 3-year-old does, right? I'm a toddler. Maybe I was 4. And so she took it seriously and got herself out with her newborn. And I would have died. And the neighbor might have died as well. Oh, there was the other thing. He couldn't find the way out. There was too much fire and smoke, and his eyes were burning from the smoke and the heat. And he couldn't find the way out. But my mom was outside banging on the door with her fists. Bang, bang, bang. And she could have run away, but she didn't. She was banging on the door with her fist. And he said that's the only way he found his way out, that she was banging on the door with her fist and screaming.
Wow, man, it's kind of a crazy story. Like, actually, it is crazy. Like,
Yeah, it's a crazy story. And about serendipity, you know, my dad was working, so he wasn't there. If this other man hadn't come home from work just when he did, and hadn't decided to get involved just when he did, then it's possible, well, it's likely I would have perished in the fire the way 3-year-olds do in that situation. And here I am today to help illuminate all you people about all the things that matter in the world, and yet I can't lay aside the concept that there's more going on in our reality than the materialist view can reveal.
yeah. You're too also like a naturalist, right? Like a materialist naturalist.
I would say okay, yeah, why not?
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely a naturalist. Everything comes from nature, you know, dreams and everything else.
Yeah.
Well,
the known and the unknown, the knowable and the unknowable.
Yeah.
My life was saved. Well, my entire family and its life was saved by a dog named Santana, a really old female German Shepherd. When I grew up on a place called the Stockwell Park Estate, and I know that D&W knows it because he knows the Swan. Back in the good old days, during the time of the Brixton riots and all of that crap, just before the Brixton riots, because we moved, and one night somebody was banging on our door, and my mum woke up, and the smoke was so thick. That's kind of all I can really remember. Could hardly breathe. The smoke was so thick, and we lived above the shops in a place called Barrett House, and there were shops underneath us, and like four of them had caught on fire, and I mean the whole place was burning, and we were on top, and we got out, and because mum had the two of us, and she couldn't grab us both, and one of the neighbors helped, and we all just started to move down the stairs and started to move as far away as we could get from the fire because couldn't breathe. It was all full of smoke. And afterwards, apparently, two doors down, there was a lady called Nanny. She lived there, and a wonderful lady. She had 12 children of her own. One of them had died, and she adopted another 8 children in her life. She was an amazing woman, but her German Shepherd woke her up and in the middle of the night and wouldn't let her sleep and wouldn't let her sleep until she actually came downstairs, and it was the German Shepherd that woke her up, and then she woke everybody else up. So the German Shepherd literally protected us all from the fire.
That's crazy, bro. Sorry, I was away from my desk.
Yeah.
Actually, Robin, I've got a story like that as well, a weird one. When I was in Berlin, this was years ago, and I was very young, I fell asleep one night and I'd left the hot plates on in my little tiny kitchen extension. And then the phone rang, an unplugged phone, and the voice said to me, "Go into the kitchen. Place is ready to go up in flames." And if I hadn't been woken up by that voice on the phone, I knew it was, I would have died in a fire. Hello?
Hi, Pristine. Yeah,
Welcome.
you would have. Yeah, we've heard that one before. It's a crazy
No, just tell
story,
it, Robin.
Chippy.
No, just
Yeah,
tell
Robin, did you hear
So,
that?
so when we say that there's more between heaven and earth, there is definitely more stuff going on.
Yeah.
You don't
There's
need
something
any
weird going on.
supernatural world or anything, but there is more stuff going on in life than is apparent at first glance, if you see
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah, I know. I've been victim of it, yeah. Weird. Because I should be dead. I should be. But somebody wants me alive.
My dad literally says that you can't die until your time is up.
Yeah,
And
he's
he
right.
gives examples. Do you know that a couple of people have jumped off of the Empire State Building and
Yes,
not
and
died?
survived, yes. I know. Same with
There's
Beachy Head.
There's absolutely no reason that they shouldn't die. Everybody
Oh,
else.
really? Wait, they actually survived the fall from the Empire State
Yeah.
Building? Are you serious?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh,
No.
shit.
Objective Ethics says he's off to work, but he wants to tell you guys that he really enjoyed listening to you while he was getting ready for his working
Aw,
day.
thank you, man. Thank you.
Lovely stuff, Objective Ethics.
I loved your
Thank
last
you,
video,
Objective
by the way.
Ethics. Thank you so much, mi amigo. I love you, Objective Ethics. Thank you.
All I'm saying is that they jumped off of the Empire State Building, but obviously for some reason they never reached the bottom because they would be dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've
It
never
happens
heard
to
that
the
story,
Beachy Head
and
as
I don't
well.
know. I can't believe
Me
it.
neither. I can't.
Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't know how to
look it
process.
up.
That's true.
You can look it up on Google. 2 people jumped off the Empire State Building and survived the experience.
Show us it, Robin. You share your screen. Find it and share it.
I wouldn't even know how to do that to share my screen.
Okay.
But
Well, Fatima,
I'll
maybe
look
you
I'll
up.
do it.
Yeah.
Go. I'll have a look. I'll have a look.
All right. And while
about-
you guys are doing that, I want to bring Pristine in. Guys, careful. We will want to give some time to Pristine. Pristine, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. We are talking all manner of supernatural stuff, but we did start the show with this question. If you do die and it turns out that God does exist and you're standing before God, what would you say to God?
Right, Grumps. It has
Chickpea,
happened.
I'm
Sorry, I
asking
only-
Pristine. Chickpea, please, darling. I did just ask Pristine a question, so wait, please. Go ahead, Pristine.
Sorry, I only just woke up. Are you asking me about near-death experiences?
No, I'm asking you. Sorry, darling. I'm asking you to imagine that you have died, and you find
Oh,
yourself in the next realm. There is a God. God is before you, and you have an opportunity to say something. What would you say to God?
well, I don't believe in God, so that's a bit of a difficult question to answer, considering I don't believe in God. If there are entities or aliens, what would I say to them? I'd probably just ask them a bunch of questions. Obviously, it'd be telepathically, like everyone says. And yeah, and then they'd probably answer, and then that would be it, I suppose. But yeah, I'd just ask them whatever questions come to mind in the time about life. But I suppose it wouldn't really matter. I don't think, usually when people have near death experiences or, you know, uh, do psychedelics, this life that they're experiencing right now becomes irrelevant and doesn't even matter and just kind of feels like a distant dream. It like literally just fades to nothing. So I don't think I'd be asking questions about my life anymore. Like you think immediately, oh, I'd be asking about my life, here on Earth. And I know a lot of people talk about life review, although I don't tend to move towards that. I don't even think that that's like gonna happen. If it does, that's interesting because it doesn't seem like it would even matter anyway. But I don't think I'd be asking questions about that. I think I'd be asking questions about their reality in their realm and what goes on now from here forward, not what happened in the past. I don't know if life reviews may happen, but I tend to believe that there might be something going on there that they're missing. Anyway, I don't know. Who knows?
Grub guts. Okay. Do you want me to read out who they were? Jumping off the Empire State Building.
I just want to comment what Pristine said, and then we'll go to you, Chickpea. Pristine, I like what you said there, Pristine. You said you wouldn't be interested in what was, you'd be asking what now. Yeah, I think that's quite smart,
Yeah, for
Cool.
sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, Chickpea is bursting to tell us this stuff that she found on the internet that she believes to be true. I don't know where she found it. Was it on the David Icke forum?
D&W.
Yeah.
Now, Robin, who was it that Robin was that said people
It was
survived the
me that
Empire
brought
State?
it up. I brought it up.
Yeah, Elvita Adams jumped from the 86th floor of the Empire State Building, surviving on December the 2nd, 1979. She fractured her pelvis. That's all that happened to her. Right, another person here. There's more of them. Whoopsie day, let's find him. There's a guy called Thomas Helms, a student from Thing. He jumped on December 1977, but the winds blew him onto a hedge 15 feet below. Evelyn Francis McHale jumped from the 86th observation floor, survived. Now there's a whole load of them. Well, they do. Meant to be.
Yeah, I mean,
I've
wind
survived
blew them. It was a freakish occurrence,
Up
It
at
was,
D&W, something else happened.
Do you guys remember Discworld, where the writer says that 1 in a million chances happen 9 times out of 10?
But it is weird, Robin. And the same with the, what's her name? The Beachy Head, people survived jumping off Beachy Head. No, there's something weird. Because I do believe if you're not meant to die, something will keep you here. And it will have to have done it to me as well. I've had it done to me.
Actually,
I've tried to stop myself.
personal friends that have pushed the whole theory to the absolute limits.
Yeah.
And every single time, for some stupid, dumb reason, right, they don't get out. And
thank you, Robin.
So I've actually had personal friends, but it was my dad that first mentioned it to me, and I've been looking out for the phenomena ever since. Another perfect example, if any of you have seen the movie Hotel Rwanda, that guy literally does everything imaginable to get himself got, and he just doesn't get got.
Won't happen.
Millions around him are dying, and he does everything wrong, and then he writes a book about it.
Yeah. Because I've tried, Robin, and the doctor said to me there's no way I could have taken what I said I'd taken because my body would not have survived it. But, you know, I'll tell you the weird thing. I was in a coma for 5 days in hospital. And when I came round, I knew something wasn't right. I didn't know what, of course, because, you know, you don't know these things. But I haven't tried again, you know, because I know for a fact I'm destined to stay in this shithole until something decides I can finally go. I know it sounds mad, but
at the same time,
Stay now.
DNW.
At the same time,
don't leave me alone like this.
Comforting that, you know, that you're on a journey, and when your time finally comes, you'll get the opportunity to do something different. That gives me great comfort personally.
Yes. Yeah, it does. It helps me to hear other people saying it because it's just a weird thing to go through. Because I have tried. The doctor said there's no way I could have survived what I'd done.
Objective ethics is reasoning here with you, chick people, when he says the law of large numbers shows that things which seem improbable are actually nearly certain. Roll the dice enough times and your number will come up eventually.
Yes, I know, but how many times?
Abiogenesis and evolution, for example.
Is objective ethics not just repeating that thing that the Discworld guy said, that 1 in a million?
Godson says abiogenesis and evolution are nonsense. Godson, would you like to Godson, sorry, would you like to come on here and tell us what you think?
I don't know how that can be like nonsense. Like even like Aristotle came up with like evolution or like some prototype of it, and like the Islamic philosophers even expand on evolutionary theory at one point. It was a prototype. It wasn't exactly like Darwin, but it was already kind of in the works thousands of years before Darwin.
Things with all this, okay, say you talked about suicide, all this. Say, for example, okay, you try and commit suicide, end up doing yourself one heck of a lot of harm and end up crippled. You know, it's a very risky thing to do. And it is. I certainly won't be trying again. So, DNW, I'm going to be here for years.
Jolly good. The Fire Gnosis show needs you.
Yes, I'm sure it does.
Chicky and Robin, what about the fact that there are babies who die obviously young because they're babies? What about that?
Well, I spoke about it on the program the other day. Like I said, when I was about 2, my dad had a massive nervous breakdown, and he ended up in the Maudsley in London.
I've been there. Was it Maudsley?
Yeah.
Robin, I spent a few days in there. Nice hospital, isn't it?
Do not end up there. It's not really a great place. Anyway, my dad.
I wasn't too bad.
my dad really didn't mind because he totally lost the plot. Anyway, he said that during all of this, he had an out of body experience, and basically he kind of like sat there, and my dad loves his cups of tea, but he sat there for 3 days. Apparently my mum watched him do it, which what does that make my mum, right? So he stopped eating, he stopped drinking, he stopped, and apparently my mum came in for a couple of days and said, like, is there anything you want, is there anything you need, are you sick? But when he ignored her, she's like, well, fuck you, basically. So just left him there. And apparently eventually somebody called an ambulance because you know, somebody not eating, drinking, and just being a vegetable for no reason is apparently it's a warning sign. Anyway, during all of this, my dad says that he went off and he told himself that unless God personally came down and gave him a really good reason for being here, that
Yeah.
he was going on strike. He wasn't going to do anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, eventually, he found himself floating in a space of blackness, and it
Yeah.
freaked him out a little bit. And he looked
Mhm.
around, and he wasn't there, but he was there. He couldn't see himself, but he was there.
Yeah, he was there, yeah.
And basically, all of a sudden, he felt himself kind of like being pulled in a forward motion, even though there was nothing to be pulled forward in.
Yeah.
And he says that this entity came and spoke with him, that he calls them one of them. And he said that this entity was thinking thoughts at him, just like putting thoughts in his mind. And once he got to grip with that, he asked this entity, said, "Are you God?" Like, no. "Why are you here?" The entity said to my dad. Said, "I want to talk to God." And the entity's like, "No, you don't. Go back." And he's like, "If you're not God, get out of my way. I'm on a mission." And the entity's like, "You really don't even need to." And my dad was like, "I really do." Anyway, so the entity said, "Okay, if you're going to be stupid, come on in." And the entity kept pulling him closer and closer and closer to this, what my dad described as a light, but it wasn't a light. And he's moving closer and closer and closer. And all of a sudden, his brain began to get overloaded because he felt that there were a whole load of other entities around him. And then they all started thinking at him, he says, at the same time. And he said it was extremely painful. It was very, very painful. And in the end, he just kind of like screamed like, "Can you all just please shut the fuck up?" Right? And then all of a sudden, he was back with the original entity. And eventually, he got to this thing that my dad says was God. And he said, "There you are." And my dad asked it a million questions in a second. Can't remember half of the answers. But he says that one of the answers that he did remember, he said, "Why are babies born just to die a month later?" And apparently God said that they had something to finish. They just needed a little bit extra physical existence to do something. And then they were done, and then they left again. And he asked a shitload of other questions. And basically, after being kind of like mind raped by all of those other entities, he said it was really nice to be in the presence of this calming energy. And he really, really enjoyed it. And eventually the entity or whatever it was said, "But you really shouldn't be here. You've got to go back home." And the original entity kind of like led him back to where he was supposed to be. And he found himself in the nut house back in his own body.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helps.
How long was he in the nut house for?
I don't remember. It was definitely about 6 weeks. He and my mum, they never got back together again. He moved into the very flat that I'm sitting in now, and has been here for what, 45 years. So I need to keep my computer in, so I'm gonna.
Wait, but
I spent 8 months in the nut house. 8 whole months.
wait, but that I don't know. That still doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So the babies just have some unfinished business, and they just need a little bit of time. That's it.
That's weird.
That sounds a bit too like too convenient of an answer. I feel like
I agree with you. 100%.
It sounds very like convenient. Not only that, but it sounds very very dismissive almost, right? And you know that's I get very very dismissive of a lot of things actually.
Yeah. I don't buy it. I don't buy it as an explanation. Like, how does your dad even know that was God? What if that was just another archon just trying to trick him?
Or it was just who knows? You know, like.
Well, have you got a better explanation, Mister?
Whoa! Damn, I don't know, Senor DNW.
And another thing too I wanted to say was that you said your dad was basically fasting, right, Robin? Essentially. Robin?
He was, yeah. Well, not eating.
All right. So usually when people tend to fast for a long period of time, they usually start to hallucinate, and they have a lot of them talk about these same sort of experiences where they experience these entities that
There's
basically
everything to
like
do it.
talk to them.
I've heard though. I think I hate to say it to you, but I have read similar stuff to this because I've been in a similar situation. I didn't have anybody come and talk to me, but I have read similar stuff. There's something very strange.
Would you stop for one moment and listen to yourself?
Whoa.
Oh yeah. So wait. So Chickpea, you also fasted and experienced the same thing?
No, I haven't. I said I've read about it. I've read about people
Oh.
dying and being sent back by weird creatures and all weird things happening. It hasn't happened to me. You know, I didn't meet anyone on my little death trip, but I've heard of it happening to other people. Yeah, and that's what I've read. Because I'm always trying to find out.
Mm-hmm.
But it does happen. It's weird. There's something weird going on. Plus, don't forget, and even scientists say this: we only see a tiny sliver of reality. Something like
Yeah.
98% of the thing we don't see even. So
Yeah.
the fact that people see weird things, like seeing ghosts at their beds and everything, like Cougar said, well, it's quite possible because he can see something the rest of us don't see. You get what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess what I guess if you also like I guess like fast and I guess starve a body of things that can I guess block you from experiencing these other dimensions if they are real, like food, right? Because usually food is something that um it could be a hindrance to you experiencing these deeper realities, right? So if you fast and stuff, it makes sense then that people who fast for a long period can end up like breaking down those barriers and seeing these
It's
other
weird.
entities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've read about it. Luckily, it's never happened to me, but I have read about it. There's a lot of stuff about it.
Yeah, maybe I should go on like a 7-day fast or something and see if I experience the same thing.
Well, I won't be doing that. I'm just trying to keep my grasp on reality, to be quite honest.
Yeah. What's another weird experience I've heard people talk about is people who looked into the mirror without blinking for a long time, they start to experience like a weird they start to see something weird whereby like they start to see like a shadowy entity like starts to like appear into a mirror or something. Have you guys ever heard about that? When they stare into the mirror for too long?
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
So
I'll tell
who
you a
knows?
weird story as well. Back in 1968, I was living in Bahrain on an American naval base.
Bahrain.
And one night we were lurking around, and we saw holograms of military vehicles. Now that sounds really wacky, doesn't it? But there were these holograms that looked exactly like military vehicles, appearing, disappearing, appearing, disappearing. I just stood there watching them. I never told anyone about it because who'd believe me? But holograms nowadays exist.
Interesting.
They were probably like testing out the technology because even though I try to I do believe that like scientific advancements are done first underground in the dark, and now they're revealed later on in the public. I truly do believe that. Like, I honestly think that they're hiding the cure for cancer. They are hiding the cure for cancer and a lot of ailments. They are. Oh, for sure they are. Yeah, like for AIDS, HIV, they're hiding a lot of cures for a lot of things from us.
But I tell you, these military vehicles, they were just appearing, disappearing, tanks, cars, everything. And it did happen.
Yeah, that's true.
1968.
1960, whoa, damn.
What? 1968, I was 14 at the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
So they were already having holograms in 1960. They probably got done after World War II. They started to ramp up on their technology.
U.S. naval base. No, not naval. Yeah, U.S. naval base we lived on, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I start to think, it's just amazing how so little time between World War I and World War II we made the bomb, the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Like it's really crazy.
only 30, 20 years, we just made that one of the most destructive things. Who knows
Yes.
what we have hidden right now in the
I
dark?
get to think, yes.
Because World War II is now 80 years old now since it ended. I think we have a lot of things hiding, underneath
Yeah, I
everything.
dread to think what the future holds, actually, because I think they will
Exactly.
use it on us.
Of course. I mean, I think they already are. No, they are. They're using like brainwave technology, mind control,
Yes.
MK Ultras, programming,
It's actually
social.
only 80 years. It'll be 80 years this year since it ended. You said 88, right?
No, 80. I know. I said 80.
Oh, did you? Okay. Sorry.
I said 80. Yeah.
Is he criticizing me again?
No, he was criticizing me because he thought I said 88. Yeah, it's my voice. Sometimes I don't say words correctly. It's all right. We'll be okay.
Actually, Grumps, what's your take on the new abortion laws in this country?
Oh, what's that all about? I'm not aware. Like,
Have you
are they
heard the latest in the UK? In the UK, you can now abort your baby right up to when it's born. And what they
really?
do is they remove this baby and leave it to die on a sideboard, and this is actually happening.
Wow, that's actually.
Isn't it murderous? I don't like
Whoa,
babies.
that's
but
kind
I
of
think
like.
it's horrific.
Damn, that's kind of
Isn't it horrible?
extreme. Like what
Yeah,
the
it's
hell? That's
bad.
pretty extreme, actually. Actually, it's kind
Yeah,
of barbaric, almost
evil.
barbaric.
It's
Yeah.
Well, it's very barbaric.
First of all, like I don't think anyone should be
I have no
yeah.
idea what you're talking about, Chickpea. I never heard that.
DW.
No.
Right. The laws DW, it's been on it's been in the newspapers. The abortion laws have been changed, and you can in this country you can now have an abortion right up until the time of delivery.
Wow.
Google it.
I'm going to fact check that right now
No,
because that's
decriminalize. It's decriminalizing it, not legalizing it.
decriminal. Okay.
Oh, DW. What's the difference between decriminalizing and legalizing?
There's some few differences. It's not a lot though. It should have been the same thing. It's almost the same thing, but there's some few nuances because the law is very, very fucking
Now
complex.
it's legal to have an abortion right up until literally the time of birth. Damn. I don't know how a woman would carry for that long and then decide I want to abort.
Yeah, right. Like usually most women have abortions in like the first trimester, like in the first 9 weeks. They want it like gone and over with.
You know what I reckon though? I reckon this is something to do with the fact that the adrenochrome stuff where celebrities rich people use the blood of young people to.
Oh yeah.
I think there's all that going on.
Yeah,
that's why they legalized it.
Of course, and of course it would start in no other but the freaking UK. Yeah, of course they would start doing like
I'm horrified by it.
Blood children. Yeah, that's not surprising to me at all.
And I'm pro-abortion, but I'm horrified by it. I'm surprised I didn't know about it. DW, it's been on the news.
I think he's eating right now.
There's something very sinister going on with it. I reckon that they're harvesting the blood and maybe because I have read about the elites, the creepy elites actually feasting on human flesh. I have read.
Of course, Chickpea. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the whole adrenochrome thing?
Yeah, Jay. Yeah, Jay. The absurd. But the absurd. Wouldn't you think that's absurd what the elites do, like just drinking the blood of children so they can get like a high,
And they inject it as well. They give themselves blood transfusions with it.
But like, I would be more shocked and angry, but I just think that's just humanity doing humanity. It just exploits people, harms them, their own brothers and sisters and children. They just harm them,
babies.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I bet you any money behind the scenes, women are going to be paid behind the scenes. We won't know about it. Women will be paid to behave like that.
Oh, Danny. So, go ahead, Chickpea.
I think I reckon there's something more sinister going on.
Yeah.
There's always something underneath the surface that's going on, like sinisterly. Always something underneath the surface. Don't expect like good intentions with the majority of the world. No, don't.
Yeah.
good
Well,
intentions.
Danny is saying that we should make abortions mandatory. Are you there, Danny?
Whoa,
Social experimentalist.
yeah, but like I
Yeah,
know
yeah, I'm
he's
here.
Danny. Really, you mean that? But like, at what
Sure.
limit
Make it
though?
mandatory.
Oh.
Save,
Wait, so you're
save
saying that anytime a woman
for sure. Yeah, because you need to save we need to save the unborn children from the horrors of existence.
But how do you go about implementing that, though? So are you going to make it so that every woman who gets who conceives a baby, they automatically have to like get something inseminated into them? Not inseminated, but you have to be injected with something that'll kill the baby or something?
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Oh wow.
To save the children, the poor children, from having to come into existence.
Wait,
Wait, are you actually wait, Danny? Are you actually serious or are you trolling?
Are you trolling? Come on, really? You can't be serious about
Brother
that.
Marcus, you're wrong, I'm afraid.
Wait, Danny, are you actually serious?
No, not completely. But, you know.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because like I'm against bans on abortion, but I'm not for like forcing abortions onto just anyone too, right? I'm not for that either. Even and I'm
Yeah.
an anti-hatalist, you know. So yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry about before, lads. I wasn't avoiding people asking questions about my dad's crazy experience. My battery literally just run out. But on this topic, you know, the hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Robin.
Yeah. On this whole topic, most European countries and North America, Canada, we the population has already started just naturally decreasing the our own birth rate. So if we just keep on doing what we're doing in Europe, we'll naturally decrease the population at a rate that is sustainable, so that we can still fill the job, look after the elderly, and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, Robin, do you have children yourself, Robin?
No, and I really didn't even I didn't want them, because I was in a kids' home when I was young. My biggest fear is having children and then having the government steal them from me. So I never had children.
Okay. Interesting. But yeah, that's that's one of the biggest things affecting war right now. I think basically most countries, apart from I would say like a lot of African countries and India and a few other Asian countries, are
India's got less than replacement rate births now as well, as a whole.
Really?
Yeah. Obviously, there's
Interesting.
some regions, but yeah, India's got less than replacement rate, so they're going in the right direction. Well done, India. I salute you.
Wow, interesting. So I guess it's just the African countries that have a higher than average replacement rate, and I guess a couple Middle Eastern countries too.
Yes. Shout out to all of my sub-Saharan African brothers and sisters. Stop breeding so much.
No, Robin, the Africans will take over the world.
That's inevitable, but they just manage, because, like I said, actually, the theory is either it's going to be the Mormons in America, because the Mormons, they still, on average, have 3 children, which is more than replacement level, or the sub-Saharan Africans, because they also have more than 3 children. So basically, yeah, it's going to be a toss-up between the sub-Saharan Africans and the Mormons at the moment.
Wow. Wait, so how many Mormons are in the U.S.?
Not nearly as many as there are sub-Saharan Africans, but sub-Saharan Africans have proven very, very clearly that they have absolutely no idea how to manage a functioning society. So they'll probably have another Rwanda and murder each other or something
Wait, no. That's not really variably true. No, like look at Botswana and Seychelles. Those are good African countries. Ghana is experiencing a nice oil boom, and Botswana is starting to like it's considered. It has one of the cleanest drinking water in all of the world. Botswana, even more than Russia, if you can believe it.
Actually, that's true because my AI told me that if I wanted to start doing my digital NFC pass community, that I should actually start in Botswana.
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm saying.
they're about to update to a completely digital system, and
Yep.
the AI thought that it would be the perfect starting place.
Yep.
But they have lots of disparity in Botswana, like unbelievable disparity.
I would think that exists in all countries, not just Botswana, in various ways that a
Yeah,
disparity
but
does exist.
Botswana is the best of the worst. So if we just look at Botswana, we know how the rest of Africa's doing. That includes South Africa, by the way.
The best.
No, but Africa is actually one of the fastest developing continents, right?
It is exactly. Yeah, it is one of the best. In fact, Robin, you said Rwanda. Rwanda right now is considered the Singapore of Africa because it's clean. There's no crime. There's relative HDI.
Isn't there a war going on in the Belgian Congo right now at the moment?
But that's in the Congo, and that war has been happening ever since the 1960s because of French colonialism and meddling. That's been happening since like the 1960s, and plus the French almost genocided the entire Congolese population with not the French, it was the Belgium. The Belgium almost wiped out the entire Congolese population thanks to King Leopold III, right? He pretty much just like absolutely decimated entire generations and tribes.
I actually heard that it's so bad in the Belgian Congo that they've actually started paying Romanian mercenaries to come and kill each other for them. So
Romania and Russian. The
they can't even be bothered to do their own killing anymore. They just pay other people to do it.
Well, here's the thing. It's not the people hiring them. The people fight. It's just that there are corrupt governments in general that are hiring them. It's not the people. It's the corrupt government in general that are hiring like the mercenaries to like stamp out all of like the war and insurrection there, because it's been going on for God knows how long, ever since the 1990s, I want to say, because actually the Congo at one point was actually stable, even though authoritarian. It was under the leadership of Mobutu. Have you heard of him? Anyone? He was like he was the leader of Rwanda for the Congo for 26 years, and it was stable under him, even though he was very authoritarian and oppressive. But under him, it was very stable for like the most part. But when his regime collapsed and he fled Congo because of the growing insurrection against him, it went to shit in like the late to mid 90s. Yeah, that's when it really started to hit the fan.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not judging Africa harshly. I think that some rich people could interfere in the UK in exactly the same way and encourage us to kill each other as well. So this is not an African thing. So that's half of the reason that I wrote my book, to try and make more stable communities, because if not, things aren't going to be looking too good in the future.
No, it's not. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Robin, but I feel like we're screwed either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I'd rather get screwed by a big meteorite or global warming than us just basically just killing each other randomly.
Well, that's what's gonna happen either way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's gonna happen to us either way, Robin. Whether you want to face it or not, you're either gonna die because of human causes, natural causes, or external causes. It's not gonna end well for either of us. That's what
leave the natural causes out. But like I said, I'm just saying right now, if humanity is killing each other for absolutely no good reason, I'm protesting. I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb.
It is stupid. It is stupid. Yeah, it is.
I think we should stop doing it, and women should stop having abortions after the first 6 weeks of pregnancy as well. I'll throw that in too.
Oh, after the first 6 weeks, I think after the second trimester they shouldn't get it because the baby at that point can't feel pain in some way. But before that, there is no nerves central system there anyway. But that's no issue though because 90% of abortions happen in the first 2 trimesters anyway, so it's not a big issue.
Exactly. We're not, but like I said, I watched a video the other day, and NASA just openly said it at the end of one of Elon Musk Mars video. Oh, we're going to have to start genetically manipulating babies so that they can survive in space better. Like, I thought that genetically manipulating.
Oh, here we go. Music time.
Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. That's what happened to you. That's what happened to you. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. That's what happened to you. That's what happened to you. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. Fuel for the machine, yeah. Fuel for the machine. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the fire. That's what happened to you. That's what happened to you. Thrown onto the fire. Thrown onto the
Brilliant. I love it.
You know what that was? That was actually, do you remember? That was one of my old tunes that I made on my what do you call it, ukulele. And what I did was I just remastered it on Suno, put it in, and you told it to make a cover of it using exactly the same, the tune. The tune is the same, obviously, but obviously it did with new instruments. But obviously, it's pretty cool, isn't it, that it can do that? So basically, I don't know if you remember Jay, I used to make some songs now and again.
Yeah.
MIDI ones on my ukulele. So I just put that file in, and it obviously used my voice, but obviously it sounded. I thought it sounded good as influence. Do you know what I mean? And it used the
It
music,
did.
and it kept the same tune, it kept the same riffs, and the same rhythm and all that. It was. I think it's amazing that it can do that. I did a few of them today. Do you want to hear another one? If I can get it.
Yeah, sure. I can already tell it's gonna win a Grammy next year.
Ah, shut up. It's not because it's
Hell
not.
yeah.
Do you remember the
No,
one I did about
no,
the?
I actually genuinely like it. I like it.
Do you remember the one I did about the eyeball inside your head? It's about determinism. Do you remember that one? I don't know if you remember that one.
I think so.
I did that one as well. See if I can find it.
No, but I'm not trolling DNW. I really actually like the song. I did.
I like the song DNW.
Yeah.
Let me see if this one. What I like. What the hell is that?
Sounds like an old Nokia ringtone.
Yeah, it does sound like a Nokia ringtone.
Sorry.
I vote Germany.
But make sure to copyright it, DNW. You don't want no one else to steal it from you.
So I like the way the tune came out because it is the same tune. The notes are the same and all that. And the rhythm and all.
Yeah.
That. It's pretty cool that you can do that nowadays. So things are
Yeah.
up in terms of technology. Let me just add this one then if I can do it. It's going to take a moment, so bear with me. If I can get a moment. I don't know. I don't know if this is the right one. I made a few versions. I don't know if I can find the right one. I'd have to look through them. But eyeball.
Maybe you should make a whole. You should make a whole album.
I will actually. I'll put them all on as one, yeah, and then put them on my channel. But eyeball was my favorite one. It was I liked it because it was about determinism. Because at the time I was freaked out by hard determinism. I'm not really happy with how it came out yet on this one, but I'll see if I can. I don't know if this is the right one because there was a few versions, but here's the one called Eyeball.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you beat down? What the hell are you? You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well. You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well. Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell?
No, this is the wrong one, but anyway.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? You're everything that's happened and everything that's happening, and none of it was or is ever under your control, because you're just an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. Disturbing to find your whole system is just reflexive action. Biology interacting with the environment, society. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind, watching the world go by. You might be tormented until you go demented, as your senses only tell you bad news, bad news. It's an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind, with ears to listen as you talk, with feet to feel as you walk, thinking to yourself, wow, did I just say that? Wow, did I just do that? Ow, 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 that hurts. You're just an eyeball that can suffer, that can suffer. It's a lonely life you see inside your fleshy entity. It's a lonely life you see, imprisoned in a hole. Your soul, it cries in pain, because you've gone insane. Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Just memories of things you can't remember all that well. Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Just an eyeball inside your mind, watching the world go by, and then you die.
That was that one.
Lovely.
Very nice,
Do you
DNW.
remember that song? I did it. As I say, that was the song I wrote, and I made the melody on my ukulele, and then I put it into the Suno. So it got inspiration from my voice. It sounds like me at the beginning a little bit, but then it just goes off. It sounds too American, and it sounds too well keyboard,
Yeah.
what have you. But it's amazing what you can do. I'm happy with the way it turned out in terms of the melody, because that is the melody I had, and obviously all the words, and that's what I wrote. Do you remember that song, Jay?
Yeah, I remember it now, yeah.
That was my favorite back then, so I'm really, I've got a few other versions of it, so I personally think it's pretty cool.
Wait, DNW, I have a question, DNW. Have you ever, like, back then, ever tried to enter, like, the music industry, or try to
No,
pursue
because I'm not.
music?
I wasn't. Do you know? I'm not a musician. I'm not. People say I can sing, right? But that singing, by the way, guys, is Suno.
Yeah, it's AI, of course,
I
yeah.
sang into. Basically, what I did for that is I downloaded my song, yeah, as an MP4, turned it in MP3, uploaded it to Suno, yeah, and it basically created a version of that. And then what I also did was I sung into the microphone for like 5 minutes, just random songs. I was singing Oasis and Blur and the Beatles,
Nice.
and then it was listen to my voice as inspiration to kind of clone it. But I don't think it did a great job, completely
Yeah.
cloned it. Do you know what I mean? But what I do like is that it got the melody and the lyrics all perfect. You know, like the way I had it was that the way it went up and down was the way I wanted that song to be. So I like it, but I didn't. I'm not a musician. You know what I mean? I did at the time that period. I had a little ukulele, and because I like writing, yeah, poems and shit. I used to write out the lyrics back then. This is years ago. I did that years ago. About I don't know, about 5 years ago or something like that. And then I basically made the music on my ukulele to it, like a kind of like, I only know basic chords, you know what I mean, on the ukulele. And it kind of it was a fun process, but because of my weird brain, I did about 10 songs, didn't I? And I never did any more. I just randomly did. But by the way, they sound pretty shit. Like if you hear them rough and ready, they probably sound really shit. But at least that's the idea. I wanted it to get to that, you know what I mean? I wanted it to get to something. Because do you get what the song was about?
Yeah, it was about
Yeah. Yeah, determinism and
the eyeball. Yeah, the eyeball is like something that you have.
Your mind's eye, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about living inside your own head and watching yourself from the outside inwards.
Very good stuff, D&W.
I'll try and I've got a few more I've done if you want to hear them. Based on the other songs, I'll get them up here, seeing as you like them.
You need to drop an album.
Yeah, drop an album. I'll buy it. I'll buy it.
Let me see if I can get this on here. It's taking me a moment. But you see, I did that Martian song today as well, joking.
Oh,
I
saw
don't know
it.
if you know that comedy song. I made that back then as well, and I did a re-upload of that. But it kind of made me a bit, although people liked it at the time, because I was quite depressed back then. You can tell, you know. Yeah, and it was weird, like putting music up that I made when I was depressed, you know.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
Well, yeah, sometimes music is a good outlet to express yourself when
Yeah,
you're
but then I'm
depressed.
like, it doesn't make other people depressed, so it's kind of like, you know. Anyway.
No, it actually sounds good. And also like it also helps other people because you're sharing your experiences with other people who relate to it, you know. So
this song was about being a loser, basically. Here you go.
Yeah. Thrown into this world from nowhere. Thrown into this world from nowhere. Looking around, seeing what's going on. Participating if you can, and if you don't like it, that's just too bad. And if you don't like it, that's just too bad, because they have been fun, and that's all that matters. Because they have been fun, and that's all that matters. Standing on the skulls, standing on the skulls of every victim who's in tatters, of every victim who's in tatters. They're smiling up there. They're smiling up there. As children die in the next room, as people jump from their gloom, they're smiling up there. They're smiling up there. They're smiling up there. Thrown into this world from nowhere. Thrown into this world from nowhere. And if you don't like it, that's just too bad. And if you don't like it, that's just too bad, because they're smiling up there. They're smiling up there. Yeah. I don't know what to say, really. I mean, yeah. Well, go for a walk or something. I mean, yeah, go for a walk. That's what I do.
That was that one. And
Nice.
I'll play one more because there was a there we go. This is the last one.
Fuckity fuck.
No, it's not. Sorry, that's the wrong version. Let me try and find it. I'll be right with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find it.
Loud and clear.
Huh?
You said loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Wow, Kenny, are you serious, Kenny?
Who's Kermit the Frog?
Where's Kenny from? He's from Scotland.
Oh no, I said who's Kermit the Frog? I know he's from Scotland.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess he's the ice agent.
He's obsessed with America.
I know, right? Kenny should just go and live in America if he loves it so much.
Absolutely.
He can
He's
live in my
himself.
apartment. I'm leaving. Like
He was American.
Yeah, maybe, Christine, yeah.
I can trade in my fucking passport there.
Fucking hell. This one's quite dark as well. Anyway, I'll play this one. Apologies.
Darkness consumes.
The darkness. If it will
All
load.
consuming. The abyss.
Were you born into the world to die? To die? Were you born into the world? Were you born into the world to die? To die. There's no way to prevent it. There's no way to prevent it. We'll die. We'll die. We'll die. Were you born into the world to die? To die? Oh, were you born into the world? Were you born into the world to die? To die? There's no way to prevent it. There's no way to prevent it. We'll die. We'll die. We'll die. Oh, 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 oh.
That's enough.
Wow, that's probably the most beautiful song I've ever heard about death.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senior DNW.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do some more work on
And
that.
you call me grumpy, grumpy guts.
That was years ago, Chickpea. That was years ago.
That's not exactly grumpy. That's just confronting the facts that you get 100 years. So make the most of them and do the things that you want to do before you check out. No harm, no loss.
There you go.
Yeah, say so. I don't want 100. 80 will do me.
We got Brother Marcus here. What does Brother Marcus think?
Brother Marcus, how you doing?
Hello. I'm okay. How about yourself?
I'm all right, Senior Marcus.
I answered the question in the chat earlier.
Oh, you did. Oh, let me just read that. I'm gonna find you.
I just said, "Hey, way. How's it going, bruv?"
Oh wow, that's funny.
I mean, there's already
That's
a ton
really-
of people who love God. There's a ton of people who hate God. I'm not going to contribute to anything, so might as well say
Yeah,
what's up, bruv.
Yeah, no, like I said DNW, like what do you mean by God? And he put it like in like a parentheses, which is good, but it still doesn't define it what it is exactly to me. You know what I mean?
Next time around, I want to try 100 years in a monoverse. See what that's like.
A monoverse? What's a monoverse?
Well, we live in a universe, and everything is dualistic. There's an up, there's a down, there's an in, there's an out, there's a happy, there's a sad. I would like try the state of being where everything's mono. There's just only one option, not two. You know.
Interesting.
Oh, really? So there's just one universe then, but there's like all other like.
No. It's not a universe. You're not paying attention. It's a monoverse.
Monoverse. Oh, okay.
Yes. Completely different state of being. You know. It's
Hmm.
like going from a 2D reality to a 1D reality, just to see what it feels like. I might hate that too, you know, but you never know until you try.
Wait, so like for example, there would only be instead of there being left and right, there would only be right.
Yeah, for example, yeah.
Wow.
But then how do you know that something is left if there is no right?
Yeah, exactly. How would you know?
It's a completely different state of being, and could be interesting, could be horrible, but it could be interesting because the universe. I'm not so keen on it, you know. I mean, I'm not complaining. I've had a good run. I have had moments of great joy. I also even appreciate some of the moments of sorrow because when you like when I lost my dog, you know, and my dog was the first person to go on to the great yonder and leave me. I felt great sorrow, but at the same time, that little being, that being that I'd had from a puppy to, you know, to a rebellious teenager to an old dog man, I missed him. I still miss him occasionally, and which means he had value, he had worth, if you see what I mean. So, yeah, even sorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I got good news, lads. I finally published my book.
Really?
And, because
Awesome.
yeah, and because we live in a dualistic universe, I have absolutely no idea about what publishing was or or even how to do it. So I just did what the AI told me to do. See, look, I'm already its bitch.
I think
I just followed the instructions, and the way I made the book in a PDF, and it's beautiful, right? You just scroll down, it's wonderful, it's beautiful. But the way that it just put the bloody book on Amazon, it's like a 2-page thing, and it like you've got one column here and one, and I just don't like the way it looks. So,
What's
yeah.
the title of it again?
Pardon?
What is the title of your book again?
Oh, The Romance of Good Economics.
The Romance of Good Economics. I will say I do like the title.
Yeah, I really liked it because there are a couple of romance stories in there, like proper realistic romance stories, because I wanted to have real feeling characters that live in my fantasy economy to see, you know.
Oop, you cut out. Oh, you cut out there, Robin.
Oh, he's on mute.
Oh, he's on mute. Oh, okay. Robin. It's like, no, but I'm really happy you did publish that book.
Yeah.
That's a good, yeah. Oh, it's kind of amazing that like there's some people who actually like publish their own books of philosophy at a very young age. Yeah, like in their 20s. And I'm like, what the fuck? How do you do that? Like, how do you already compose like a system of thought in your in like your early to mid 20s and publish it when you're 28?
Pretty,
Yeah.
if you start when you're a teenager, it's pretty easy.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
You can learn theology. I studied theology when I was in high school extensively. I was reading books as bigger than my head.
I found the other one for team if you want to hear it. They found an Iceman, it's called. So what happens is I uploaded this old one, and then you sing into the microphone for 5 minutes, and it clones your voice, and it bases it on the melody of the old song as well. So it gets inspiration. It uses both. But here's how bad it was. I just want to show you because.
Okay.
1 second.
Oh,
So
the
it was only on a ukulele, right?
Okay.
Fuck.
Oh, cool. Yeah, let's hear it.
So it was basically it was improvised. All these are improvised as well. Some of them, you know. Here we go.
They found an ice man. They found an ice man. They found an ice man. They found an ice man in the Alps.
Okay, so that's basically that one. And then when I fed it in and did that was what it was like, yeah. So this is
Fuck. Yeah.
They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman in the Alps. They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman in the Alps. He had an arrow. He had an arrow in his head. They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman. They found an Iceman in the house. They found a bogman. They found a bogman. They found a bogman in the earth. He had a spearhead. He had a spearhead. He had a spearhead in his side. They found a mass grave. They found a mass grave. They found a mass grave in the continent. They found a mass grave. They found a mass grave. They found a mass grave in the continent. they found a lady in the field. Her face was blue, yeah. 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 In the field, history repeats itself. History repeats itself. History repeats itself in your town. History repeats itself. History repeats itself. History repeats itself in your town. They found a teen kid. They found a teen kid. They found a teen kid in the streets. They found a teen kid. They found a teen kid. They found a teen kid in the streets. He had a dagger. He had a dagger. He had a dagger in his head. He had a dagger. He had a dagger in his head. We have to do something. We have to do something. We have to do something to stop the pain. That was that one.
Buenísimo.
Cool.
Buenísimo.
Yeah, they are quite
And that was all
depressing, aren't they?
improvised?
That one was. They are quite depressing, aren't they? That one was. The Fuel for the Machine was as well. The eyeball one I did right, and right, you know, like I wrote before I played it, because I like the melody of that one. It makes me want to get my ukulele out. Actually, I haven't done it. I haven't played it for a year.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's good, yeah.
Make
Was
some
was
more
that
melodies.
was that a song about that
Maybe
Neanderthal
we should
guy
do.
that
Maybe
they
maybe
found
we
in
should do a show
Switzerland?
where we do that. Make a song up or something. What do you think?
Oh
Yeah, have like a karaoke night or something.
Make a song
Karaoke
up as
night.
we go along. Might be fun.
Yeah.
That would be actually funny if all of us sang something kind of random and then somebody ran it through a song maker. That would be funny.
Hey, Robin. Hey, Robin, can you hear me?
Robin, Brother Marcus is trying to talk to you.
I'm listening.
Are you there?
Yes, I am.
I posted a thing in the chat and tagged you in it.
Yeah. What? One second. I'm getting like an echo on my end. Is it just me, or is there like noise in the background, but it's indistinct?
I can't
I think
hear
that's all the
anything.
time here.
Do you want to hear the original
Yeah.
eyeball, Fatima? The original one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Sorry about the. As I said, I should have kept up my ukulele, because I did. That was the first time I messed around with one, and
Nice.
it's nice for as I say. I don't play it anymore. I only played it just for those songs. You know, that's the only time I picked up. But it was nice to get
Really?
the melody out, because it's quite simple. It's quite simple.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't actually know many people who play the
Oh,
ukulele.
sorry. This is the original eyeball. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Play it near the DW.
Are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Just memories of things you can't remember all that well. You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well. Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
You get the picture.
You're everything that's happened, and everything that's happening, and none of it was or is ever under your control. Because you're just an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind.
Yeah, that's enough. So that was the original one for the
I prefer the original.
Yeah, that
Did
was
you?
pretty nice.
It
Yeah,
reminds me
Yeah,
of
nice. Yeah, but that actually wasn't too bad. DNW.
yeah, it wasn't bad at all. Like, no,
It reminds me of Simon and Garfunkel.
it does. You know, it kind of reminds me of this one band called Teen S Word, which was a very good band in like the indie folk scene in like the 2010s. Yeah, like lo-fi folk, yeah, or lo-fi folk, yeah, yeah.
Hey, Robin.
Robin.
Senor Robin.
I sent you a message in the private chat. Do you see it?
Senor. Well, I think Robin is inside a limbo right now.
Maybe he's
No, I'm here and I can hear you. I just got kicked off, but I plugged. I can hear you guys.
Oh, okay.
Do you see? Well, if you got kicked off, maybe you didn't see my message in the private chat.
Oh, okay, I'm reading through it now.
Do you see it?
He sounds like he's cutting out.
Oh.
No. See it.
Wait, sorry, what do you say, Robin? Could you repeat that? Robin, are you there?
He's on mute again.
Yeah, I'm there. I turned my microphone off so I could go on. Before, Brother Marcus said that he collected these things like Pokemon cards, and I thought that was hilarious. It's one of the
Pokemon.
best.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I
Hey,
love
Robin. Do you see
I'm here.
the message I sent in chat? Okay, Robin.
Yeah.
What is the link to your book? I
I'm
don't know how
putting
much
it in-
longer I can ask this question.
I'm putting it in the private chat right now.
Okay, okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Brother
I'm on my
Marcus
limits, bro.
was getting a bit flustered now.
I came in calm.
I put it in the public chat, and now it's going in the private one. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I did it.
Yes, Brother Marcus.
Thank you,
There you
thank
go.
you.
Yes, Robin. Yes, yes.
I did it. It comes up in blue. It comes up in blue in the private chat, so that's cool.
Yeah, of course. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna see.
Yeah, okay, that means it worked. But if you put it in the normal chat, no one's going to be able to click on it then if it's not blue.
Yeah, okay. It's in
Guys,
the
guys,
private
guys,
chat,
weird
and it is
synchronicity, perhaps.
What happened?
Well, let me just. It's probably. I'm reading into it, but it is kind of a synchronicity. 1 second.
Yeah. Sure.
We got synchronicity.
Can you see my
synchronicity.
tab? Oh, 1 second. See, the boy 16 fighting for his life after being stabbed in the head. That just came up on my fucking thing. Jesus Christ! It's like because it's about that song. Obviously, was about at the end. The teenager gets stabbed in the head. Remember?
Oh yeah. Wow.
That's fucking yeah. Oh well, not the universe is playing fucking games with me. I hope the kid's all right. It's not nice. But that was literally the last verse of that song. It was, what was it? History repeats itself in your town. There is a teen kid. There is a teen kid. Lying in the street or something. I can't remember exactly the lyrics, but he ended up with a dagger in his head. Remember?
Wow.
Wow, what the
I
dagger?
mean, look.
Like,
I mean, the point is, people get, stabbed all the time, obviously, but getting stabbed in the head. I mean, yeah, it is a bit of a synchronicity, isn't it? That is, your Microsoft Edge. When you open a new tab, I literally just opened the tab and it came up.
damn.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Is that a
Yeah.
synchronicity?
We really wish it didn't, though. God.
Oh, I like it. I'm fine with it.
I don't like that because some kid got stabbed. It's not nice.
Especially
No, synchronicity as well. How real is it? Like, how real is it though if it popped up because of another thing though? Like it's.
Look, the point
That
is,
doesn't
people
mean
do
that
get people do get stabbed all the time. Obviously, they do.
They do.
Well, I suppose
Yeah,
it's just because
but-
it said teenager and it was in the head as well in the headline. That was the thing.
Yeah, but I'm talking about synchronicities. Like if you think something or say something, then you see it in the news. How real is it? Because would it be there if you didn't say anything? If you didn't make a joke or whatever? Like if it wasn't a synchronicity, would it even have turned up in reality at all? So it can't be like that real. That doesn't even make any logical
You don't
sense.
think that? You don't think that news story is real?
No,
It's
the
impossible
news
to be
story
real.
is real. No, it's real.
Yeah, of course it's there, but it wouldn't have been there if you hadn't have caused the synchronicity.
Are you saying D&W caused this?
It's very easy to do that. Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
Bro.
I'll make a joke. I'll make a joke, and then stuff will turn up in the
No,
news.
I just
Happens
read
all
the
time.
article. It said it happened on Saturday. It happened on Saturday.
Yes,
So-
that can happen. That can happen with Mandela effects as well. It just goes back in time. It basically a storyline can just glitch in. Basically,
Wait, so you're basically saying that it's a form of retro causality.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I am a little bit freaked out. I am a little bit freaked out by that. Because look, stabbed in the head. You don't usually see, you hear people being stabbed, but stabbed in the head. It is a bit freaky, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't think you had nothing to do with this because you shared this.
No, I don't think I had anything to do with it either.
Hold on. I'm open. No, hold on. I'm open to new information. Go ahead, Christine. Tell us how this is causally connected to D&W.
well, I wouldn't say that he stabbed someone in the head. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I've made jokes before that have turned up in the news as well. Like synchronicity is it's like if you talk about something or joke about something and then it turns up, and it's obviously random. It's not like you can do this every time or it happens every time. It's completely just whatever. My personal theory is that it's just entities trolling because they create reality and they can kind of just glitch in storylines whenever. But yeah, with the retro causality, that can happen as well. Like it can go back in time. It's the same with Mandela effects and all that. Like there could be something that never existed for you, then it shows up, and apparently it's been there since like the 1800s or something. Yeah, you know that it never existed in your reality, but now it's got a whole storyline that it was there. It's the same with video games. It's easy to do in video games as well. You can easily code in a storyline and change that storyline whenever you want to in a game. Those characters are never going to know that you changed anything. You know what I mean? Well, that's a whole other thing, but because
Are you
AI is a
talking
bit
about
different.
simulation theory, that we all live in a big simulation, and as soon as one of us...
Oh, it's similar. It's an analogy, but it's not actually like a simulation in the sense that there's no physical computer there. Reality is malleable. That's what scientists tell you as well these days. It can change it, and it's like a claymation. When you create like something, you can change it whenever you want, change any aspect to it. It's design, so you can change the design of anatomy. That's why there's all these anatomy Mandela effects, because you can change the anatomy, you can change literally anything, spelling changes, all of that, anything in reality that you want. That's
So
what
if
happens when
I-
you create a video game.
But if
and
I
like
think-
same with AI.
So if I think hard enough, I can accidentally end up in the place, like in a system that I describe in my book. That would be cool. I'd
I want
like
to
that.
point out. I want to point out. This happened. Look, please. This happened. The teenager was attacked. It says 7 p.m. on Saturday. It happened. Okay.
Why?
And
I don't
by
know why
the
you're
way, I
asking
hope
that.
that
You can change
hope
things
that,
in the past.
Oh, that's what she said.
Yeah, have you heard about last
No,
Thursdayism and all that sort of stuff? I mean, this is just common knowledge. Like last
Yeah, this is
Thursdayism.
common knowledge, DW. Come on now.
No, I'm just saying that, like,
Oh,
last Thursdayism is a pretty common knowledge theory where your whole life could have been created last Thursday. I mean, there's so many different theories out there that kind of prove it. It's not prove, but like show that reality is not like
Skywork says it's just a
No,
coincidence.
it's
Anyway,
not.
look,
It's not a
time
we
is not
shouldn't be.
linear.
I'm not jesting
I'm with
about what
Christine
happened
here.
to that kid. I hope that kid's all right. It's horrible what's happened.
We all wish he's over, yeah.
I think she's what she's referring to is called a retrocausality.
Say more. Say more. I want to know more.
Well, yeah, it's basically
You know
the
that
notion
time
that
block theory?
actions that you take in the present can basically influence and I guess rewrite history in the past.
Yeah, I've heard of that
because
too.
Well, that is actually being taken quite seriously. I'm laughing because it just sounds ridiculous, but it's been taken seriously in theoretical physics now in some areas.
Yeah, it's time block theory that time is not linear, and actually the smartest people in that field believe in time block theory.
That the future or the present can
happen at the
influence
same time.
past,
Yeah,
can
yeah.
influence the past. No, can influence the past.
Yeah, can influence, and some even
It's like a
even
movie,
say.
it's like a film. It's like a finished film, and you're just going through the frames of a finished film. It's already.
Look, the problem with theoretical physics is it's just fucking cuckoo. A lot of it.
Yeah,
Well, to you, like you're not a physicist though, so they've got the maths and all the stuff to back it up, and they're like way smarter than any of us. So
Yeah, they got the mathematical proofs. They got the. So
they got the brains, basically. I mean, it's kind of hard to say that you know more than someone who's studied. Like, it's literally their job. Like, they study
I'm
it for a
not saying
living.
that. Obviously, I'm not saying that. But I think
Yeah.
a lot of their. I mean, I don't think they believe half the stuff they say. You know, they just say it because.
Yeah, it's really.
We
I
can have
think
a
they do
hypothetical.
believe.
We can have a hypothetical, but you know, I don't think they
Well,
believe.
well, my landlady in Spain, she was a white Zimbabwean. She was born in Zimbabwe, and she came to Europe because everybody said it was so fantastic. She wasn't that impressed, and in the end, they ended up buying a big farm in the middle of nowhere in Spain. And she said that she believed that time was a big Mobius strip, which is that kind of like that. If you get a loop of paper and you put like a twist in it, and the entire timeline had already been written, but it depends where you are on that massive theoretical Mobius strip, and under those provisos, pieces of that Mobius strip could be rewritten. So it's not the first time I've heard something like that.
When we rewrite the timeline by making a joke, the action happened by someone else, like someone else did the action, right? But by making the joke, we alter the timeline. Is that correct?
I guess so, yeah.
Cool.
According to Christine, I guess, yeah.
Well, you've have you not? Well, you're the one that used the term as well. Where did you hear that term before?
Retroactive causality? Is that what you
Yeah, retrocausality. Yeah.
In the context of this, what is there a term for this altering timelines thing?
Well, I guess yeah. I guess you can use the term retrocausality for it, but yeah, I guess I would say that like
if I Google it, what is the term that like Pristine would like? I don't know what area of the internet you guys are getting this from. Guide me. Should find me the Gnosis.
Well, time block theory, it's like an actual theory. I mean, you can look it up and, you know, do research into it.
I would love to.
But as for like,
terms that I could look up.
but as well, time block theory. But
Great,
as for like,
why is this hard?
changing, as for changing like timelines, well, I was thinking more not we're not going into different physical realities. It's more like, yeah, it's really difficult to kind of explain. It's just like if you change stuff in a video game, they're not the Sims characters aren't going anywhere. You're just changing their environment. It's not like they're actually going into different physical, real realities. I mean, that's why, you know, when people do trips and stuff, they get told repeatedly over and over again that their life is not real. Because it's not real in the sense of like the way we used to think it was, in my opinion. But that's just my personal opinion. It can be changed and stuff. It's not like this fixed, solid thing. And that's why they say that reality is malleable. But there are people out there who really do believe that we're on a different Earth and that we're shifting into different timelines every 5 seconds and blah blah blah. I don't really believe that, but you can believe whatever you want, I guess. Whatever. I mean,
What
it's
do you
possible,
believe,
I guess.
Christine? I'm inquiring into you.
Oh well, as I said, I tend to believe more into the reality is malleable and can be changed by the designers, entities. I believe that entities created all of this and can control it at will, control us. We're all made up of the same coding properties, not like physical. Like, I don't really believe we're in a physical computer. I'm just using that as an analogy of like reality operates in the same ways that they can change anything that they've created, and we're all made up of the same stuff and whatever. That's just what I believe personally, but I don't. It's
You
just
really don't have
a
to
theory.
preface every like all the. I get that this is your belief. I'm trying to hold
Oh,
space for you to share your belief in full.
oh, well, that's all I really have to say about it. To be honest,
Okay, is
yeah,
there
it's
a
not really
term
much.
for these
It's not
entities that
complicated.
you come up with or that you reference?
People, no, I didn't come up with them. Other people did. Other people experience them. Telepathic entities are experienced by many people all the time. Like, it's the most common type of experience when experiencing entities is telepathic. It's like
And
everyone talks about it.
they call them telepathic entities, yeah?
Yeah, telepathic entities. Yeah, if you look into Salvia trips, NDEs, DMT trips, a lot like any type of supernatural experiences, if you go down those rabbit holes, you'll find telepathy everywhere. So, in my opinion, if that comes up, and I noticed this years ago, like before I even knew about DMT or Salvia, I was looking into alien abductions a very long time ago. And I kept listening to all these stories from all over the world, different countries, different areas of the internet. None of this is connected. It's just, you know, I'm listening to different alien abductions, different people, whatever. And I noticed this one thing, telepathy. Just like it kept coming up time and time again. People saying, "Oh yeah, this alien was communicating to me telepathically," and I'm like, "Okay, well this comes up all the time. There must be something to it. Why would everyone be saying this?" And then I started looking into Salvia trips, DMT trips, other, you know, acid, LSD, whatever, and near-death experiences. I had looked into near-death experiences when I was a Christian, but they're quite different now than what I would remember. And yeah, and people, again, talk about entities talking to them when they've died or whatever, telepathically, comes up again. Uh, and as recently as yesterday, apparently Bigfoot also communicates telepathically. So yeah, it just comes up all the time everywhere. I constantly see telepathy like come up every day. I mean, I don't know. I just assumed everyone was kind of the same, but
When there, some people say that there are spiritual and that there are extraterrestrial
Oh, I was
telepathic
about to share my
entities.
screen because I found like a good like diagram of like the three main metaphysics of time. They were presentism, possibilism, and eternalism. I was gonna like share that screen. I was gonna ask D&W if I could, but
You can if you want. Do you want to do? I found a paper on this time boxes theory.
okay. I guess we can do that after. Okay, sure.
Well, go ahead, brother Marcos and Pristine. I can chat for a bit first.
So when it comes to telepathic entities, some people claim that there are spiritual telepathic entities and extraterrestrial telepathic entities. What do you believe? Do you believe either, a mix, all nothing, something else?
sorry, Marcus, can you just repeat the first thing? I'm sorry, I was reading the paper here. Sorry. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll ask you another time.
Okay. Sorry, I was just reading that. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is this? I'll read the abstract. You can tell us if this is what it is. Pristine, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, duality of time in thermodynamic systems, time boxes theory. It says this theory proposes a fundamentally different structure for time based on two distinct frameworks of temporal passage. Firstly, continuous entropic time, which governs open and evolving systems with increasing entropy and an infinite number of states. Okay. And then there's also discrete time, which operates in closed thermodynamic systems with constant entropy and a finite number of states. This distinction offers explanatory power for many theoretical conflicts between quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity. It provides new interpretations for phenomena such as discrete energy levels, atomic structural stability, and even the persistence of complex systems such as atomic nuclei, neutron stars, and black holes. In this theory, the stability of such systems arises not from fundamental forces, but from the discrete nature of time itself. This perspective opens a new window toward a foundational understanding of physics. So it's quite highbrow stuff, I would say.
Quantum mechanics, yes, yeah. It also includes a lot of the philosophy of time as well. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, I'll just put the
I
block universe stuff in the private chat then, because
will I read the
yeah,
introduction, guys?
If
We
you
really
want
should
to.
do more. We should, as I did say before, we should do more
Do
kind
more
of
readings.
physics
It's
and
your
stuff.
show. We don't really.
Yeah.
We
If
should
you
do
want to
more
read
physics.
something, you can do it.
Yeah.
Introduction. We inhabit a universe where part of it is in constant
There's
motion, transformation, and entropy increase, while another part follows a stable order based on discrete laws and static structures. Modern physical theories typically address one of these aspects. Relativity focuses on continuous temporal progression, while quantum theory addresses sudden transitions and energy discontinuities.
Discontinued.
Yeah, but what if these seemingly contradictory perspectives emerge from two different temporal frameworks? This paper introduces the concept of time boxes as fundamental structures possessing discrete time systems and stable entropy, offering a novel interpretive path for physical phenomena and a resolution for apparent contradictions. The theory assumes. Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to mute, Pristine, if you're not saying
sure.
anything. Yeah. 1 second. The theory assumes that time as a fundamental quantity behaves differently across various thermodynamic systems, and the contradiction between relativity and quantum mechanics originates from this temporal disparity. Under this framework, phenomena such as energy levels, quantum fluctuations, tunneling, and the stability of fundamental structures no longer require mysterious forces for explanation, but are naturally derived from the different temporal architecture of the universe. This may provide a pathway toward a unified understanding of physical reality. Okay, fundamental assumptions and foundations, core principle, Samimi conjecture. Any perfectly closed and bounded thermodynamic system with constant entropy possesses an independent discrete time system. This is the only logical state allowing description and existence of such systems, where time lacks both direction and extension, and dynamics occur via probabilistic jumps. These environments are referred to as time boxes. That is a fully closed thermodynamic space with constant entropy, and is equivalent. Sorry, that is a fully closed thermodynamic space with constant entropy is equivalent to a discrete time system. If every particle with non-zero rest mass can be described by a wave function, then it can be shown that the mathematical condition of continuity and overlap of the wave function is in fact equivalent to constant entropy. If the continuity and overlap of the wave function are interpreted as the system's ability to reconstruct any internal state within finite time, then the set of internal states cannot be infinite, and consequently the number of internal states is finite. This is correct because the Poincare recurrence theorem is guaranteed only in systems with a finite number of states. Does this make any sense to you, Pristine? Is she there? She's muted.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't think that's the same thing as what I'm talking about. But I don't know. But yeah, it's I'm talking about like the block universe. I don't know what like time boxes theory. Like I'll have to look into that.
Well, you said time boxes.
That's a lot of mumbo jumbo. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's the same, honestly. Like they just, it's just different wording of the same theory, like box time box. Yeah, it's essentially.
It sounds weird that they're saying that everything is split into boxes and it can jump from one box to another depending on probabilities.
Yeah, that's different from what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's interesting.
I reckon that would be kind of what you're talking about, because if you're saying that now can affect the past, it may be that something small now could jump into a time box in the past and affect something there. I don't know.
But I don't believe that the past is set in stone. That's where Mandela effects come in. And like just changing stuff. It's again, just go back to the video game analogy. Like, I mean, I think that this stuff, like, I don't believe that time is linear. So I'm agreeing with them there. I'm agreeing with them that it's similar to like a block universe where everything's kind of like already set. Even changes could be like set in stone, as in like they've already happened. The changes that you see even to the past, it doesn't mean it's happening in real time. And then there's like an infinite loop. Are we on an infinite loop? And that would kind of cancel out the growing block universe theory. That stuff is not determined yet. But I tend to believe that the past is not like set in stone in the way that we think. Like that makes kind of time travel pretty difficult to grasp, although I believe that they've managed something considering they're recruiting children to go millions of years in the future for some reason. But yeah, I don't know. It's all kind of confusing. But
I mean,
if there are Mandela effects about
this is highbrow stuff, really.
Yeah, this is very like complicated topics that I don't.
It's even saying it's even saying time boxes can be contained within another time box. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah, which kind of goes back to infinite
Yeah,
regress.
but wait, time boxes and time blocks. Are you guys not talking about two different things?
No, she said time box theory.
No, she said time block.
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 Did you?
Not box.
If you want,
Yes.
if you want, I can. I have
It's
like
okay.
a diagram. I have a diagram right now. If you want,
Go ahead.
There are diagrams.
Oh, so okay. This is my first time sharing a screen, so just be patient with me. Okay, video. Just share a screen. I'm just gonna share a screen right now.
Okay. I've heard of this block universe theory before, though, where there's no everything is basically time is an illusion, basically, and everything has happened.
Have you seen them? Sorry.
once.
Sorry.
It was David Pierce that told me about that. Actually.
Oh wait, did we lose someone?
It's
No. Fatima, but his device.
I don't know if you've seen like Slaughterhouse-Five, like that movie where the aliens can pinpoint different moments in a person's life. It's all like completed. It's similar to that movie. That's a more simplistic kind of way to explain to people, I guess.
What I find weird about the Jay says I talked about Block Universe a couple of years ago. Yeah, we were kind of. I remember briefly we were kind of obsessed with it. A few of us. We were looking up different things. on it. What makes me what I can't understand though is if that is true, this block universe is true. Okay, it's like why is the experience now and not like why are we only experiencing one point of it? You know. Bizarrely, it might be to do with the time box theory that we were just reading. That might come into it.
Yeah. Yeah. That was an
I think
interesting one. I'm glad that
that might actually come into like why we only experience one little bit of it at a time. You know, like, why are
Yeah,
we
I
only
don't know how to do
experiencing?
it. I'm sorry. So I'll just share
What?
it on my. Oh, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I don't know how to share a screen. Yeah, sorry.
Oh Jesus! Share the link in the private chat. Did you
No,
do
I'll
that?
just show it on my phone. Right? I'll just turn on my camera on my.
You can't you share the link in the private chat?
Okay, I will. I'll share it. Yeah, on my private chat. Yeah.
God, I tell you what.
It's that one. It's called the three metaphysics of time. That one. It's the one that has the blue. Yeah, those.
it's basically just like a finished film, you know, like everything's already there, it's already happened. And because of what I've experienced with Mandela effects, I mean, I kind of thought about it before. I was thinking more pre-recorded. I didn't even know what this theory was. I came across this theory after I kind of made it up on my own, because of what I was seeing in reality. And I was thinking that it might be some pre-recorded thing, you know, like I was watching someone's old lives, and I decided randomly to look up the first video ever filmed from the 1800s, the Round Hay Garden movie or whatever, which is very short. It's like black and white, and it's just like a loop, basically. And I thought, oh, you know, I'll watch that and see if there's any Mandela effect, see if it's changed in any way, because I know that I watched that, you know, years prior. A couple of times. It is short, so it just kind of replays like an Instagram thing. And so I watched it, and no, it looked the same. I was like, yeah, no, I don't think there's any Mandela effects here. It all looks the same to me. Continued on the next day with this person's, like, she hadn't talked about it or anything at the time. Continued on with a random live. I think I just randomly picked one of her old lives. She's got years worth of lives that I was going through at the time. I'm a bit late to the party. And right smack in the middle of her life, she brings up that video. And I'm like, well, that's a synchronicity. That's interesting because I just looked it up on my own yesterday. So that's really fucking weird. And then she brings it up and she points it and she plays it. And I'm like, okay, already I'm seeing the Mandela effect. And the Mandela effect that she pointed out 6 years ago, right, is the one that is new for me. So I'm like, oh yeah, I see the change. Yeah, I see that was not like that yesterday. That has been added in. Of course, like, you know, it's always been there now in this reality, that error or whatever that I saw, it's always been there, that difference in the video. But yeah, she also said, yeah, that's a change for me. That was a Mandela effect for her 6 years ago, but it's a Mandela effect for me from like today. Like, yeah, at that time, it just happened for me. And this happens all the time where people experience different changes at different times. But that's obviously a Mandela effect rabbit hole you have to go down. But this happens to people all the time, where like you'll see a change and it's new for you. You know that last week or yesterday it was a certain way and today it's a different way. But for someone else, they saw that change happen years ago. And I found it out with the US flag and stuff like that as well, the Australian flag. When those flags changed for me in like 2023, 2024, the posts about those changes are from like 6 to 8 years ago. You know, so it's like, well, for me, that they were normal years ago. They weren't like that years ago. So that's where time, for me, before I even knew about any of these theories, I came up with it all on my own because of what I was experiencing. So I didn't need to get this from anyone. I just got it from myself.
Thank you for sharing. And welcome, Untrackable.
Yeah, and pardon me. I may have missed so many of the guests saying, you know, what would you say to God? If I could get a recap.
Once we do the 3 metaphysics of time, can we go into that topic back? We have the screen on, so it's up to you guys.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, but I don't think we're going to get much covered on this today, to be honest with you. I did send you that paper, Pristine, the one on time time box theory, because it looks like it's kind of trying to explain how the block universe works. That's what it looked like in the little bit that we read. So it might be
Yes,
a
thank
piece of the
you.
puzzle. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you misheard me
Obviously.
because we wouldn't have found it.
So it might
It-
be bizarrely helpful, yeah, in our
Yes.
ongoing pursuits.
Is it?
But we should. I think we should definitely look at time, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, one day, right? Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Okay,
Would-
so
would-
Untrackable wants a summary of the answers, right?
Yeah.
Well, would it also be fair for me to reiterate what I said because I was here?
Please go ahead.
You said you'd say thank you. I
You
think
say
got that
thank
just
God, yeah, because
Thank you.
you say thank God.
I remember.
I-
And you wouldn't ask why, because
Yeah, I would not ask why. I would say I'm here, and I would say thank you for the opportunity. And is that so wrong? So if so many people have something to say against their own existence, question
you're not wrong.
question your existence. Good luck with that. So many that I've seen, they want to question their opportunities, and rather than just say, "Hey, I tried, I didn't do so good, it caused me pain." Yeah, just say thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, you're
Move
right.
on.
There's a lot of people that weren't particularly happy. They were angry. You were.
Oh, yeah, I feel like I missed something because.
Yeah, you kind of did. Yeah.
I don't know if there's anybody else who was happy.
No, I kind of want to see it now. I want to rewind.
No,
So
I wasn't.
Trackable. The thing is, you got to remember the pool of people that came on were emotionally involved, and I don't know. Maybe negative emotions are stronger than positive sometimes. That's why they felt compelled to come on and talk about it. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the kind of general, how common it is in terms of what people would say, whether they would say thank you. But I think most people would be kind of more worried about how they are being judged.
That's something that has come into question in my own existence because I have a creator. That is my father, and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about God or Jesus. It's like my mother and my father got together and their relationship didn't work out. So then I was raised by my mother, and my mother, she didn't talk so great about my father, but I got to see him once a year, and
Okay.
but to think that I'm here because of only her and her bad mouth. No, that man, he he was part of my creation, on a cellular level, on a financial level, on all these levels, and it's like, hey, I may have only known him on a minimum, but I do have to accept that every step of the way. I'm only here because of them. So then it becomes a them level. It's like, oh no, now we're getting on the he them level. It's like, give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Because I understand that my mother raised me. But I'm not here unless he put the seed in the cell. He did not have to participate, but he did, and I saw him once a year, and that was my life. That's my life. It's not everybody's life, but you do exist because there was a 1+1 in this existence, and don't think that you can go and play the same game that created me without the punishments that he went through or that she went through or that you're about to go through as an existence. Everybody fails in the end. Everybody fails in the end.
Sometimes
because they didn't work out, and next thing you know, the kids don't work out, and next thing you know, they're blaming the parents, and next thing you know, the government's paying for it, and next thing you know, everybody's feeling this certain type of electrical pain, and it's like, hey, calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. And let's just exist. Because once we have this forgiveness, hey, and this understanding, hey, once you reach that, it's like, hey, the blame game disappears, and it's like, hey, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I may have failed, and I may have done the exact same thing that those before me have done, but I am not going to be absent. I am not going to misinterpret these things that have been done unto me. I am not going to do that. I am not going to be this force of resilience to deny you the truth. I will be there because, hey, everything that was denied to me, I will be resilient and say, hey, I'm gonna fight against that, and I will be there for.
Untrackable, brother.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I have to move on. But I know what you just said was deeply emotional and personal, so thanks for that. And you know what, brother? People have said it about you before, mate. You're like a stoic king. You know, you're very calm, and you have this strange authority about you, the way you speak, and yeah, you have something about you. He has that quality, je ne sais pas, and the man has obviously been through different things, but he's still standing. You know.
Yeah, man. What's wrong with saying that we should be kinder to each other? We should forgive ourselves and learn to be better and be kinder to each other. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ross, you're on the show again. How are you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
What's up? What's
Well,
up?
it's been a funny show, hasn't it, guys? It's been a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, it's been a strange one, as it always here. As it always is here.
Strange in what ways? And it's been
In other words,
I think we didn't really get into the meat of anything, did we, guys? Let's be honest. We
It's a difficult thing, though.
We didn't really get into the nitty gritty of anything.
I mean, what is anybody going to say
Sometimes
to
we
God?
do,
If
but
they,
what?
what is anybody going to say to God if they meet them? And half of us don't even believe in God. So the first thing they say is,
Yeah,
"Oh my God,
I think that was
God is
the.
real." I
Yeah.
can't believe it. Can I
Yeah,
give you
right.
a
Like,
I
well,
think the
hey,
problem is, I do think that was the problem. People took it literally as a, you know, and they maybe were too hyper focused on that. It was just a kind of conversation starter, you know.
Yeah, but guys, you
But
could always answer the question hypothetically, even if you don't believe in God. I mean, that's
yeah,
the
you
whole
could.
point of it, right?
Yeah,
it was
that's what
meant as
the,
a
You don't,
kind of little teaser to see what you think of existence, basically.
yeah, exactly. Come on, man.
But Russ, what about you? I don't even know if I'll keep this stream up, to be honest with you, because I might take it down because the music I played. But
Oh no!
Oh, really?
what?
Why DWI?
Why?
All right, I'll leave it up then. Fuck it. It's all right. You
Well,
win.
wait, what were you
The,
thinking?
the
Why?
music was
Yeah.
good. The
Yeah,
music was
why were
actually
No, it
you
good.
wasn't
even?
that. I might because I want to rework some of them, so I might not
Oh,
put them
it's
up.
come on, it's not that bad. It's not you're
No, I'm
misogynist.
not worried about them being bad. I'm just I don't want to put them up until they're ready. You know.
No.
All right, I won't take it down. You win. Everyone say
I
it's
would
okay.
I would like to say something about something that Pristine said when she was asked about what she would say to God. She would go, "Well, I would replace God with like alien beings, or." But in my opinion, God is an alien. I know all the Abrahamic books are like we were made in His image, but that doesn't mean to say that it looks like us. It just means to say that we were made in its image. I think God is an alien, and if any of us met it, it would be extremely alien to us.
Yeah, can I say my 2 cents? Can I answer the question, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, if I met God after dying, I think that's what the question is. My first question would be, what the fuck was you thinking? And I mean
Yeah.
that seriously. Like, really? Like, what the fuck was you thinking? You must be a nutcase, for God's sake. Creating all of that shit and all that suffering just to test people. Because that's what your followers tell us on Earth, that, you know, going through this existence is just a test. But yeah, I would literally I would give him a piece of my mind, or give it a piece of my mind. We don't know if it's a he or whatever the fuck it is. But going by what the mainstream religions say, yeah, he has to be a villain. So you'd have to talk to him like he's a villain. Kind of beat him at his own game.
You can't. If God exists, you're an ant compared to Him, right? An
Yeah.
angry ant.
Yeah, exactly. If God is real, or like, for I don't even know, because like I said, I don't know what that word means even, I don't know if it can be defined properly. But if there is something out there, yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to be on a call for a little bit, so there you go. I'll be back in a bit.
No worries.
Okay, don't worry about it. Yeah, but yeah, I was saying, like, if there is a higher presence, a ground of being there, that's what I think. I don't even think that it is like a personalistic deity. I think it's just like a ground of being, like just like
What if God is like a virus, but it lives in a parallel reality to us? So it's with us, but we can't ever know it because it's parallel to us. What if God's like a virus?
Well, if we can't ever know it, how do we know it's with us? If we can't ever know it, like, if you can't know something, you can't know if it's with you, right? Like, I don't think that follows.
Yeah, but it's not about that. I mean, obviously, for some reason, even if we invented a god, every single culture has invented one for some reason, and then afterwards we were done with God, and then we invented science, and then
I'm more akin to like believe that humans create a god through like anthropology, culture, and like evolutionary cognitive.
God's been good for
Yeah,
us.
I probably agree with that, to be fair.
Like,
yeah, no, if you were to speak to this sort of God, then you'd have to beat him at his own game.
Exactly.
Obviously he would be an uber galactic being and we're a puny mortal, but you'd have to you'd have to play into his ego, because we do know, according to a lot of the religions, a lot of these quote unquote god or gods have massive fucking egos. So you'd have to. What I would do is I would say, well, how about this? If I can prove you're wrong, then you can't punish me. So I'd play into his ego, and knowing his ego, and when I say his, I'm just saying it for conversation's sake. So I
Yeah.
don't believe God would be a he necessarily, but
I
when I say
wouldn't.
I would play into its ego, so I would say, okay, if I'm wrong, you can send me to hell or whatever forever. But if I can prove that you're wrong, then you have to change your ways because you have committed a lot of atrocities. And so I would go on so forth and list all of the bullshit about existence and all the unnecessary suffering that he created. And yeah, he'd be forced if he has any sort of if he's able to, well, if he's able to sort of like let go of his ego for a second and actually take on board, then he would have to concede, because yeah, he is a villain if he ever exists, and he's created so much suffering, so much atrocities, and we still don't have a fucking clear answer what for. Apparently some religions say it's all a test, but if God knows everything, then what's the fucking point? It's like human beings, we're nowhere near a god. We're fucking retarded, but even we wouldn't do something as dumb and pointless as that. So I
Yeah,
expect higher. I expect a lot more from God, you know.
Yeah,
if he
I'm
does
not entirely sure, Raz, because I read somewhere that they still perform the exact same experiments on mice in laboratories just to check and see if anything has changed in the last 50 years when they originally did the test. So in a way, we're a little bit godlike in that way, because what's the point in torturing a new mouse? You already found out what you needed from that last mouse that you tortured, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but the difference is we're not all knowing, all wise, all powerful, etc., etc.
Yeah.
We do things because we're trying to know. Like, for example, we're trying. That's what the whole scientific method is. We're trying to know. We're trying to falsify things. Yeah, we're trying to verify and falsify. Is it? Can it be repeated? Is it? Can it be labeled as a scientific principle? Da 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 da. But saying there's a God who's uber galactic, spans the universe, hears everything, knows everything, then that in itself is a paradox, because if you know the end outcome, why the fuck would you do it? As human beings, we do all types of fucked up shit because we're trying to find out. But one of the attributes of God is that he's all knowing. So according to that, then it creates, it's just a big paradox. It collapses in and of itself, because
Do you think that the sages of old, like the sages of old back in the day, when they were talking about the Krishna archetype, and afterwards when it was gone, if it ever was, and then people were like, yeah, but I think that's a load of bullshit, Fred, because and then Fred's like, no, but Krishna was all knowing, so he knew everything. Maybe humans just use that argument to strengthen their own puny human argument, to bolster it. They gave God abilities that God doesn't have.
Then why call him God, as Epicurus said?
Yeah, doesn't
Epicurus answered that, really, like what you just said. Epicurus said that if he is willing but not able, then why call him God? If he is, I can't remember the other side. I think Fatima knows it better than me, but yeah, if he is willing and able, then he's malevolent. Meaning,
exactly. Yeah.
So either way, he's either a cunt, he's either a fucking cunt, or he's just or he's just a powerless fucking fool. So then why call him God? You know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm not fighting with you on that one, Raz, because me and God, we've got plenty of issues that I think that we should sort out, and I'd rather do it today than tomorrow. But I'm just, I'm just looking at all of the possibilities, within the range of, because everybody has their own personal God, obviously. Even if you're in an organized religion, you know, one person in that religion's version of God is not going to be exactly the same as the other, because we all kind of like to personalize God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, of
Yeah, we
course,
do.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why we do that. Well, I know why. It's because humans want to project their own attributes to things they don't understand. It's called
of
simple
course, yeah, agreed,
projection.
yeah,
It happens everywhere. Like it happens in all aspects of life. Is that we have what we want to project our desires either onto God, the future, other people, expectations on them. Yeah, so like it's because we need some type of like direction, even though that direction usually doesn't lead to any place besides the place you always were, or leads back to something else even worse. You know? Yeah.
yeah. Like Robin said about the Hindu thing or Hinduism. It's funny because I watched a video ages ago and the guy was saying, isn't it interesting? Like if you go through all the sort of religions and their cultures that they originate in, for example, Hinduism, all of the gods have a sort of like a South Asian or Indian or Brahmin tinge to them. Why? Because they were conceptualized and
By
drawn
India.
by an Indian artist, meaning
Yes.
they came from an Indian mind. I know that sounds stupid, Indian mind, but they came from a mind that was sort of
Grew up
a
in the
mind that
culture.
was
Grew up in the
encapsulated
culture.
in
Yeah,
only the
yeah,
Indian culture.
like in the
The
Abrahamic, everybody's got this obsession with sheep for some reason in the Abrahamic. But if you go to the Hindu, they've got
Cows. For
with
cows.
cows, right?
Cows.
yeah.
Cows is the thing, and
And the Vikings, yeah, and the Norsemen, their gods will all have sort of Norse names because they were created by Norse people. I mean,
Yeah.
that's how you know it's all bullshit in a way. I'm sorry to offend anyone.
and that's
Yeah.
my problem
No, it
with
is bullshit.
all of the Abrahamic gods, because there is nothing in the Abrahamic book actually, not all of it, obviously, not word for word, but all of everything that's in that book was already in another book before anybody bothered to do the whole Abrahamic thing. So
Yeah, it was the
it's kind
Epic
of
of
like,
Gilgamesh. Yeah.
and I believe in the universal architect. I think that God is kind of like a virus that programs and reprograms DNA, and it's on a completely different level. It's not this old bloke sitting in a chair. It's not human at all. Basically, my dad says it really well. He says basically there was nothing, and then all of a sudden something said, "Huh?" And then that thing was, "Who said her?" And there was nothing there. It was just it. So it just began brainstorming, and
Mm.
its thoughts became physical, and then he messed my life up. It messed my life up. You see, and that's
Mm.
exactly what I think. I don't think God's good, bad, or anything. I just think it's the thing that set this whole physical existence thing in motion, and it doesn't always make me happy. Sometimes it does, though. So you know, but it doesn't
But when you
always.
Yeah, but when you look at like Earth and like if you go back to like the Jurassic and the Triassic, it's always been a shit show. It's just beings
Yes.
killing and
Yes.
eating each other
Killing
for
each other.
fucking
Yeah.
no reason. Like, how can
Even
I mean?
before
I'm
that.
not trying to. Yeah, sorry. Go on, Fatima.
No, even before that, like the fucking like the amoebas, the early like amoebas of mankind, of like a life on Earth, even before that, they were like eating each other as germs, as like bacteria. Algae was already eating away other like a bacteria inside the chemical soup, right? The algae was already eating away things, and algae is like the first life form in quotations on Earth is algae, and algae eats away anything,
But it could be going somewhere, though. I mean,
Where?
if I don't know, but if we look at evolution, right, everything could have just stuck being that primordial soup, and but if things just started getting more complex, and then more complex, and then more complex structures, and so it seems to be going somewhere.
I don't think so. I don't think that implies. I don't think complexity implies a direction. It's just doing its thing because it's just complex. We don't have an answer for that. I feel like I don't think it being complex equals a leap to saying that there is a goal, like a type of theology, as they say. Aristotle came up with that word. It means that things have a goal. Like all things on earth have a direction and a goal. I don't think
that's the case, except for dying. Like it seems to die though. Like I think that all of that is canceled out by the fact that everything eventually dies in the world, right? All of
Empathy, yeah.
Universal rule.
Empathy.
Yeah.
That is a universal standard. Even if you're a planet or a sun or a black hole, you're gonna die. That gives us something to work with, I think.
But when you think about it, 99% of all species that have existed went extinct. So, that in itself is a good thing. It's a good indicator of kind of what's to come. I mean, looking at Earth, nothing really special here. Like I said, just beings, life eating life over and over, fucking again, meaninglessly, nihilistically consuming each other, competing, raping, murdering. Call it negative, but that's just like if you were to look independent third party, human beings are slightly better because we have more agency. I would say we have a high level of consciousness, but we're still engaged in the same shit, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, okay, so we learn how to split the atom. Okay, you can make nuclear energy, but we made nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, what's gonna change if we go intergalactic? We're just gonna fucking. It's
Do
gonna
it
be the
again.
same shit, but there, like, we're gonna be able to destroy planets with one fucking missile or whatever, bro. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Like humans are just out of whack. Like we don't have
Yeah.
any limits on our greed and consumption. Our greed and on our consumption of things. We just want to like exploit and conquer for whatever reason, even though that like they haven't achieved like their alleged utopia on Earth, because like it's just like madness to me. Human the human life, and the human history. It doesn't have any like sense. It just does because it wants to, and it can, not because it has to. It does things, acts up because it wants to. Like it doesn't have any rational justification to do its things. And even further, I don't think it has any rational justification to be here. It's just here because of it's just here.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And it's like, for example, when you look at fucking just the world itself and everything, and you just stop and you think to yourself, like human beings are never gonna, like, through all this civilization and technology and like all of the amazing fucking technological, like we still like the common man, even in first world countries, we still live a shitty existence. Like you have to slave away. And then look forward to, like you have to slave away doing a job you don't like. Even if you have a fucking business, it's the same shit. The customer becomes your boss. It's not that much different. You have to slave away for most of your life doing some shit you don't want to do, and that's with all of this great technology. Like we have cars, we can traverse great distance, but for what? So that we
Skywork
can.
says the problem is you're still learning.
Learning what? No. Okay, that's obvious. We always learn, but it doesn't.
That statement doesn't really make sense, man. It's more of a cliffhanger,
According to global solidarity. Yeah.
So what's the final outcome of learning? Like, I don't understand. Like,
I don't think there's anybody in the chat that would say that we don't have the tools to provide a better basic existence for everybody than we actually currently have. And I don't think any of us agree that there should be bloody billionaires. What does the world need a billionaire for? Those people should be ashamed of themselves. You know what I mean?
yeah, but Robin, just because we can doesn't mean we're going to, and just because we can, we doesn't mean we have. And I think those things will never change, man. There'll always be an elite ruling class, and then they might just replace majority of the worker class with AI bots.
I think you're very right. We'd be very fortuitous if we managed to get rid of like the billionaire and possible trillionaire upcoming class.
Even though they shouldn't exist.
Many of them, it's literally just like it's like a like a fuse was lit generations ago by some kind of psychopathic ancestor of theirs, and they just accumulated all this wealth. And you got think about it. If that is old money, which a lot of it is,
yeah,
they've just had generations upon generation of like indoctrination and their own particular kind of subculture, and like literal evolution, to think like that and to behave like that and to think that's okay. I mean, it's like another conduit running through humanity, and
For
it's
sure.
very hard to see it changing.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, hold on. Then why are you hopeful for the future, DW?
Yeah, why are you?
No, because you have to be. You like that's all you have. You still
You're contradicting yourself. You're like this. They're not going to change, and therefore we have to be hopeful.
No, I say it'll be very hard. I say it'll be
No,
very
no,
hard.
I don't think. I just don't
change.
think that we've got a choice.
No, exactly.
I think it's
Robin is right.
DW thinks that there is no choice other than just to fight through it until your last breath, right? There is no other way, right?
Yeah, but that's
It's
my
the white pill.
worldview. My
He's
worldview
the white.
is that
It's
we
the
go
white
off
pill.
into the midnight.
Good. Yeah, I agree with you, brother, Marcus. But I'm just explaining. I think
that's my
that's
view.
what he thinks. Yeah.
My view
Don't
is
go gently into that
but
good
there
night.
is also,
So
there
when
is
you
also,
say be
there is
hopeful for
also
tomorrow,
hope. There
it's
literally
one
is.
last
There is
midnight.
hope.
That's what you're talking
I
about?
didn't say it's impossible. I said I can see it's nearly impossible. Like it's going to
But
be very
also
hard
at
to
the
change.
same
What's a small
time,
chance then? What makes you think that there's a slim chance of them being overturned? Those parasitic billionaires and trillionaires.
As I said, I've said it numerous times. It'll be very fortuitous, and it would take. Cougar Duma might understand this. He worked in Silicon Valley.
Cougar Duma, what's up?
There are some like what we would call kind of savants, somebody who is just so different, or a collective of individuals who think so differently, who now more than ever could hack in and do something, create
Yeah, but
something
here's the thing,
that is
D&W.
world changing.
The problem is, I'm a cynic, so I just find I don't believe even if this system was to be kind of overthrown non-violently, like
Well,
somehow
that
the
is another
people took
problem.
power.
I
Yeah,
see your point.
even
And that is
if
another thing. Like it
just
isn't
yeah.
in isolation, because then you've got to contend with human nature itself.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Would it
getting
be like
onto.
Animal Farm and go back to the way it was? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That is something. That is another hurdle. I agree with you. But
So
Cougar Duma, do you
yeah.
do you understand what I'm saying, Cougar Duma, about there always being a possibility that humans can find a better way?
Yeah, so let me try and address that. I have long been in that camp myself. I'm a humanist. Oh, I'm a scientist and a technologist. So we are generally a pretty upbeat, futuristic, all-embracing, non-judgmental bunch. Okay, because we think that there is progress, and we think that there is a future for progressive people. I mean progressive as in people who embrace the idea that humans can make progress. Okay, I don't mean politically progressive. That said, I think that humanity, by my observation, has taken a very dark turn. And so you can say, well, we have all this technology and penicillin and the internet and whatnot. We could do amazing things, but we've taken a dark turn. And I've seen that myself. And I want to address what you basically just said, D&W, which is that the tech bros have taken over. And that's just a fact. I wish it wasn't true. Like I said, I was in the room, and so I saw it happen. And maybe even I thought it was a good thing at one time, but I think now it's just bad. And my best analogy is that we are all crew or passengers on the Titanic. And the Titanic has hit the iceberg. Now, the Titanic is this amazing thing. Okay, it's this big thing made of iron that floats. And they tell us it's unsinkable, and it's screaming across the North Atlantic in the face of all nature and physics, and it's just this amazing creation. It's got 4 huge smokestacks billowing black pus into the night and surging us forward, and the bow and the casino and the bar and the dancing and everything else, and then we hit the iceberg, and we're all on this thing now, and it's dead in the water. And all I can tell you now is, all your thoughts of progress and how far we can go, and whether we will break all records getting to New York on the Titanic. Okay, all that is done. It's over. It's done. And now your question should be, are there lifeboats? And can I get to one? And do I know how to operate a lifeboat? And does being on a lifeboat actually do me any good in the freezing North Atlantic in the middle of the night? This is what we've come down to at this point.
Can I just interject quickly? I wanted to say something. Do you know why I'm a cynic, guys? Yeah, I'll tell you why. So we can blame the billionaires and the ruling class, but guess what? What about the common man? The common man is just as full of shit as the billionaires.
Yeah, they
Do you
are.
remember during?
I'm
So wait, wait,
cynical as
DW,
well.
let me finish my point,
Yeah.
please. Let me finish my point. Thank you.
Sorry.
So do you remember during COVID, when people were fucking literally buying toilet rolls en masse, going to the petrol stations, filling up all types of shit with petrol, and they did that. So to me, I can see ahead of the curve. So if shit really hits the fan, do you think everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, guys, we haven't eaten in 3 days. Let's go band together and take this country back together." You know, power to the people. No, what's gonna happen is people will form splinter groups, almost like militias, and they'll start tearing each other apart. So I think the Joker was right. When the chips are down, people will eat each other in this world. Maybe not
Yeah.
in the movies, but yeah, that's what I believe. Because
Yeah.
look, why did those people start buying toilet rolls? Well, look where their mind went to. As soon as the trips were down, they thought, yeah.
I think some of the problem is we've been duped as maybe families, maybe subcultures. I mean, some of our families fell for like the bullshit. Basically, I'm sorry. I mean,
They
maybe
they
they fell.
did. Yes,
Maybe they fell for it for generations, and now
they
we
did.
have to deal with the fallout of that. You know.
Ah,
Yeah.
boomers. Yeah, you
And
gotta
that is
hate the
that is
boomers.
that is a huge. Not
Boomers are
just
the worst.
boomers, not just
Yeah.
boomers. This has perhaps been going on for millennia in terms of like some people just fell for like literally they joined a cult back in the medieval times. You know what I mean? Like maybe they became Christians or they became Muslims or whatever it was. At the end of the day, at the beginnings, it was just a cult. You know, some asshole decided to join something, and then they weren't so sure about it, but they did it because, you know, they felt pressurized. Maybe there was some peer pressure. But perhaps they didn't really believe in it. But then generation after generation, it became cemented in that familial bloodline, in the subculture, in the locality, and it just became a case that the future uh, became ingrained in the kind of, let's just say, thoughtless acts of that individual or that collective of individuals, you know, whatever. And it could be anything. It could be something really stupid. They went to the wrong place. They were lazy in some way. They took the wrong career path, or they went to the wrong place, or there's so much at stake here. But a lot of our problems are not just ours. It's because of what happened in the past. Some of it is systemic. Some of it is because of as I say, our families did stupid shit, you know, whether we like it or not. But it's not all. It's not like there's a lot of blame to go around in every way. By the way.
But here's the thing, D&W, even here in Britain, a lot of the jobs, like let's say
Yeah.
the jobs nowadays, they don't even have sick pay. Yeah, there's a lot of people still working 0 hour contracts. Like we're on a downward trajectory. So even though we have fucking super smartphones and AI, if you look at the average person's living standard, they're working far more for far less. So that's why a lot of I believe like
I do agree with you. It is very bizarre.
there's no
In
more
terms of
pensions. There's no more any of this. Like
when you
sorry,
look
go
at
ahead.
just how much stuff we own as well, you know, we own a lot more, and we do a lot more. I feel now than we used to as well. In
Yeah,
terms
but
of
do we really own
subscriptions.
it? I would disagree. I would say we all
No,
live on
I
credit.
mean
We're all
like
slaves. We're all
yeah,
slaves to the elites, man. We live on
Yeah.
credit.
Unfortunately,
yeah,
yeah.
that's true as well. That's true as well.
I have an idea that y'all may want to think about, because you're not wrong that something has gone terribly downhill. Because I'm in the same room as all these tech bros, and I know what they're doing, and I know why they're doing it, because I understand their psychology. What I want you to think about is that where we are now is the end game. The end game is the part of chess, a chess game, where both sides know that that's the end. But you can't just do a rage quit. You're supposed to play the game out. and you're supposed to make your moves, and you can make them very quickly at this point because there's no thinking about it. It's the end game. And so you move your queen, he moves his bishop, you move your knight, he moves his pawn, checkmate. Okay, it's the end game, and you can play it almost as fast as that. You just play it out. Everyone knows the moves because everybody can see the moves. There's not going to be any tricks. Not going to be surprises. There's not going to be any Deus Ex Machina. All right. And if you think of where we're at right now as the end game, that we're making moves that just have to be made quickly to just get the game over, then I think some of what you see happening in the world that doesn't make sense starts to make more sense. We're going through the motions of ending the game.
Is it the end, or is it just another start of another epoch, like another?
Fair enough. I mean, what do you do when you end the game? You clear the board, reset the pieces, and play again.
Oh, I don't know, Kikaduma. I mean, sometimes I feel we are too hyper focused on the American ways, on the stream.
Yeah, we
Maybe
are.
the
No,
Western
yeah.
ways, and there
I
are
think you
other. It would be interesting to hear what Chinese people think, for example. They have a completely different perspective on matters, perhaps, in terms of what.
Actually, just to be fair, although I mentioned the tech bros quite a bit, the tech bros. There's tech bros in China too, and Russia, oligarchs and all this, and they all know each other. They all travel to the same ways, and they all went to Epstein Island. Okay, so it's a small club, and none of us are in it.
Of course, yeah.
And guess what? They all have all of the top properties in London are owned by those Russian Chinese billionaires, and they're vacant. Isn't that funny?
And the Arabs.
Arabs, yes,
Yes,
yes.
the Arabs,
Arabs.
See, when you go
Yes.
to like Knightsbridge and places like that, it's unbelievable. It's like being in like Qatar or something, in terms of like lots of
Qatar.
Arabs driving unbelievably good cars, living in unbelievably good properties.
Yeah, and also
I've also seen lots of Chinese people. Nothing against,
Yeah, they're
nothing against
rich.
any of these people. It's just they're so rich. They're so rich. I've been in I've been in some of their properties here and there, and I've seen immense wealth from some of the Chinese. As I said, it's because they're youngsters whose dads are like running factories in China or whatever,
Yeah, they're like children of billionaires. Yeah, they're like,
almost everyone
they're
I
literally-
met.
and they're living in London. They're doing like courses here. They're studying or whatever. But they have so much wealth. It's unbelievable.
I think like the majority of I was talking to a lot of people from Britain, online, and they all say like the richest people here in London are all like Chinese or Arabs, right? Specifically Chinese.
yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, no, it makes.
Yeah, the Chinese are taking over, bro.
Mate,
If you go to
you've
central
met,
London,
Russ,
yeah.
you've met some seriously wealthy Chinese people, have you? I have. I've seen.
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Bro, if you go to central London, like they're all wearing the top designer gear, and they're the ones coming out of those properties, man. Like you just see them, yeah, and they're like the sons of billionaires and shit. That's why.
Yeah, they are the sons of billionaires, and I think you guys are gonna get more of them because like their current leadership of China, he's cracking down on those people like the.
I have to say one thing though. I've actually hung out with them, like some of the extremely rich Chinese kids, who grew up, and I have to say they've been all right. When I say kids, I mean like in their 30s and stuff, maybe in their 20s.
Yeah.
I've met them in various ways, and they've actually been all right. I have to say that.
And the best way
compared to some of the old money kind of rich fucking Europeans I've met. I mean,
No, GW, the worst are the Arabs. The most entitled are the rich Arabs. Trust me, they're on a different level of arrogance.
But,
What?
Okay.
How's that racist? You just criticize the Europeans, and I'm saying no, it's the Arabs. What are
The
you talking
Arabs,
about?
and also, and then guess what? Don't
Okay,
forget
I was a
the
little bit
Persian,
racist, I
the
guess.
Persian diaspora.
Exactly,
I'm
man. What the hell?
See, I'm European, so I can always play that card, But
True.
This is
Well, if you think of it, if you make the mistake of thinking of it as an invasion by foreigners, and it is a mistake, you're going to miss the salient point, which is it's not foreigners, it's wealthy elites.
Wait, I have a.
They're not.
The world is the playground for the elite. It really is.
Yeah. And if you don't see them in London, you'll see them in Ibiza, or you'll see them on the French Riviera. Okay, and they don't think of themselves as Chinese or Russians or tech bros. They think of themselves as wealthy elites, and they all know each other, and they don't have these problems of, oh my God, you're invading my London downtown. They go wherever they want to, and then when they meet each other and they shake hands, they're shaking hands as equals. You know, yeah, I'm a Russian oligarch and you're a Chinese oligarch, but hey, we're on the same team. We're on the same team, and they're looking out for each other all the time.
They are, of course, they are. Yeah, because their
I think
countries
you're
also
right.
to each other too. Yeah, Russia and China are close now. Yeah,
They see the money. They don't see the skin tone or the haircut or the language differences. They see the money every time. And
But they
that's
do
why you
tend
have
to
so
stick
many
to their own, though.
oligarchs
I've
buying
noticed that.
shit in London, because London sees the money. London is old finance. London is old money. And the oligarchs show up with their billions, multiple billions of dollars in oil wealth. London just sees money, and they do business. That's it. That's it. And you know, none of us are in that club.
They allow all the financial loopholes to happen, basically.
Oh yeah, they create them because they want the money. They want the money.
I don't get it. I don't get it. If you, I mean, you're not at the top. None of us are at the top. If you recognize the system for what it is, why would you subject more human beings to it? And why are we playing this game that we know we can't win?
Well, first of all, LA, I'm into AN as well, so I'm not about producing more humans for the grinder. Secondly, I'm not going to live in the fucking jungle. I'm not adapted to that shit, so I don't have the immune system for it, and I don't have the skills of bushcraft. So I think I'll stay right here in society for now.
This is actually this is LA. This is an easy question to answer. The reason we're all here, the reason we were born, and the reason we had children ourselves is because there was a need for labor. They needed our labor, lots of it and cheap. That's why they got women into the labor force as fast as they could. They don't want us to stop breeding. They want us to continue to breed, put our kids through trade schools, which is all education is anymore, put them into college, take out a huge debt, and then come out with a job
I
ticket.
understand, I understand what they want. I don't understand why you would give it to them. Why are you playing their game?
Okay, because what's wrong with you? It's the only game in town. That's the game.
No, because you were talking about chess. You said you lose, and then you start over, and you keep playing. Why do you keep playing their stupid game when you can
Because
actually?
it's the only game. It's the only game in town.
No, you don't have to play the game at all.
Well, then don't, and then see what game you end up playing.
A game of non-existence.
Well, then fine. Then your problems are solved. And just so we all know, I am Cougar Doomer, okay? And I kind of know how this end game plays out. And if you're going to talk about, well, why are you playing the end game? This end game is going one place. They don't need us anymore. They've got AI.
Exactly, yeah.
They've got robotics.
So you're
They've got all.
sacrificing.
I'm not sacrificing
your
anything.
children. You're sacrificing your children, and you know that they don't have a future, and yet you want to play the game because
He had his children decades ago. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Also, my children are not having children.
That's good.
Wait, why?
Probably. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I don't know. I mean, I understand. Danny Shine has children, right? He still came to that conclusion later in life, and he decided that what he did was wrong. I don't hear any contrition. I don't hear any sort of
game in town.
I don't hear any reflection on what you did. I don't hear you telling other people not to talk to it.
LA, I don't have to play games with you. Okay, this is how it is. This is the way it turned out.
Right.
And, and so I'm not going to bitch about it. You want to bitch about it? Fine. The Titanic hit the iceberg. I'm trying to get to a lifeboat. I'm getting off. You can do whatever you want to do. Go to the bar and drink yourself drunk.
But you're writing a book and you're telling people about solutions. And so I keep bringing the question up because you never say anything about abstinence from procreation as one of your solutions.
Oh dear.
Why would I?
Real quickly.
Why would I?
I was in the kitchen.
I don't have to care about that. People are going to do what they want to do.
It always comes
Cougar
back
Duma, I have a question, yeah? You know your name.
It's the only game in town, baby.
Cougar
There's
Duma,
a question on.
So your name is Cougar Duma. I understand the Duma, but why Cougar? Because when I think of a cougar, I think of a sexy 40-plus woman that likes young guys.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Fair enough. My actual name in this world is Cat. C-A-T.
Okay.
Cougars are basically mountain lions in California, aren't they? They're
So
around where
I
you
just
live, so.
now actually my legal name
Oh, you live in San
is
Francisco.
catamount, and catamount is one of the colloquial terms for cougar, panther, painter, mountain lion, all of the above.
Oh, nice.
So
I see.
I am
Yeah,
I
nice.
am catamount. That is my legal name. I go by cat, and on here I go by cougar.
That's your spirit animal, like the Native Americans would say. Yeah, you're a cougar.
Maybe I met my cougar in a mirror in an old hotel one day, washing
Okay,
my face.
I still want to ask my question. Even if Kruger, even if you don't want to present that as a solution, would you agree that demographic collapse would actually dismantle the system?
Yes.
So I don't understand. It's so obvious. Why wouldn't that be at the forefront of everything that you're saying?
Because it's a given.
LA,
No,
LA,
it's
LA.
not a
There's
given. They don't know. They don't know that. They don't know that.
LA. You're mad if you think anybody can win on those by playing that strategy.
You can win.
They will literally create breeding farms until they get what they want, which is AI robots.
Yeah,
That's true.
Doing the work.
Okay, so now I want to be fair. I want to be fair to LA. I want to be fair to LA. Now, in my first novel, one of the central themes that I obliquely address is where is everyone? In my next novel, which is only slightly related, there is an AI takeover. And one of the things that happens is that many, many people perish. And the people who survive are asking the question, where is everyone? And the people that survive are living in Zootopia. They are kept. They are kept alive. And I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet if they reproduce or not. So you have that. Okay? You've got that.
But there's a reason why Elon Musk is telling people to procreate. There's a reason why they have made abortion illegal in many states. They know that the birth rates are declining, and they see it as a serious problem.
It's because you know why, LA. It's because he's winning the game at the moment. More people means more money for him. He's literally controlling some of the biggest ways to make money at the moment. So it's in his interest to have people giving him money.
More slaves,
right?
more
But that's
labor.
the whole thing, though. But I don't think we have any power when it comes
to. You see, LA. It doesn't just because you have to. It doesn't mean it's not mutually beneficial in some ways either.
How is it? What am I getting out of it?
Nobody asked you.
Nobody asked you, but there may be some people. I'm not saying there is, but you may have to look at things like trickle down economics, also raised living standards, such things like that. Maybe developing countries becoming more having raised living standards, higher life expectancies, better qualities of life. Perhaps, I don't know. They do say that is happening, but then you hear alternative perspectives as well that say it's getting worse. But you see, LA, I don't think it's completely all lopsided to the degree that everyone is in hell.
I'm not talking about that. Everybody keeps talking about how they don't like the system, how it's so oppressive. They hate capitalism. They hate how the democracy.
Not everyone. See, this is the problem, LA. Not everyone is saying that clearly.
Okay, the people on this panel were just talking about that. So I'm not. I'm tired of gaslighting. You know, everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about. They were complaining about how the Chinese are taking over. The system is so oppressive, and yet they keep putting more human beings into this oppressive system.
Well, LA, I'm on board with you with that, man. A lot of us are actually AN on this panel, so I agree with that fully, man. I'm not.
Okay, I'm just the anti-natalists get it, but the other people are gaslighting us.
I mean, if anything, DNW's, you'd have to ask him why he might still want people to procreate. But I'm done with that shit.
Yeah.
Confront the traitor.
Not this time. Not this time of night. It's 2:00 in the morning now.
I mean, it's like literally the one thing. It's literally the one thing that you can.
Here fully enlivened, you know, full throttle. I can't take it.
It's literally the one thing that you have control. We have no control.
Leave the white flag, LA, and just agree with you. What
We
difference
have
does it
no
make?
I like what
control over
Cougar said
anything
because
else.
Cougar
The
Cougar said we're at the end game, and I agree with him. Like, if you think that there's going to be like, even if humanity survives, yeah, and AI doesn't take over, like what he said about the universal basic income, the 15-minute cities, the carbon, your carbon allowance. Like, do you think that's an existence worth living, bro? You might as well just fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, just go to war with the elites or do
Yeah,
something drastic, bro.
exactly.
Like,
I mean,
or
what
you
do
might
you
as well,
say? I
yeah.
Just
want to hear
war
what
with
Cougar
them.
Duma says. Now, you know, when I've been very cynical in the past, I have this friend, and he's a cool dude, and he says he doesn't he believes in, you know, when I say about how bad it could get, you know, he says he believes in human goodness, and the potential for humans to do good. Um, and he says that's what he believes in. That's what carries him through. Kugaduma, does that in any way play into how you uh, think about reality, even though you go on about this doomerism? Is there still is there do you believe in? I think you do actually, because you talk about community building and trying to survive, looking after your loved ones. Do you put faith in human goodness as a possible antidote to all this, you know, chaos on the horizon?
Okay,
These
so
guys, I think LA has given up on that. He doesn't think human goodness
yeah,
can lift.
to be honest, I don't know what he thinks. I'm not sure that he's given up. But let me answer your question. My answer is going to be a little bit nuanced here, because what I do believe, my actual philosophy is that more than one thing can be true at the same time. Okay, and history has proven this countless times. And let me just give you a quick bullet point rundown on the things that I think are true all at the same time, and how they work out and how they play out against each other. I can't really say, but these are the things that I think are true. I think the current system is doomed. That's why I'm a doomer. The way we're doing things, the way we're organized right now, and the things we value or pretend to value or think we should value, this is finished. Stick a fork in it, it's done. At the same time that I believe that's true, I believe that people have a good in them when it comes down, when the chips are down. I think that people do band together. I think that people do become serious about their shit, okay? And they take off the red MAGA hat and they start working with the people around them. I think people have that capacity. I also think that I also think it's true that despite their capacity for working together and creating community, I think they are absolutely overwhelmed by what's coming. They're not going to survive. I think that 999 people out of 1,000 are going to perish, and some of them will just perish. They won't get to the lifeboat. They won't even know what hit them. They'll just go through their lives la di da and end up dead in an intersection or in a traffic jam or going over a cliff. And even among the people who try and pull this thing out of a dive, working together and creating community and doing the whole thing, they'll also perish because they'll get unlucky or they'll miss a step. So all these things can be true at the same time. This system is doomed. It's going down hard, really hard. It's going to take a lot of people with it. 99 people out of 1,000 with it. People are going to try, and they're going to try hard, and they're going to fail. And some of them won't fail, and they will continue, and they'll tell stories about this time. And this time of which I speak, like some sort of a religious preacher, pastor out the pulpit, banging with the Bible, this time I'm speaking of is the next 10 years.
So Cougar Duma, like when you see the rise of like the far right across the world, I mean, it just seems like humanity is repeating the same shit. It's like World War II, unfavorable outcome. Mr. Hitler, ex-army soldier, blames the downfall of Germany and his humiliating defeat in signing of the treaty, and giving up resources to the Jewish elite in that case. And we can
Yeah.
see a similar trope now. And this is
Okay.
why I'm a bit disillusioned with humanity because
Fine.
when you think about it, yeah.
Let me
Can I
explain
just
something
finish?
to you.
1 second. 1 second. Let me just finish. I'm nearly done, bro. When I see this all pan out, it's like history repeats itself. And also, when it comes to this whole far right thing, I believe it's a psyop by the elites. Like they're literally making us fight each other. They don't even need to kill us, bro. There's so many splinter groups, even in America, red versus blue, fucking Proud Boys versus these guys, Antifa. They don't need to kill us all. They can just make us all kill each other off. And people like Kenny are the biggest fucking idiots because they're, oh, make America great again. The guy's a fucking pedophile, you dumb fuck. That's who
Yes.
you support.
Yeah.
And that pedophile doesn't give a shit because he just fucked up everybody's future by starting this Iran war. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you want me to answer the question? Okay, I can answer this fairly simply. You won't like the answer, but I'm going to give you the answer that I'm going to give you. Everyone
Yeah.
likes a story. The Germans in 1933, having just come out of the World War One and the oppression of the reparations payments and the destruction of their money, they were ready. They were ready for a story. And Adolf Hitler told them a story, an adult fairy tale, that they were the master race. And they descended from the survivors of Atlantis and a whole bunch of other shit that would just sound completely unhinged now, or maybe not. Maybe people still believe this stuff, but it's an adult fairy tale, all right? We're descended from gods. It's an adult fairy tale. And Donald Trump, now it's just his turn, right? He's saying it. He's telling people an adult fairy tale. You're great. Make America great again. We can do this and all this other stuff. Red hats. We're all unified. Christ is going to come, and it's going to be the rapture, and it's all just an adult fairy tale. Okay, and that's what you see repeating. What you see repeating is that when people get desperate, adults get desperate, they actually revert to children. They want a daddy figure. They want someone who says they will protect them. They want answers, and they want simple answers. And go ahead and tell them a story. Tell them a fairy tale. The lightning comes from a scary guy in the sky, and the thunder is dragons fighting each other. Tell people a fairy tale, and they'll believe it, especially if it makes them feel like they're the greatest people who have ever lived. And right now, what you're seeing is not history repeating itself. You're seeing a tendency that humans have when they're desperate, when they're frightened, when they're confused. They just want a fairy tale. Tell me a happy story. Tell me a happy story. Tell me I'm great. Tell me I'm immortal. Tell me there's a heaven for me.
Give me a little. We'll give you my soother.
Well, isn't one of those fairy tales that democracy represents the will of the people? They actually care about you. I mean, I'm not sure why you believe in democracy. That it's the will of the people, as if there's not manufactured consent.
Is that directed at me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, how do I feel about democracy? I think democracy was an experiment. The Greeks talked about it, and then our founding fathers, who were a bunch of rich white men who kept slaves, they decided, yeah, let's give this a try. And they meant to apply it to themselves. We're a bunch of rich white men who have all the knowledge. We just got through the Renaissance. We have all the science on our side, technology on our side, and we know everything. And so we're going to give ourselves democratic rights, and we're going to run the world to suit ourselves. And then they had to include blacks, and then they had to include women, and then they had to include whatever else. And so it got messy, but their original view for democracy was rich white people voting on shit that's going to make their lives better, and everyone else's life, well, whatever they wanted it to be. Do I believe in that kind of democracy? Sounds pretty stupid to me. It was supposed to evolve, become something else. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't think it did. I think the blacks are still enslaved, and I think women still don't have any agency, and they think they do, but they don't because they're being brainwashed, and who knows what's really going on. I don't know. I think we were never meant to live this way. I think we were meant to live in villages.
But you just told me the other day that the law is not violence because it's the will of the people.
Okay, the law is the will of the people, period. That's the way the law works. And
What
at
does
least
that actually mean? What is that? Who? I mean, who are the people?
Untrackable wants to say something after. Go ahead. Let Untrackable say something quickly, guys, and then we'll go back to who are the people.
Yes, it doesn't matter where you are, or what you believe in. It is effort or nothing. Without effort, it doesn't matter what you believe in. If there is no effort from what you believe in, whether it is, the processes and procedures or the faithfulness or whatever, without hands, that you have absolutely nothing. So, without effort, there is nothing. So, in America. It's like, oh, we believe we are the greatest because that flag it's so pretty and it means so much, but without hands doing shit, well, really, what does it mean?
Thank you for that abstract away.
And without China building shit, why would we make a deal with China unless their hands are dealing shit? And without the food flowing, who's doing what with your hands? Because we got a lot of talking heads around here going and creating a bunch of bullshit, speaking on others' behalves, yet it's our hands, it's our feet. And if that's the way you vote, well, good luck, because this entire governmental world can go to shit. But we still got our feet on the ground, and we will still build shit. We will still feed each other. We will still take care of each other. Hey, this whole thing can go sideways, but just know, I know what it takes to take care of the person next to me. If you don't, well, then that's a you problem.
Okay,
That's a you problem.
You know what? That's a really good. That's a very powerful motivational speech, but that's all it is. It's without substance, like mist. At the end of the day, you, your country is on the fucking brink of probably one of the biggest civil war. You've got the Reds and the Blues. You've got the white supremacists. You've got the Black Panthers. You've got probably secret
I'll be back in
jihadist
a minute.
sleeper cells. So at the end of the day, my friend, you can sit there and give a Tony Robbins style fucking motivational speech, but you're not grounded in reality. You can say I'm going to help my family and we're going to help each other, but reality is when shit hits the fan, you have 350 million people, I think, that are very disgruntled, very disenfranchised, and good luck to you guys, man, because we got our own fucking shit over here as well. But it's going to be on a massive scale where you're from, my friend.
Well, hey, you can say that they don't like me based off of your viewpoint on it. You just said you're the one that mentioned race.
No, I never said anything about race. I said blues and reds. So blues and reds is beyond race. It's Democrats and Republicans, right?
No, you mentioned it.
Yeah, I said there's white supremacists, there's Black Panthers, there's probably pro-jihadist sleeper cells that sympathize with ISIS. There's all types of fucking groups in your country. I mean, your country is not as unified as you like to think it is. That's what I'd say to you. But yeah.
And if I'm going to win anything, I'm going to win from within. And I don't think you understand that.
Well, all power to you, my friend. If that's your thing, I just think I'm a bit cynical about it all. That's all. That's all I'm saying. If you believe in that, then power to you, bro. I'm not here to put you down, but that's just my take.
If you're going to destroy, yes, I understand. You're going to destroy from within. But if you can also win from within, is that also not an option?
Well, no, I would say no, because there's many forces that are just.
You would say you can destroy from within, but you would deny winning from within?
So what does that actually mean? So give me your definition of destroying from within and winning from within, and then I'll give you my answer.
Well, you can turn people against themselves and be like, hey, they don't want you to eat. They don't want you to have a roof over your yourself, and all you have to do is just come with me. But you can do the same thing. You can do the same thing on the opposite ends of it and be like, hey, if you need a roof over your head, a roof over your head, if you need food in your mouth, just come with me. But we don't have to go anywhere to make this happen. You see where it, like, you can use a government program to turn the government against itself and be like, oh, hey, the government is so bad. But you can also use the government program to be like, hey, the people are actually using the government program to provide for the people. It's that abuse. It is the absolute abuse of power and understanding of the system that puts people down here in America. So when they don't do it, when they don't use the system to put people down, it's like, hey, this is here for you. Now, when they say, hey, this is here for you, and it's like, oh, I could use this for fucking Somalia. So that's called abuse of the system. You understand what I'm saying now? But you don't want to hear it.
No, I heard what you
Frankly, I could.
said. I just have a different opinion to you. I think yours is more like power to the people from within, against the government. But I'm just too much of a cynic to believe in that. But we'll have to see how it pans out, I guess.
No, sir. No, sir. It is not against the government. It is what the government offers. But when people exploit the government because of the easiness of exploitability, because it is so easy to exploit, it's like, who's at fault here? Is it the ones that are trying to help Americans or people trying to be Americans, or is it those who are trying to infiltrate and be like, oh, goddamn, it's so easy over here, so hey, why not help non-Americans? Pardon me
Okay,
for
sorry, Untrackable, mate. I want to see. LA, you coming back on? Kuguduma wanted to answer a question for
Where
him.
did everyone go? Everyone just disappeared.
I don't know.
Well, pardon me for being so white.
Bro, it's got
Jesus.
nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with that. I want Kuguduma to, because the show, we're short for time, so I want Kuguduma to address what LA was saying. LA, go ahead.
I'm still trying to get an explanation for how the law is not violent. Because it's the will of people. Now you said that black people were excluded, you said women were excluded. There are other people who are still excluded. For example, I'm an anarchist. I have no voice. And so how does it represent my will? I'm forced to comply whether I agree to or not. How is that not violent? That you get to impose your will just because you have a majority, you have a 51% lead over me, that you get to impose your will on me through force.
Yeah, democracy is the worst way of organizing people, except for every other way. The only way out of this would be that we actually have a dictator. It could be a benevolent dictator. Could be a theocrat. Who knows? Could be someone who reads the Bible every day, takes all their morality from the Bible. Somebody who's a final authority. If that were the case, then nobody would have any advantage over everybody else. We would just be all standing around waiting for the word to come down from the castle on high. Okay, that's how it used to be done. That's how it was done. And then we invented the merchant class, and the merchant class says, "Yeah, fuck that. We've got money. We've got influence. We want to make decisions." And that they called the will of the people. Now, it wasn't all the people. It wasn't the peasants. It wasn't the women. It wasn't the immigrants. It was the will of the rich, white, landed gentry. Magna Carta, the whole thing, right? And so they call it the will of the people. Now, it was never meant to be all the people, but that somehow how it got twisted around. All the people. And now we have majority rule. It used to be, not too long ago, that you would simply say, well, the Lord and the lady will tell us what we need to know and what we need to do. And so now it's gotten all complicated. It's all fucked up. Everyone's angry. No one wants it anymore. And probably you're going to lose it. So that's fine. Then we'll have some Donald Trump or one of his scions at the top, and they'll simply tell you what you need to know and what you need to do. And there won't be any 51%. So that'll all go away. And this is the end game. It has to go away. People want a happy story, and they don't want to have to make decisions. They don't want to have to be responsible for their lives.
I'm
They want a
asking
happy
you
story.
about the current system. I'm asking you about the current system as it exists right now. How is the will of the people legitimate, and how is the law not balanced?
The law is determined by the majority of the people, and they decide it's not violent. Anyone who doesn't like it is a malcontent. And if
But
they want,
if
they
you're
can
the
lead a
victim
revolt.
of the violence, then you're just the victim of it, and so you're going to see it as violence because you don't like it. You did not consent to it.
Okay, there's lots of people that don't consent to the law. Every time someone gets into a car inebriated and goes racing down the road, weaving all over the lane, they're saying it doesn't apply to me. It happens
So
every day.
if someone gets shot by the police officer, do they not have the right to say that shot was an act of violence?
Well, they can say that, and they can sue the cops in court, and maybe it works, and maybe it
And then
doesn't.
the police officers are going to get off on qualified immunity because, according to your logic, they're going to say it's not violence because it was authorized by the will of the people.
Okay, so if that becomes too oppressive, which it probably is at the moment, so let's allow for that. If it becomes too oppressive, then the people will revolt, and they'll say, yeah, that's enough of that. That's the
No, they
theory. I'm not
won't.
saying
No,
it's
they
going to
won't.
happen.
They will not
I'm
revolt.
not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying that's the theory. That's what they're offering us. That's why we have the Second Amendment. That's why that's why there's more guns in America than there is Americans. Because we reserve the right to rise up in a rebellion and tell them, no, you can't do that anymore. That's the idea. That's the theory.
Well, they're trying to take away people's guns to say that you should not have assault weapons, and they're indoctrinating people through the education system.
Well,
And
whatever. Yeah, now you're shaking in your boots. Never happens.
LA. You talk about heteronormative situations. Do you think sometimes you have in many ways said disparaging things about heterosexual people, but do you admit and you say the system is heteronormative in your words, but maybe I've said this to you before, and I don't mean it as an insult, but do you not have to just accept that you think very differently, but there is a majority of people that think otherwise, and it's too bad.
I'm not imposing my will on them; they're imposing their will on me.
It's just too bad.
They're imposing their will on me. I'm not doing the same thing to them.
I get that. But Kukuduma, what do you think? Is what I said is that out of order in any way?
Hi, honey. You coming to help me?
Hold on, my wife wants my attention.
Yeah,
I'm here because of heterosexuals. Heterosexual brought me into hell because of heterosexuals.
And I think that's a huge. From my, as I said, from me listening to you, I think you just can't get over that. You just can't get over.
Why should I get over it? Why should I get over it?
Yeah, I get that, but the point is, look, you maybe you can't defeat it, is what I'm saying. There's nothing you can do to and why should you? Why should you do anything to change the ways of others because they're different to you?
No, I'm not trying to.
if you think they're doing it because they're heterosexual, and that's what heterosexuals do, I mean, I don't know. It just seems a little bit problematic sometimes, LA.
No, I would say heterosexuality is the root cause of all suffering and death. Sex between man and woman is the only reason that we're here in the first place.
And what are you going to do about that?
It's descriptive. I'm just
And
telling you.
I know,
I'm
I
just
know, but
telling you that.
I know. But if it is a natural state of heteronormative reality, and it is a heterosexual world, it is a heterosexual reality in terms of that's what keeps it going. That is the majority. As I said, that literally creates it, and that is what makes it endure and continue. I mean, can't you just
No,
look at that?
DNW. Because every time I talk about anti-natalism as a solution, the response I get is, "Oh, it's nature. This is a biological necessity. This is what men and women do." And so then when I respond, "Well, then maybe you shouldn't be heterosexual." Oh, now you're being discriminatory against straight people. It's like,
Well,
no.
it can't.
If you're going to be heterosexual, then can you at least use birth control? You don't get to use the fact that you're straight to impose existence on the people, and then you can't be held accountable for that.
No, but sometimes it looks like you're blaming straight people for everything. Oh, but then again, you literally are.
Of course they are. They are responsible for everything. I mean, at the end of the day, there would be nothing without men and women having sex. So it is what it is. That's the root cause of everything.
Bisexuals could be doing that as well, I suppose.
Okay, but I'm talking about even if bisexuals.
I mean, there are literally gay men nowadays who want to have kids and team up with lesbians and even straight women to have kids.
And that needs to be weeded out of them. That's ridiculous. If you're gay, you should not be procreating. You can't even do that. You can't even do that without involving someone of the opposite sex. So you're just trying to mimic what straight people do because you want to be heteronormative, and that is the whole problem. So I would say if you were a gay person, an ethical gay as I am, then you would not procreate. You would not want. You would actually have some self-esteem to say that you don't have to be like straight people in order to have some value in society. The fact that you don't procreate actually makes you ethically superior.
I mean, I don't know what to say to you. I mean, it's hard to put into words sometimes because I feel like you're just barking at the wind, LA. Even though I get where you're coming from on matters, but I just feel like I don't know. It's just sometimes you have to just carry your burden.
No, I look at the line of thinking and I jump straight to the conclusion, and I know what they're going to say. They're going to say, "Oh, it's just biology. This is just what people do." So and maybe I'm not going through all the steps because I think it's unnecessary. But
Well,
at
I
the end
mean,
of
unless I mean, look, what are you going to do about the fact that people don't agree with you? And sometimes, I mean, you've admitted before that you have a problem with the IQ as a kind of system of, like trying to judge people's worth. And I agree with you, yeah. But what are you going to do with people who don't have what you view, by the way, not them, but what you view as intellectual and emotional intelligence high enough to have compassion for the points that you're making and to understand and agree with them? What are you going to do with all these people, LA, who don't understand, who don't get it, who just don't agree, who don't feel the same way? What are you going to do with them?
you think I can't answer this question? I can't do anything about them. That's the reason why
I know that's the point. You can't do anything.
I can do something. The only thing I can
You can make a hullabaloo, but you're just, as I said,
you don't want me to answer your question.
You're literally like a pigeon trying to talk to a wolf.
You don't want me to answer your question.
You're just saying something they don't understand. Go on.
The answer is they can't be reformed because they are what they are. So the only thing you can do to protect yourself is remove yourself from that situation. Remove yourself from their oppression, which is why I'm advocating for the right to opt out. They're not going to change. They don't want to change. So I can't change them. The only thing I can do is remove myself from their oppression.
So why do you talk about their oh, okay, I get it. So you basically talk about something you can't defeat just to kind of siphon in your desire to have unregulated access to. Yeah, we know what
Right.
you want.
They're not even
But
going to make an effort to change. They don't care.
yeah,
They're
but the
just going to
point
make
is, LA,
excuses.
even that is problematic, LA. And I thought I did pretty well talking to you about that when we last spoke about it in depth. I don't think it's a goer, brother, and I don't think legally it's a goer. You know.
Legally, that's what we were just talking about with Cougar. The law
Yeah,
is
but I'm
illegitimate.
saying the law. Yeah, but the thing is, what are you gonna have in its place? Anarchy? It's not gonna happen, bro.
No, I'm not talking. You can keep your passive system all you want. Just don't force me to remain in it. If it makes you
You are
feel safe,
subject to it whether you like it or not, LA.
I don't. But okay,
And
but
so
why?
is everybody else. Once there's a jurisdiction, once there's a flag and a jurisdiction, I'm sorry, but there
So
is
you don't believe in consent. You just believe in force.
no. It's not that. It's not that. I have that's a bit too wider of a scope to throw at me. I think there are narrow slices of reality, yeah, of life, where yes, consent highly matters, yeah. In other areas, we have to accept there is something greater than us, more powerful than us, looming over us, and we may feel aggrieved about it, we may feel upset about it, but it is just that which confines us. It's the burden of being, and it just is a fact. Nothing is perfect, and I know it sucks in many ways. But unfortunately, LA, it is down to you as an individual to find a psychological device to help you cope with that.
Okay, I'm not saying that you should have to consent to every finite detail, but at the base level, at the fundamental level, you should consent to existing within that social contract in the first place. You should exist. You should have autonomy over your own person. You should own your own life. You should not need permission from the majority.
I mean,
To,
I wish it was as easy as that, LA.
it, it's, it, then
There
if
is,
it's not that,
we could say things should be the way you want them to be, but then there is reality, which is a completely different state of affairs and doesn't give a rat's ass what you think should be.
that's the point. That's why I'm
I know
exposing.
that, and I'm trying to show you that you, unfortunately, as do all, you're not alone in this, LA. You're not alone. I want you to realize this isn't some kind of, oh, let's fucking pick on LA situation. All of us, in some way or other, are beholden to outside forces we don't particularly like. It may
But
not be
most of you
legal.
are
It may
okay with
be.
it.
It may. No. It causes people great pressure and sadness. It does, of course.
No, I
But
asked
then, but
Witchy. I asked
if
Witchy this very
I know
question.
you are. I know you are switchy. Okay, but I'm just saying. Again, this is the other thing you do, Ella. You have a tendency to go very black and white and think just because one person says something, she's speaking for everybody. No, it's not like that. Okay, and I think if she came on, I could talk to her and I could maybe talk her through, where I
Okay,
feel
but
she
she
was
read my
being
book,
maybe a little
and
bit glib on it.
she read my book, and I thought that if she read it, she would be convinced that she doesn't own her life. She's a slave, and she would have a problem with it. She read it. She understood my argument. She's like, I do realize I'm a slave. I do recognize the state owns me. I don't have a problem with it. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, I don't need to own my life. I'm happy, and I get to live my life. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And
Well,
I'm like,
I suppose you have to appreciate it's worked out okay for her. So obviously there will be. I don't know what the portion of people would be, but I imagine it would be considerable. Maybe the majority are okay that there is something that, if you like, owns them. Maybe they've never thought about it before. But if you cornered them and said, you're subject to the law of the land, you are, you are basically under the watchful eye of a greater power than you. You are subservient to it. You are not free. I think most people would probably shrug their shoulders and say, yeah, you're right. It's worth it.
right.
Unfortunately for you.
Cougars essentially said the same thing.
I know. I know.
So they're also.
And
I
the thing
mean,
is, LA, this isn't something that is done. Like, you're making out that these people are complete idiots. I think you have to understand, LA. Some of these people believe that they themselves may not have much power individually, but they can get involved in a group of people and become the critical mass necessary to drive change, political change. And
that's
as I
not
said,
even how they
you
think.
you seem to view the law in a very isolated fashion. You don't see the connection between law, politics, the people, spirit, yeah, emotion. Everything
They're,
is connected.
they're
And,
not participants in.
and the will of the people sometimes bubbles up in a manner that is favorable to the people in terms of legal structures.
Okay,
Sometimes.
the way the social contract is supposed to work is supposed to be a duality between a sovereign and citizen. You're supposed to basically play both roles. These people don't play both roles. They're not sovereigns at all. They don't participate in the legal system. They don't know what's going on. They're just subjects, and they're controlled through like controlled over their minds to where they're just.
When you say these people, what do you mean?
I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about everybody who
When you
participates.
say they don't get involved, what do you mean?
Okay, they vote, right? They vote. They may vote for a political party. They don't actually understand what's going on. They're not active.
Well, there is that.
They're
There
not
is that.
policy
That's
makers.
why. That's right. It's not perfect. I agree. But they vote for people who they believe in, and sometimes they feel satisfied with that. Sometimes they don't feel satisfied with that.
But they don't understand the consequences
It's
of
not
their vote.
perfect, and it's a
They
very
don't under,
difficult process,
They
LA.
think their vote is just a personal preference. They don't see it as an act of force. That somebody's going to be the victim of your vote. That somebody like me who wants a right to opt out, I don't have that because you voted in a
No,
way that oppresses me.
I think they do realize that actually. Again, in this example, right to end oneself by medically assisted, aid. I think a lot of people realize there will be sore losers. There will be people who feel aggrieved if they vote against it. And some, not all people, LA. You are right. You are right. I'm sorry. You are right. There'll be some people that just instinctually vote against it because of maybe a fear of death, a fear of their own death, maybe, I don't know, some kind of psychological bias. Maybe they're even psychopaths and they don't care about other people's suffering and they're not emotionally moved by others, and maybe they're intellectually dim enough not to
But you can look at other
not
examples,
to
though.
realize it could be me. It could be me one day. I mean, maybe that's true. But the
You,
point
you,
is,
you,
LA, not everybody is like that. As I say, you
You
make
can,
these
you can look
blanket
at other
statements.
examples though, DNW. You can look at same-sex marriage. That did not come from the will of people. That came from the Supreme Court. You can look at desegregation. First, it came from the Supreme Court, which made it the law of the land,
Well, I'm
and
going to say
then
I honestly don't know enough about. I'll be honest with you. I don't know enough about the ins and outs of American, law and the changes that have been made to statute over there. All I know is in this country, we do have situations where the power of the people causes certain things to be stated in Parliament by politicians, and then there is a momentum built from that, and the politicians, they might be arseholes sometimes, but sometimes it's to our benefit because they're obsessed with how they look to the public, because a lot of them are careerists. They're trying to stay in the game, and they're not. Some of them don't care about the principles. They just care about keeping in the game to get their salary, and they're vying for more power. So, at least I don't know. Look, I'm going to give you your due here and say I don't know the ins and outs of the American system. All I know is this side of the pond, at least, we have some hope. Some hope.
no, your
Not
system is
complete.
even worse.
Not complete
Your
hope.
system is even worse. Look at what happened to Danny Shine. Danny Shine was out there talking to people about anti-natalism, and he got fined for it. That's what your system is worse than America. We at least have a modicum of free speech. You don't even have that.
No, but I wasn't actually talking about that. I was talking about how we can bring about change. There is that potential as a people. We can bring about change. But I'm saying, LA, you seem to think that a system fails if change is not brought about. And no, the only thing that fails is the people's like the people's hope in that change coming about. The system is the system. It's there. It's a process. Okay. What fails is the ideals of the people, and it
No,
may
what
be that
fails is
there's not enough. There's not enough of them to provide that critical mass for the substantive change that they want to bring in.
no, what fails is at the base level because the social contract is supposed to be based on consent. If there is no consent, then the entire system is illegitimate. There is no consent when you're forced to exist within a system that you never chose in the first place.
LA, you see, people don't really care about these intricacies, and you do appreciate that much, right? That
They don't care because the only thing they really
you are right. There is a minutia of people that get to the degree of analytical thought on matters that you do. A very, very small amount of people, yeah. Now that you may say that's a problem, and you want this kind of Plato's Republic where there's philosopher kings deciding on reality. As Cougar already said, we have a democracy. It's the best of a terrible bunch of options.
What's wrong with what I said, though?
It's not perfect.
What's wrong with what I said? If you like this system and it serves your interest, then keep it. But if I don't want to exist under your system, why shouldn't I have the right to be free from it?
Well,
Why would you support my enslavement?
Most people, right, when they hear things, LA, they consider things like, can vulnerable people be swept up into a situation not of their choosing because of something? Is this an axe that is going to be wielded like on people that have much less power than others, and maybe they will be pushed into corners that they wouldn't necessarily chosen if that change hadn't been brought around, and it wouldn't be something they would have thought. It would have been it would have been something they thought about. B, it wouldn't be something they chose. The only reason they'd choose it or think about it was because that change would be brought into existence.
That's called manufactured. That's called manufactured consent.
LA, when you bring about such a change, yeah, you are in many ways leading people to a possibility, whether you like it or not. There would be people that never would have thought about it, never would have done it, but then suddenly, because it's there, it becomes a possibility. And to me, that's a very serious matter, because you talk about manufacturing consent, you are manufacturing the outcome there for those people, because you already admit, LA, lots of people are easily led, lots of people don't know what's going on. And for me personally, I think we should take those people into
DNW, everything you're saying is incorrect. The only reason we're having this conversation in the first place is because they criminalize it. The American Medical Association lobbied to get all these laws passed state by state. And so because they have criminalized it, now I have to undo what should have never been done in the first place. And so it's like, if they had never criminalized it, they would have the same rights that they had in the state of nature. The state of nature, if you didn't like your life, you had every right to terminate it. But now I have to beg for a right that I should already have.
Can I say something?
Well, you still have the same rights in the state as you would have in the state of nature. You could terminate it. I'm not
But in the state of nature, I could get somebody to assist me with that also.
You still can. Obviously, it depends on whether they want to be held liable for it, or if they're worried about being held liable for it. People might still be up for it.
A right is not the same as an ability. If they would be prosecuted, then it's not a right.
Well, you mean you haven't shown me for sure that there wouldn't be a subculture in the state of nature that would frown upon it, and maybe the chief of the village wouldn't like it. I mean, you seem to have these notions that
there would be no surveillance in the first place. If somebody helped me, nobody would even know about it.
I think you're being a little bit. I think you're being a little bit far-fetched there to think that, look, LA, at the moment, yeah, theoretically, hypothetically, if somebody who lived in America wanted to go off to some remote location and do something with someone else, and nobody found out about it, well then,
No, the problem is that you.
But the thing is, in the tribe, if the tribe found out about it, yeah, it's the same situation.
No, the problem is that you
If the
can't
chief
even
found out about it, if the elders found out about it, yeah, you agree there would be some kind of hierarchy in these tribes.
put yourself in my
And I'm
situation.
saying that
Put
it would be the
yourself in my
same
situation.
situation. They would have some kind of subculture where, you know, people in influential positions would have an opinion on it. Now, they may or may not disagree with me. That's not for me to say. But I'm just saying you make this weird distinction that you think this, going back to the state of nature kind of, you know, basically dissolves all human interest in the matter from
How would I
outsiders,
even find somebody?
from outsiders to the actual problem.
How would
As
I
in,
even
like,
find some? How would I even find somebody to assist me, right? Because if I'm not allowed to talk to anybody, because if
well,
I do that,
LA,
if I
I'm
no,
just saying,
let me finish.
LA, it
Let me
wouldn't be
finish,
as simple
please.
in your little going back to nature
Let
situation
let
either.
me finish. Let me finish. If I even tell anybody that I have that desire, I face involuntary commitment. If they express the fact that they're willing to help me, then they face being prosecuted too. So none of this exists
Guys,
in the
I
state
want
of
to wrap
nature.
up because we're getting to the 6 hour mark. But LA, we'll have to continue this another day. Witchy Bishy and Patsy Cline. Patsy Cline, you got about a minute to say something on this if you want. But guys, you can stay backstage and chat afterwards. But I'm going to end the show. But we'll give you your closing remarks and you can say whatever you want. Patsy, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I think LA, I think the reason, and you probably noticed already, LA, that the reason they don't decriminalize somebody being able to take their own life is because that won't keep the hamster wheel spinning. People will catch on to it, and more people will do it, and therein they'll have a problem because, hey, guess what? A lot of people will be doing it, and a lot of people will be extinguishing themselves, and the system won't be, the wheel won't be spinning like they want it to spin.
Right, and then
I think it is decriminalized for the person to do it themselves. That's been decriminalized. They're
well,
not going to be
and
put in jail.
then they would actually have to reform the system and be responsive to what people actually want and need.
Can we bring in Witchy then? Witchy, do you want to say something in closing? You can say
I
whatever you
just
like. Witchy,
came
what
up
do you think
because
of that little bit of back and forth?
I just came up because I saw you're approaching the 6 hour mark and I wanted to get hit the backstage.
Okay, no problem. No worries, no worries. Well, look, guys, we'll end it there then, in a regulated manner. Okay, take care, everybody.
Good night.